Aaron Brooks locks in, still running through this one. The 16-year-old, Lucky Madonna, taking the #1 position on the Challenger Series ranks.
The journey for qualification continues as the WSL Challenger Series hits Sydney's northern beaches, the second stop of the 2024 season. The iconic North Narrabeen returns to the spotlight. Grinding left-handers and rippable alley rights provide the perfect canvas for surfing's future stars.
Wow, that was squared up.
And hangs on for the finish. Competitors converge with a singular ambition to inch closer to the coveted championship tour.
This is what you've trained for. These are the situations that you think of when you go to sleep at night. Come on!
You had to be on your game or you were done in 30 minutes.
For these hopeful surfers, the pursuit continues here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. It's finals day here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, the second stop on the 2024 Challenger Series. As we see, semi-finalists Aaron Brooks, Isabella Nichols coming in from their warm-up session. Sammy Pupo, he's red hot at the moment. He's going to be hard to beat here today. The Brazilians have powered their way into the quarterfinals, and they'll look to knock each other off in their quest to claim the title here and maybe climb to the top end of the Challenger Series ranks. A beautiful morning. We've been waiting for this. It's the perfect day to crown our champions. Ronnie Blakey here with Felicity Parmentier. Richie Lovett for the call. Flick, good to see some sun.
Oh, it's fantastic to see some sun. It's a beautiful morning. The ocean's looking so much more organised. It's looking manageable. Looks like there's one sort of defined takeoff. There's some really fun waves out there.
Bring it on, Rich. I know you're excited, mate. The Northern Beaches, it's your home. There's been so many amazing competitive moments, and today we're going to crown some new champions. They'll add their name to an amazing honour roll.
Yeah, can't wait, actually. And, you know, we will crown a champion today, and someone is going to sort of springboard their year. And we're 2 down in the Challenger Series. Really interested to see how those ratings on the men's and the women's side line up after this event's done today.
This is, for you, one of those moments where you know yourself as a kid. You skip school, so you've pulled your groms out of school for the day. And I think there's probably quite a few people here on the Northern Beaches that are going to do the same thing.
Yeah, well, it's a rare opportunity, right, for all the local crew or the local grommets who are aspiring to be professional surfers to come and get a glimpse of what it's really all about. They get the autographs, they get to be around it. And there's not many sports where you can get that close to the action and get that close to the athletes. So, yeah, why not? Have a day off school, open the lappy, turn the TV on, and let's do this thing.
And just a note to Mabel's teachers that she was feeling a little under the weather this morning. So, yeah, the best thing for her is to stay away.
Bit of vitamin D and waves.
Exactly.
Let's do it.
Let's find out what the conditions are like out there. We'll say a big good morning to two of the best locals from this zone, Laura Enova and, of course, Geordie Lawler.
Yes, Geordie Lawler, you got another day off school because you're in the quarterfinals. No, how good is it? All the groms, all down here. You know, they got to have the day off yesterday, but then they're so frothing to see the local boy into the quarters. How was it out there this morning?
Yeah, it's a bit of fun. It's a beautiful day here at Narrabeen. Sort of like 2 to 3 feet, and it's offshore, and yeah, gonna have a lot of fun.
Yeah, it looks like waves have dropped a little this morning, but the east swell is really hitting the bank better. What do you see is going to happen as the tide comes in?
Yeah, it's lined up a little better this morning. I reckon we'll be seeing some big ramps. The wind's going into the left, so hopefully get some air sections and maybe even a couple of tubes, maybe. See what happens.
Absolutely amazing. You heard it. We're going to start with men's quarters into women's semis, and then we're going to crown our champions today. Let's go. Back to you guys.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's have a look at the Bailey Ladders bracket now. And we know that there's a lot of experience, CT experience in this top half of the draw, all Brazilian. all champions, all worthy of the title here. They'll be hard to beat.
Oh, they're going to be so hard to beat. You can't go past the experience. And we've said it on both sides of the draw, but, you know, you take a look at the people who didn't make the cut and you're just like, yep, they're going to make it back on tour, and they've looked so strong. I mean, but I'm really excited about quarter 3 and 4. I mean, obviously, we just saw Jordan Lawler on screen with Laura. Local boys, obviously going to draw a big crowd, but one of my favourite little wild cards down the bottom, Taro.
Oh.
He has been on fire and just bringing a different brand of surfing, which has been so exciting to see, and it's working with Narrabeen.
That is so true. So our schedule for today, men's quarterfinals into the women's and men's semis, and then we'll have those finals heats and look to crown our champions. But there is a lot of talent in the mix on the quarterfinal side. We're expecting fantastic matchups here. Eli Hanneman on the bottom side of the draw too. He's been really on. He's been throwing down some of the moves of the contest, very sure-footed. But yeah, you're right, Taro Watanabe. Everyone's been talking about this guy. He's just charged to the top of everyone's favourite surfer list with his performances here at North Narrabeen. But let's see what unfolds here. We've got the first quarterfinal underway. Ian Gavea up against Miguel Pupo. Two surfers with CT experience. Miguel with a number of impressive results. None better than his big win in Tahiti a couple of years back. And it's going to be Ian getting us going here today. He's going to stick that float. Hasn't he brought a lot of excitement and an exciting brand of surfing to the tour this year?
Yeah, absolutely. Reinvigorated, no doubt about it, and put in some incredible performances up there on the Gold Coast, excuse me. He's brought that straight down to these little peaky conditions at Narrabeen. As you can see, it has cleaned up. The ocean's figured itself out, settled, and it's in a better mood today.
Yeah, it's definitely in a better mood. I mean, when I was having my morning coffee, I was having a look. I mean, this is just to get us started. We're going to see more than this today. The quality of wave is there. It's a more defined takeoff. There is good waves coming through. I was talking to Chris Eneber, Laura's brother, this morning, and he was saying that even though it's more defined, there still is quite a bit of underlying south, so it'll still be really prominent, you know, wave selection today to really try and make sure you're picking ones with more ease that have that little taper on there.
Cool thing about both these guys, they're incredible above the lip, and Ian Gavea's been throwing down some huge airs. This Aussie leg didn't get the projection off the section that he was looking for there. But yeah, he's impressed me. Like, for anyone that's been to that CT and been battling to get back, you got to keep evolving. You got to keep bringing a new approach each season, and he's just been going all out. And you know, to his credit, he's been sticking a lot of impressive moves.
Yeah, he's been really going for it, and you know, you sort of commend that ability to reinvigorate yourself, reinvent yourself. Come back, show the judges something new, show them that you're still on the progression, not on the decline. And Ian Gavea, he's surfing really, really fast and not scared to go to the air. We've already seen there just a quick air attempt. So you can see the intent.
Numbers starting to roll through. Just a couple of two-point rides. Nothing that's going to upset Miguel Pupo's morning at this point in time. He'll be out there with that priority, feeling pretty confident.
Oh, yeah. They're just a couple of small scores on the board. This heat's going to take shape for sure. I mean, we haven't really seen like a good shaped set come through this lineup. There's plenty of them this morning, even in the hour that I was watching. And I think it's only going to get better as that tide starts to fill in.
We've only just ticked over low tide, so for the rest of the tournament window, or for the rest of the competition today, we're going to have an incoming tide. You can see just how shallow that sandbar is there. You can literally walk out in ankle-deep water. And it's a quick paddle, and you're in the peak. So conditions will improve as that tide runs in all day long.
Glad we're getting this opportunity to celebrate the Northern Beaches on finals day with the sun popping. It has been a great week. Just down here, a lot of rain. But this is, you know, one of the most beautiful places on earth. The beaches are pristine, so well looked after, really clean. North Narrabeen, a surfing reserve. The chairman, Ben Short, ensuring that the banks of the lagoon broken correctly. So we get quality sandbars. And this has been a great week with some big performances, some committed surfing. Miguel Pupo starting off with a successful air on the inside.
Yeah, so that's the first wave of substance in this quarterfinal. All Brazilian affair, all goofy foot affair. And Miguel Pupo is going to take an early lead. As we watch the replay here, beautiful looking line on this wave. Gets that quick snap down the line, starts to set up the section, gets the air rev. Nice rotation, backs it up with a finishing turn. So Miguel looking good.
Yeah, he is looking really good, and that air was really nice. It was just, the tail was super high there. I liked how there wasn't, he just went, I don't know, a couple of little baubles, but pretty much straight into that last little turn. It's just going to be a good indication. Once this is the first substantial score, you know, this is going to give us a good indication of where the judges' minds are at. I still, you know, today I feel like it could change this criteria slightly. Just with the conditions being a bit better, obviously, throughout the whole event, they've been favouring those one big major turn moments. No doubt if someone does something absolutely insane, I feel like it will be rewarded. But because the conditions have gotten a lot better, I feel like the criteria is going to change.
Yeah,
and it's going to be multiple manoeuvres today.
I think you're right. Yeah, being able to stitch it all together and keep that stitch line nice and neat. Keep that flow going, keep all that speed. It is going to come into play. We can dive into the judges' notes as we get deeper into this heat.
Yeah, Miguel is just such a style master too. So clean. One of Brazil's best ever. You know, massive CT victory. I mentioned it earlier, but to win in Tahiti in pumping conditions, and you look at the field that he overcame to get that breakthrough win, it was awesome. An emotional win, and one that everyone could get behind, because he's a people's champ.
Yeah, he is. Here we go. Woohoo.
Numbers in for Miggy on that first ride. It's a 7. Ian Gouveia now up against it. He's going to need, well, not much at the moment to jump up in the lead, but once Miguel drops a second score, he'll certainly take control of this one. But both these guys, family men, spending a lot of time on the road. Miggy in particular, coming off the CT. It's been a long stint here in Australia. Definitely want to shout out his family, his wife Bruna, his daughters Luna, Serena, and Flora. They'd all be tuned in and watching. It's a big day for the Pupo family once again, with Miggy and Samuel on the same side of the draw and a chance at meeting in the semi-finals.
That's a pretty interesting proposition there. The brothers perhaps meeting in the semis, which is, you know, not a bad result either way. Semi-finals is a keeper, no doubt about it. But
at least you know one's going through to the final.
Mate, how is it though? You know, you dream of having these moments where you get to compete against your sibling. In Western Australia, it was the fight to stay above the cut line, and Sammy got the jump on Miggy there. Now it's the fight to get back into the top 10 and back onto the CT, and they're going to knock each other out, potentially. Ian Gouveia is going to have a say in it, though. There's a real chance, too, that the way Ian's been surfing here, he gets the result over Miguel Pupo just with his airs that he's been sticking. He's been so sure-footed. And then Sammy's got to come up against Alejo. And Alejo's been one of the most reliable performers through this event. So it's going to be a good test for his backhand. We know his forehand was in just blistering nick up there at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, he was looking so good. I mean, he for me was the most informed surfer up on the Gold Coast. He just looked so sharp. He was surfing at a different pace, just a whole level of fastness that I wasn't seeing from any other surfer. And I heard other surfers in this event talk, you know, who are you going to look forward to watching here? I mean, Erin even said it earlier on the event. The person I'm watching is Sammy. He's my inspiration. That's who I'm looking to how to surf this wave, how to figure it out. So, I mean, as much as it'd be... Miguel's obviously still got to get through this heat. Sammy's got to get through his. But, I mean, the idea of that is pretty exciting of a rematch.
20.5 minutes to go here. Priorities with Miguel Pupo at the moment. With that wave of Ian's coming through as a throwaway. So Miggy with a real advantage now, Rich.
Yeah, he does. We're a third of the way through this heat. And Miguel Pupo is primed at the moment with that 7-point ride. And automatically, Ian's thinking, okay, I've got to match that. That's my number one intent. My number one goal right now is to match that 7 or eclipse it. And I really think he's not going to be scared to go to the air today, especially with this, the wind, as Geordie was saying, a light southwest wind, so predominantly offshore, but it's into the lefts, which makes these air sections on the lefts really doable. You know, it helps keep the board planted under your feet. So, yeah, I think we're going to see him really go for it.
Narrabeen's produced some incredible aerialists over the years. No one more recognised than Aussie Wright, who grew up at the south end of the beach, but occasionally ventured up to this northern corner. As we see Miggy, well, he's got to go for something big net there. He knows, he's just so experienced that a little glitch like that requires a huge move to save the score. But Ian Gouveia loading up here. Big front side air into the flats. Oh, high impact landing, can't stick it. But everything looked good above the lip. It was just hard finding a nice soft transition to come down from that height.
Poor, my ankles just get so nervous watching stuff like that, but he obviously is okay right now. That was a massive air. You could tell straight away from the beginning that he was loading up for that. He changed his stance. That was that wide stance. You can see it right now. He's just eyeing up this section, and just, that was a major air. He just, oh my goodness, just absolutely, yeah, he can see his feet. They go wider there. Gets so much pop, so much air. I mean, that'll be a great one frame there as a photo.
That would have been a sick shot.
Yeah.
But, yeah, unfortunately, just came down in the trough. It's kind of, do you land on the roof and try and ride through it? You land on the flats, try and run out of it. But, yeah, it's incredible. You could see him pumping for all that speed. When you think about an air, speed equals height. It equals pop when you hit the lip. So, you know, he was going Mach 10 when he hit that section. But, yeah, beautiful as he grabbed the rail there. Perfect frame. Great shot.
Been so many amazing individual turns laid down in this contest, Flick, just by the conditions have manufactured those moments for us. Just so chunky and thick. And some of the most impressive turns haven't been airs. They've been really committed power hits, and it's taken some commitment and a lot of sand just rammed into the ear holes and other parts of the body.
There's been some free chiropractic adjustments going down here at Narrabeen. It's been serving him right on up. But yeah, it's also served some beautiful moments too. I mean, one for me that sticks out is just, I don't even know if I had to pick a favourite one. I mean, Eli Hanneman's had some crazy airs. Jet Schilling had a crazy one. But if I think about just turns, Alistair Reginado had that single turn where he got so inverted on his backhand of that lip line floater on that really chunky section. I mean, that thing was mental. I'm trying to think if I had to pick my favourite, that was a turn. I don't know if I could go past that one. That was pretty epic.
Yeah, but today, Rich, with the energy dropping a little bit and this wind puffing up, there's a really good chance this turns into an air show.
Yeah, it will. You know, I was looking at the judges' notes there, and they really did emphasise the combination of manoeuvres with a big finish, the opportunity to finish strong. So that's what they will be focusing on today. But yeah, like we're on the back side of the swell now, and generally that swell tends to lose a bit of steam, which means it's not as ferocious on those end sections, and it really does give you the ability to really attack and try and land those big airs as well.
Loving the beautiful vision from the Phil New Sydney flight cam. And while we're taking in that beautiful view, we want to acknowledge the traditional custodians and their country on which we gather today. By these words, we show our respect to all Aboriginal people, and we acknowledge elders past, present and emerging, and the spirits and ancestors of the clans that lived in this area. And that history is within reach, and you can feel it, you can see it. Beautiful national parks here, the Gadigal, the Ku-ring-gai National Park, worth checking out. That's one of the great features of Sydney's northern beaches, and Sydney. Greater Sydney as a city is you're really only ever a short drive away from just immersing yourself in beautiful bushland, and it's spectacular, no doubt about it.
Yeah, some of the best sites are just there's basically a walk that you can do around all the headlands. You can check all the action out, all the different beaches. Get up to Manly Dam there, beautiful area. We can go and picnic and have a paddleboard, have a swim up there. But really, you need a good couple of months to even just scratch the tip of the iceberg, really.
Yeah, it is definitely worth checking out if you get a chance. Look at that view. Sensational. Miguel Pupo leads Ian Gouveia in this first quarterfinal matchup. Gouveia after a 7.56 as we go to a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to finals day here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We're going to take a look at the Surfline forecast, but really, we're just seeing what's coming our way for this afternoon, because we're going to crown our champs today, Rich.
We are indeed. Let's not look too far ahead. Let's just focus on rippable east, southeast mix of swells. Favourable winds this morning through most of today. It is going to be fairly light and variable out of the west. It'll swing around to the south and east there. 4 to 6 foot faces all day long, and yeah, the wind's going to be friendly to us. So as you can see, action is underway. Really contestable, fun conditions. That's what we want. Looking ahead, we don't really need to, but we will anyway. For anyone who wants to get out there in the next couple of days, the grommets, take a couple more days off school. It is going to be okay. A new south swell comes in tomorrow, but yeah, that's going to straighten things up even more. So best to stay at school.
I just think the best thing was, yeah, good call yesterday to call it off and maximise these conditions today, because it's looking beautiful out there. It's so good to see a blue sky.
Stunning.
And so good to see, you know, somewhat of a bluer ocean and less rain, more sunshine. Just beautiful.
Yeah, no, hopefully some more tapered walls for some big combinations today on finals day. A spot in the semis on the line. And we know that a quarterfinal is a solid finish, but every single one of the competitors left in these quarterfinals wants to get themselves to that final heat, have a run at the win, and really give themselves the best shot. On the men's side, you look at the results the past few seasons, anyone that's claimed a victory has gone on to get a spot on the championship tour. It's really rare to see someone drift outside of the top 10 after getting a victory. Sammy Pupo actually found himself in that situation last year, but you know, in the final event got himself a win to elevate his position to second on the ranks overall. But it is just such a big boost when you think about the points differentials between the results. You know, not a big separation between quarters and semis, but once you crack that final, you really start to move ahead of the pack.
Yeah, well, I think a loss here is an equal fifth, and that's 6,085 points. We know that a win is 10,000 points. So we see Miguel Pupo. Here we go.
Well, Miggy lines one up here. Nice stitch of the fins on that first section. Leans into the rail on the second move. This is a great sequence of turns. Already has a 7 on the board. And this is going to be another strong number, even without the finish. And this guy wants back on the CT. The sacrifice of being away from home for such a long time. He wants to make it count. He wants to go home with a big trophy. And he's definitely making his move there. Great execution on a quality wave.
Oh, that was beautiful textbook rail surfing. It was really good to watch. Let's have a look. Takes off. Beautiful rail surf. And he gets a bit of flair there on that first turn, which I really like. So a little bit of difference between that first and second carve. And, I mean, he didn't get the finish here, but like you said, Ron, he's still going to back up that 7 beautifully. But, yeah, this first turn, I just love that he ended up getting a little bit of flair with his fins. And then this one, he held the rail for a bit longer. Still got a bit of flair as he shifts that weight to his front foot. So, yeah, 3 beautiful carving manoeuvres, obviously different to his 7. But he's going to back that up beautifully and make this job very hard for Ian right now, with Ian's left chasing basically 2 numbers with less than 9 minutes almost remaining.
I feel like today there's a different theme. We've seen Miguel just be a little bit more patient, a little bit more selective, picking that right wave, and he's come up with 2 bangers here. Ian, on the other hand, he's been busy trying to force something, trying to make something happen, and it's not worked for him just yet.
Almost taking on the same approach that he had when the conditions were a bit unruly, or going for like a big turn, but the sections, you know, today aren't that big, so that reward for attacking those cupped out chunky faces is not really coming together for him at the moment. But had he stomped that big air attempt, this heat looks a little bit different.
Totally.
8.5 minutes to go. Great ride for Miguel, waiting for that score to drop. You think about the Bonsoy legends, a lot of goofy footers in the mix with Laura Anova, the lone regular, Rob Bain, Tom Carroll, Damien Hardman, Nathan Hedge, a lot of other Narrabeen greats who stood the same way as Miguel, Cole Smith. Tom Carroll spent so much time down here surfing with Cole. They would have all been watching that wave of Miguel, giving it the nod of approval. Yeah. The seal. They would have given that a big tip of the cap. But the numbers in for Miggy. 7.4, best number of the heat now. The pressure right on Ian Gouveia, chasing a 2-wave total of 14.4.
Oh, it's just really intelligent competition surfing there from Miguel Pupo. Just manufacturing those waves, being selective enough and converting on them, more importantly. You know, he has not left really, you know, any points on those 2 waves that he rode. Just beautiful, crisp surfing, all connected. Really intelligent to see. But I think if he does get another opportunity now, we'll see him flare up.
It just, when you connect with a wave that's got that tapered wall, you know, the smartest thing to do is very good surfing. We know excellent surfing requires a bit more risk, and Miguel's just managed this heat beautifully. These are 2 second-generation talents, both their dads great competitors. Wagner Pupo, a national champ. Fabio Gouveia, he spent a lot of time on the championship tour. Rich, you travelled with him at different stages.
Yeah, absolutely. Spent a good chunk of my career on the tour with Fabio Gouveia, one of the most stylish and friendly Brazilians you'll ever come across. An amazing surfer. Got a lot of respect for him, and yeah, obviously passing on a lot of knowledge and some great genes to Ian Gouveia, because he is a very special talent as well, and so is this guy, Sammy Pupo.
Well, this guy's owned the Challenger Series when it comes to performance this year. Yes, there's been probably better performers through the Sydney Surf Pro, but you know, nothing like what we saw from Sammy at that first stop. That was a different class. And yes, Mikey Madonna owned the final, but Sammy Pupo, he owned the contest.
Yeah, it was a scintillating performance all round. There was not one heat where he didn't look like he was on. He was in total control and surfed kind of above expectation. Just kept us surprised, kept us entertained. It was just mind-blowing surfing. We keep making the comparison. It was really Felipe-esque.
Yeah, it definitely was. For me, it was just the speed that stood out the most. He was just surfing at like a different gear to everyone else. As soon as he stood up, it's like, wow, okay, you're captivated. You want to watch what he's doing. It was so exciting. So, I mean, right now, 5 minutes left on the clock. Ian's absolutely comboed, and it's looking like we're going to have one of these Pupo brothers moving through at this stage.
Well, that'll inspire Sammy for sure. Just over 5 minutes remaining here. Let's check in with the record-holding Laura Anova.
Yes, guys, here with an Oakberry surf conditions update. We've woken up to an absolute bluebird day here at North Narrabeen after a stormy week. Thank you very much, guys. Low tide at 7:30. It's going to be running out throughout the day. East-south-east swell around 3 feet. It's super fun out there, and it's just going to improve throughout the day. Best part is west winds all day, tending to the southwest this afternoon. So, yeah, beautiful day for finals day. Let's go.
Thank you, Law. And, yeah, you can tell just how psyched she is. She's had some big moments competing on the Northern Beaches. Won the Australian Open of surfing down at Manly. Also won a World Junior title here at home. As we see Gavea lining up a section down the line, and he's going to stick the finish. This is going to get him out of combination and back in this heat. He has made his move at the perfect time. Still 4 minutes to go. This heat's not over.
No, that was a really corked out kind of interesting air. And the judges are going to have to pay this one. So Ian, good looking wave here, pumps down the line, gets the quick snap. Now he starts to drive for speed, hits the lip, gets the rotation. And really clean ride out. It wasn't an easy landing by any stretch of the imagination. Great projection there. Basically landed with the tail of the board pointing towards the sand, and is able to whip it round under him.
He's always had the airs, but he has gotten very comfortable this year in executing those moves with the jersey on. Ian Gavea did some time on the championship tour, 2017, 2018. Highest finish was a 23rd, but his biggest result, you know, he marked himself as a tube rider of note in 2017, getting to the semis of the Pipe Masters. He knocked off some real favourites. He wants to get back to the CT and try and match what his dad was able to do. And Fabio finished 5th in 92. That was Kelly's first world title year. And Rich, like so many surfers of your generation, if Kelly wasn't there, your career might have looked a lot different.
I would have won so many more, just saying.
Ian Gavea up again. Wow, he can't hang on for the finish there, but he was so close. But he has got himself well and truly back in this heat. 7.37 for his previous ride. Well and truly out of combination. Needs a 7.04 to move ahead of Miguel here.
Super, super impressive. He's done exactly what he needed to do. And I like what you said, Ron. He just is feeling comfortable at these crazy moments where he's like, okay, I need to do an air. I need to match what Miggy's done. And, I mean, he's absolutely going for it. And he knows that he needs a 7.04. He almost stuck this too. That wave previous to last, that 7.37, Miguel was actually watching that. He turned around and he knew that Ian had stuck that air, and I could see him just turn around straight away and be like, right, okay, like, I don't have this on lock anymore. And so I like what Ian's doing. He's really giving something for Miguel to think about. It's so exciting now because we've fully got a heat on our hands with 1:40 to go. I mean, Miggy's got priority, but Ian's going to give him something to think about for sure.
And he's just staying busy out here.
It just goes to show there are two ways to get the score.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right? You know, Miguel has found the two best quality waves in terms of taper and offering a workable face, and he's done everything he can to get those scores. Ian's turned a not-so-good wave into a score by just going absolutely ham and showing us that high-risk element. So, you know, he's just going with 1 minute to go. Give me another, give me anything. Just give me a wave where I can just generate some speed and I will huck it.
Which is, you know, it's a nerve-wracking thing for Miguel because he didn't necessarily need the best quality wave to get almost second highest score of the heat right now. And he needs less than what he just got. So it's possible.
And when you say ham, Rich, you mean he's going extremely hard.
Yes, he's going to go put everything into it. 100% commitment.
But there's only 40 seconds to go here. And Ian Gavea's working against the clock. Nervous times for Miguel because he definitely chose the approach of the high percentage play. Stick to the face. You know, he threw an air reverse of his own, but it was all very clean work. Ian Gavea's gone, you know what, I'm going to attempt something big. I'm going to put it all on the line. He gets an opportunity here, but this wave, very small. Unlikely that he's going to be able to turn it around on this one. Time ticking by, just 10 seconds remaining. Miguel Pupo is going to hang on for the victory here. with a classy performance in the first quarterfinal.
Yeah, it was. It was all class, calculated, well-constructed heat, a mature approach. And, well, one of the Pupo brothers moves straight into the semi-finals.
It's all good between these two. Like, they're chasing that same dream, and they, you know, they're thick as thieves. They're here stealing points away from the rest of the field. They're happy about that, but only one man could win today, and it was Miguel.
Yeah, and Miguel, you got to take your hat off to him. He surfed a great heat. He was super smart. But just that, and I think just so much experience shining through in that heat, and he had it on lock from the early stages. And, well, we're one step closer to seeing a Pupo rematch. We
are. And Miguel, big, important result for him, Rich. Huge turnaround.
Yeah, massive result. He didn't walk away from Snapper Rocks with the result he wanted. He watched his brother, bag a really good result there. So this is a keeper result, semi-final finish at worst. They're really good points.
These boys hug it out.
Yeah, good friends, travel companions, good buddies, fellow countrymen.
And a great way to kick off finals day here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Alejo Munez and Samuel Pupo are up next. Stick around.
The Northern Beaches is just extraordinary. It is a stunning place to come to. Every corner there's something new to discover. We call it bush to beach because there is just so much here. We're surrounded by national parks as well.
We have a real long history of surfing with many world champions that come out of the Northern Beaches. Tom Carroll, Damien Hardman, Barton Lynch, Lane Beachley. We've got 21 beaches, from advanced right through to beginners. You come to Northern Beaches, you can catch a wave.
It's like you've stepped out of watching something on TV and you're actually here living it.
Northern Beaches Council, a major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Get here to the Northern Beaches, discover the stunning headlands, the beautiful coastal pathways that Rich was touching on, and breathtaking lookouts. The ocean pools are a fantastic feature as well, and it looks stunning down there. Someone punching out a few laps to get the day started. Get your head out of the water and get it fixated on this lineup. We've got some finals unfolding. Quarterfinal 2 sees Alejo Munez and Sammy Pupo fighting it out for a place in the semis against Miguel Pupo, who won the first quarter of the day. If you're just joining us, great to have your company. We'll be crowning our champions today, and we're really looking forward to this matchup. It's a real test between one of the veteran Brazilian campaigners and one of the rising stars who's had an on and off relationship with the championship tour, but just seems destined to be a fixture there at some point.
Oh, completely. And it looks like Alejo's up and riding.
Making his move. Looking to really put up a solid number. What an explosive first turn here from Alejo, who's found a lot of power and speed in his surfing this year.
Yeah, he certainly has. It's noticeable just how much water this guy is throwing compared to the Alejo Muniz of a couple of years ago. He's definitely bulked up. He's a fitter, stronger, faster version of his former self, and that was on perfect display on that opening turn. Just basically filleting that wave in half. And watch the replay here. Had to do a bit of work to get on it, get set straight away up into that section. Just tears the absolute bag out of it and backs it up with a couple of nice hits.
Wow, this first turn, he just whips out of this with so much speed. I mean, he couldn't have hit that with any more power. And it was a smaller wave, but he did really well for what was on offer in that last turn. He was super late to that last section. Good little opener, but I'd say we're going to see bigger scores than this one drop in this heat. Just with the calibre of surfer.
No doubt, both of them. Yeah, a former number 10 on screen there. Alejo Muniz was Rookie of the Year in 2011. Did 6 years on the championship tour, had many impressive performances, upset many world champions. Loved the challenge of competing against a big name. And he claimed results all over the championship tour schedule. So he, became very well-rounded as a CT campaigner, but he fell off tour in 2016 as a Challenger Series surfer. He's been in the top half of the mix, but his best finish was 2022. He had a 19th place finish that season. One impressive thing for Alejo is he's managed to crack a final series every year that he's been campaigning on the Challenger Series, but hasn't been to the semis before. So this has been a bit of a roadblock round for him. And we'll see if he can punch through it and overcome that hurdle here against Sammy Pupo. A couple of quick waves, a 5.5 to kick off. Bigger set there, let go of a decent turn. Should be a pretty comparable number, you'd think, to his first wave.
Yeah, I think so. We're going to see a couple of mid-range scores and an okay scoreline to start things off. And this was down on the southern part of the bank here. Alejo just picks his moment. You could see just kept delaying that bottom turn until he went, okay, now I go, square up. Almost gets it vertical, pivots well off the lip, really tight turn, and then comes down into the safety zone.
Beautiful vision there, looking down south, Longreef Headland. Great place for a walk and just to scope out this part of the coastline. Just under 23 minutes remaining here. Numbers in for Alejo, 4.83. And Sammy Pupo with a bit of work to do at the moment. If he wants to meet his brother in the semi-finals, Miguel Pupo taking the first heat of the day. He's with Laura Enova. Yes,
Miggy, we were just saying how good it would be to have a Miggy and Sammy match up in the semi-finals. You're already there. Firstly, what a way to start the morning off here. 2 7-point rides and, super exciting with Ian.
Yeah, definitely. Ian's been on a roll. Like, he got a 5th at snapper, and I lost first round, so he definitely had the confidence there. And, yeah, he made a mistake in the beginning, like leaving priority, so I capitalized on that. And after he made another mistake, so I got another 7, so I knew I was up front. And he got a 7 by the end with his priority, so that there was not much I could do. So, yeah, it was a nice heat, and happy to be in the semis.
Amazing. Obviously, looking over your shoulder to watch Sammy right now, what would it mean for you guys to match up?
It would be great. We've matched up a few times already, but always on the 3rd round or 2nd round on the CT, so it would be nice to be in a semi, so we know someone's going to be in the final and carrying a trophy home, and hopefully it'll be a good heat. Alejo is surfing really well, and it's going to be a tough one.
And I'm sure your family are tuning in right now to watch both of their favourites. Anything you want to say to your family at home?
Todo mundo tá morrendo do coração aí em casa, mais beijo para vocês, vamos para a próxima. Valeu.
Good luck in the semi-finals.
Miggy on fire here, turning around a really poor start to the Challenger Series season. He would have fancied his chances too with all his CT reps, competing at Snapper Rocks, but it just didn't pan out for him there. What a rebounding performance.
Oh, so good. And I feel like, obviously we're seeing Sammy in this heat, who he got the 2nd up there on the Goldie, and he's put in another great performance. But I feel like it's sort of been a bit of a story on the men's side that, guys that didn't necessarily get a result on the Gold Coast are now backing up, are converting here, right, in Narrabeen, which is pretty impressive because you don't really want to be leaving Australia with 2 bad results. It just puts you in a way better headspace, a mindset. knowing that, okay, at least I've locked one result in. The pressure isn't completely cooked for the rest of the year.
Exactly, yeah. Well, it's amazing. On the women's side, it's really been the story of 4 rock-solid competitors through the 2 Australian events, and they're going to take a stranglehold on the top end of the rankings. And obviously Luana Silva's going to still maintain her position right up there at the top with that very impressive runner-up finish at the first stop. But yeah, it's amazing just the success a limited crew found in the first 2 events here in Australia.
I think it also just speaks to the quality of the Challenger Series surfers, because, I mean, obviously, but men and women, they're both sides, they're really good, but this men's side, I think it just speaks to just how talented that pool of surfers is. It's so hard to get through heats. And I also think here, I mean, there was a lot more variables. So there's a lot more things that were out of control. It was harder surf. It was harder to read. We had bigger, you know, lumpier conditions, whereas Snapper was controlled. You know, it was a very easy lineup to read.
Alejo chipping away. He's had a few similar kind of rides. This one allows him some space just to repeatedly hammer the lip, but it is a smaller wave, trying to better a 4.83. But the real goal at the moment is to better a 5.5 for him, because he'll want to at some point find himself with priority, get a bigger wave, and throw something a bit more committed at us.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's just admire this small wave surfing here, because Alejo Moniz just destroyed this wave. He looks so switched on. Just really aggressive approach. Just I like it. I like what I'm seeing here from Alejo Moniz. Staying busy, under priority. He's doing all the right things at this point. And just interesting to note, Samuel just taking the same route as his brother, looking to be a bit more selective, sitting a bit further north on the bank.
I think probably in comparing finals day to some of the days that we've seen earlier in the contest, and obviously it does change a lot when you move from, you know, the 4 surfers in each heat to head-to-head competition. But the patient approach might be a smart one today, because every so often North Narrabeen's going to serve up a quality wall with one of those bigger waves, and if you're on it, it's such a massive advantage.
Yeah, I agree. And I was about to say, I don't think Sammy's hasn't done anything wrong yet. There hasn't been any good quality waves hit this lineup. I mean, Alejo's done well to, you know, manufacture the scores he has on the waves he's gotten. But from what we've seen on this broadcast and the waves we've seen on offer, none of those really tapered, beautiful walls have come through yet. So I feel like he's sort of in a great position, even though obviously the scorelines aren't reflecting that. When that wave does come through, because they are coming through, he's going to have first choice of that, and it's going to put it, as long as he, you know, surfs it mistake-free and doesn't fall, I feel like he's going to put a good score on the board, and it's going to put him in a really good position.
Just over 17 minutes to go. Alejo up again. This is a better looking wave, a bit more energy in it, and he quickly pairs up a couple of beautiful backhand hits, and just feels like it might be his best wave.
Yeah, it does. There was a real ferocious sort of intent on those 2 hits. And this might just start to get Samuel thinking about things. You know, you see him looked at the beach there, maybe starting to question, am I in the right spot? Am I not looking at the rideable waves properly? But that final turn there from Alejo Moniz, just pounding that section. Just really switched on surfing here. You can see that wider stance, just so stable off the lip. Really, you know, aggressive approach. But here we go.
Sammy Pupo gets a nice backhand hit there, has plenty of speed for this hit down the line, gets some release in the tail, whips the board back up there once again. And that patience, it requires some nerve. You've got to hold your composure, but most importantly, when you get near the halfway mark of a heat, if you've had priority for that long, you have to convert, and Sammy did. Yeah,
it's exactly what we're talking about. He couldn't fall then. I mean, that, wow, okay, exactly what you were saying. Best score for Alejo.
Yeah, 6.5. So, you know, it's probably a good thing too. Sammy was able to surf without that number in his mind. He looked completely free. Didn't look like he was feeling any kind of pressure at all. And this is going to be a good score as well. We've got a great quarterfinal heat on our hands now.
Yeah, Sammy just picking one of those tapered waves like his brother, allowing 3 turns. And he was happy. Great surfing here. This is exactly what we expected from Sammy Pupo. This is the money turn coming up here. This second one gets this cleaner face, really gets aggressive and critical with his positioning.
Got that little bit of weightlessness too out of the lip without getting hung up when he ditched those fins, which added to the flair of it. Will be right there. Might be a little bit more than Alejo's 6.5. We're going to see in a moment. 15 minutes to go. Waiting on the score to drop. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
For me, coming home, spending time with the family and getting away and seeing Australia, for me, that's what it's all about. Staying at NRMA Parks and Resorts, it's always fun. The facilities are second to none, from basic camping into the cabins, or glamping might be your thing. There's just so much to do. We can go for a surf, we can go for a bike ride, we can even go for a skate. Perfect opportunity to disconnect from those things that hold you at home. That's the stuff that memories are made of.
Oh, Richie Lovett, he loves his time at the NRMA Parks and Resorts. That one was over at Umina, Rich. It's just over Broken Bay there, but here at North Narrabeen, one of the best facilities right there on the Narrabeen Lagoon, and it's just an awesome place to hang out.
Yeah, it's amazing.
World-class waves out front.
Yep, absolutely. World-class waves over the sand dune. You got the lagoon at your doorstep, cafes there, golf driving range, plenty of shops, lots to do. Bring your caravan, plug it straight in, bring a tent, go traditional style. But yeah, this is one of the unique sort of caravan parks available in the Greater Sydney area.
Oh, for sure. I don't think there's another campground this close to the coast, and this is one of the best. It's the official accommodation partner for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Great to have them on board. 12 minutes remaining here. Sammy Pupo, we had a feeling he was going to drop a big number. He did, 7.5. But Alejo staying very busy in this lineup. Had this one during the break.
Yeah, that just a little bit too horizontal, if I'm going to be critical on this one, on this last turn. We know that, you know, it had drama, but he was basically just sort of tapping the lip as it came down. We wanted to see him get up and under it, really get that acute angle off the top.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you too. I think, yeah, it can't be more than that 6.5. So, I don't know. I mean, it was great surfing, but got to agree with you, Rich.
Hallmark of surfing here at Narrabeen, North Narrabeen in particular, a vertical approach, and that line really was set by Cole Smith originally. His work hitting sections vertically on those single fins was amazing. He was a goof, but so many regular footers who just had an amazing vertical approach out here. Chris Davidson, Nathan Webster, Davey Cathles, Laura Enova, you know, really do have it dialed. And of course, more recently, Dylan Moffat. But Alejo has thrown down a couple of nice verts in this heat. 6.5, and that last wave for him, enough to see him up into the lead, a 5.87 getting some credit, I think, for being on a bigger set wave there.
Yeah. I was just thinking, looking at the score there, it's come in as one of his top two, and the size of the wave must have had an influence on the judges. You know, he did commit to the turn, the first turn. But yeah, definitely the size of the wave coming into play.
But you felt the direction was a little bit too horizontal to get the lead?
Yeah, I just felt that that last hit didn't have that sort of ferociousness that he did on the other turn, on the other wave. Yeah.
Well, 5'8", he was always going to be holding down that number one position, but he's added to the requirement a little bit for Sammy here, but it's not a big one. 4.87. One decent turn will get him in front here, but yeah, I do love when a veteran campaigner comes up against a rising star. It brings the best out of them. Alejo's been really surfing well against this next generation throughout this contest.
Yeah, this is an interesting heat. It's basically been mistake-free competition from both of these guys. No one's really put a foot wrong. Everyone's competed really well on the waves that they've been dished up.
Which is a really fun thing, because Mark Richards speaks about it often. You know, in a heat, it's the person who makes the least mistakes that often gets themselves the victory.
Well, there was a mistake.
Well, Sammy, he had priority then. And he didn't need a lot, of 4.87. And he's failed to turn in the number, obviously. Poor wave selection.
Yep, that was definitely a little mistake there. You could say he was just really struggling to get into that one as early as what he wanted to. It did have a little taper on it, and maybe was probably going to offer one or two turns, maybe similar to the last two waves of Alejo's. But yeah, that was definitely a little mistake there. So he's used up his priority. Alejo's now sort of in that dominating position. He can pick and choose and try and improve on his 5.87. So right now, Sammy has got a little bit of a job to do, but it might force him to be a little bit less selective. And I mean, a 4.87 for Sammy, it's not a big score. I mean, it is one turn, but it's going to be interesting to see how he plays it from here, because up until this point and this little mistake, there's two very different approaches going on. Obviously, Sammy being super selective, as you just see that little wave run off, that would have definitely been the score. It would have been two little turns if he'd gotten into that early enough. But yeah, two totally different approaches. Sammy being super selective. It obviously paid off with the 7.5 highest wave of the heat, but Alejo just getting busy early. And it's going to be interesting to see who comes out in front here.
Yeah, it is. And that little hiccup there from Sammy Pupo, is that the turning point in the heat? I guess the benefit for him is there's still a lot of time on the clock here to save himself with that mistake. And it's a 4.87. It's a number you could easily chase down under priority, force a rotation from Alejo again, and get yourself another shot to improve on that score. So it's not like all's lost for Sammy, but like we said, up until that point, it was kind of mistake-free. Different approaches, but it was very even. As Alejo now gets an opportunity to extend, and likely will. Two quality turns. It was better than his last ride. He's going to dump the 5.87, add to his heat score total here. This guy is on at the moment.
Yeah, he's on. I was also going to add that Sammy's got the advantage of having a point on the highest scoring ride, 7.5 versus 6.5. So he's got the higher number, but I feel that this wave here up from Alejo Muniz, beautiful snap down the line, gets to the end section. There's the angle I was talking about. More pivot. It's a taller wave. So if that last wave was a 5, 6, 7, this is going to go north of that, guaranteed. So low on the bottom turn. The head, the arms, the shoulders. It leads the path. The lower body following beautifully there.
Yeah, he knows it's good. Giving himself a round of applause. He's the old boy in the draw here today. 34 years of age. He's got some reps over the field, and he's putting experience to great use at the moment. This is going to be a good number. Maybe his best, and it is the best of the heat. 7.93, that 5.87. History now. The requirement has grown for Sammy Pupo. 6.94 required. He's got priority on the outside and 6 minutes to save his place in the draw.
Sliding door moment for Sammy Pupo. If he had waited and not taken that wave with priority, that would have been his wave. Who knows what could have been.
Yeah, he's sitting out there with 2 7s then, and a massive edge over Alejo, who keeps going, just takes a bit of a fall there. In Sammy's head, it was cool. He was fixated on the lineup before. Now it's on a swivel as he turns around looking for any kind of opportunity to reclaim or get the lead for the first time in the heat.
Wow, I mean, that was the critical moment in the heat, exactly like you said, Rich. I mean, there was a couple of ways that could have gone, and then Alejo, props to him to absolutely capitalising on that moment too, realising that, okay, Sammy's just blown his priority here and, you know, improving on his situation, dropping that best number of the heat. I mean, it's really, really great surfing. It's just a really good example of capitalising on that mistake that Sammy made.
On the Gold Coast, you know, other than the final, at no point, even when Sammy Pupo was against the ropes and people got quick starts on him, at no point did anyone ever think that he was going to lose a heat. No. He was that on. And, you know, when you look at this guy, you're like, this is a surfer who's much better than half the field competing on the championship tour. Why is he here on the Challenger Series? What's the story? And it's got to be something to do with the way he competes, because the surfing talent, is so good.
Yeah, the talent.
So then you say to yourself, like in this situation, is Sammy Pupo still going to be able to do the kind of surfing that's blown our minds through the opening stages of this Challenger Series season, or is the moment going to get the better of him? And it's a great test.
Yeah, it's an awesome test. I feel like he will rise to the occasion if he does get the opportunity. He feels like he's that switched on. But he is coming up against a really in-form Alejo Muniz. This is some of the best surfing and competition surfing that we've seen from him.
Yeah, everything that Alejo has done, I think you put Sammy on the same wave. You see it executed just a bit faster and a little bit more on edge. But pressure's a funny thing, isn't it, Flick? Does weird things to people.
It does. I mean, some people absolutely excel and other people absolutely crack, but looks like we've got some sets rolling through. The boys look like they're moving. So, I mean, pressure is on for Sammy right now. If he wants to make it happen, now is the time.
Just over 3 minutes to go.
Ooh.
We've said a couple of times, despite the fact that Sammy owned the first event performance-wise on the Challenger Series, on his back end, the field's a little bit more level with him, and there probably has been surfers that have done some more impressive surfing here at North Narrabeen, but he's still here on finals day, and he's still got the opportunity to do something exceptional here to turn this heat. 6.94, doesn't even need, you know, the biggest number of the heat, doesn't even need to go as hard as he did on the 7.5, but you get the feeling he'll, you know, leave no doubt in the judge's mind if he gets the opportunity. I think he'll push hard. Yeah,
I think he will too. We just saw the buoy outside there just starting to rise and fall. Could be a couple of swell lines approaching, and it will be decision time. But, you know, he still looks incredibly calm. He's searching the line up. And this little swell line looks like it does have a bit of a taper on it, so we may see Sammy pull the trigger in the next couple of moments.
And this first turn, Flick, it's all about where he positions himself now with that priority, and can he get deep enough to really capitalise on a couple of sections on this opportunity?
Yeah, I think even today, because there is that little bit of underlying south still, we're seeing, I mean, we've even seen Alejo do it. I mean, Sammy's wave, his 7.5 really had that taper to it, but Alejo's really forced him. You know, only one turn on his two-turn waves where he was able to go really vertical and get those big scores. But because it has got that bit of south in it, I just feel like it's forcing a little bit of down-the-line surfing if you're going to get that two-turn combo. So it's going to be pretty, yeah, exactly what you said. I feel like it's going to be crucial. Obviously, it would be beautiful if a tapered wave came through, but reality is it might be one of those ones that's a bit faster. So at least one of those turns on that two-turn combo has to be a bit more vertical.
At this point in time, he'll take anything he can get. He's just hoping for a set, because with a minute to go, that last set did lay down a little bit. It didn't stand up. It wasn't the opportunity that he needed. And if he's going to do it with one move, it needs to be a bigger, punchier section. And it just doesn't feel like there's that opportunity coming his way at the moment, Rich.
No, the ocean is just not cooperating. Perhaps a little bump coming now. But, yeah, Alejo is just wanting this clock to just rattle off in double time. The Gladiator, he's one step closer.
It took one mistake from Sammy Pupo to give Alejo a real edge here, but Sammy's going to get a little opportunity right now. This is his last shot at it. Needs a 6.94. Gets into it pretty late, and as a result, chases the first section. Little float, needs an air here. Loading up, throws the tail, but not enough height, even though he stuck it to get himself the number he needed. He'll be frustrated, but likely will be hanging on to the #1 spot on the rankings, you'd think, with this showing. A second place finish into a quarterfinal finish for Sammy Pupo, waiting on the numbers, but even Sammy knows it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, no, he's raised that white flag. He knows it's not the number. Just took a while to get into this one. Quick snap, and then down the line, he's just going, I have to take to the air, and unfortunately, just didn't have the speed, didn't have the pop. And, well, it is Alejo Muniz. So the one mistake, that's all it was.
And I mean, hindsight's the perfect science. We always talk about the coulda, shoulda, wouldas, but at the moment, I think pays to be a little bit more busy.
Oh, yeah. Sammy Pupo, though, he had his opportunity and he let it slide. Made a priority error, and Alejo capitalised with some great surfing on the backhand, got that board vert, and just as he has throughout this event, looks to the heavens and says thank you. And he's on his way to the semi-finals, where he'll meet Miguel Pupo. We're going to take a quick break. More quarterfinal action around the corner. We'll bring in Matt Chinoski and Vaughan Blakey for the call.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. I'm Matt Chinoski, joined in the booth by Vaughan Blakey. We're here to call quarterfinal Heat 3. Good morning, Vaughan, a former local, an absolute legend, and a very unique addition to the Australian surf media.
Cheers, Chon. Yeah, good to be here, mate, and yeah, wonderful job throughout the Aussie League, mate. Enjoyed your commentary over there at Margs, and yeah, good to be here with you, especially here at Narrabeen, mate. As you say, we're both Northern Beaches boys, and here we go. Speaking of Northern Beaches boys, a huge heat here for Eli Hanneman and Geordie Lawler and the faithful, the Narrabeen crew, the NN board riders. They're en masse down at the beach, mate. The Jolly Roger is flying. They want to see the local pirate get up, and he's a fantastic surfer, but he'll have his hands full with Eli.
Yeah, the black and white crew, they're out in force this morning. Even one of the boys driving the catamaran out here to check out things this morning. Geordie was out here after the comp finish yesterday, got a really good barrel, and he's up for it. He knows this spot through all its different flavours. He's surfing it onshore, offshore, and these guys notoriously don't travel up and down the coast too much. But Eli from Maui, he's been teeing off on these windy lefts all week, and he hasn't been playing it safe. He's been going for excellent scores, and he's got through in clutch moments twice now. You're expecting some pretty big things in the air in this heat, I reckon, Vaughn.
I think so. Both these guys are such powerful aerial surfers, and I really do mean powerful. You know, they come off the lip, they get plenty of height. All Eli's airs this week, two that come to mind, were really late in critical sections. So there's an aspect of, you know, meeting the power of the wave, and he looks like he's up and riding here.
21-year-old hits that first section. Nice re-entry there and goes for the lip line, disconnects and unable to ride out. So goes down in that first exchange. Priority will head back to Geordie Lawler. And I think he's not really feeling any nerves this morning. He was pretty relaxed when I saw him walking up.
Yeah, I saw him this morning as well. Very calm, cool. He's at home here, given all the Australian crowd plenty to cheer for. But Narrabeen is parochial, mate. These crew, you would have seen them at different board riders battles over the years. They really make a lot of noise. They back each other heavily. That's them down on the beach. Apparently the text message went out last night. If you're not down there, you're not welcome back to the club. You're not getting a start on the weekend board riders. They want numbers to cheer on the local hero, who isn't on the Challenger Series this year. But yeah, this was an interesting one from Eli. He disconnects, but right from the get-go, you could tell that he had the foot to the floor. I think he knows that he's going to have a real challenge here with Geordie.
You see a little bit more east in the swell today. Not as many of those big converging closeouts that we've seen throughout the week. But still, not the same sand movement we're typically seeing in an east swell. Eli up again, keeping really busy, keeping his momentum down the line, front loading. And there's the finner there, and that one's just tapering down, and you'd think not going to factor into much significance. Dropping a 3.67 on his opening wave. And we talked about Geordie out there. He's had 3 victories on the QS. He's won up at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. He won when it was the Whistler QS 5000 at Narrabeen, and he also took out one recently in Port Stephens. So he's feeling comfortable with the jersey on. He's getting older, but his rhythm is there, and he knows how to take a win.
He's such a good surfer. It sort of boggles the mind that he hasn't cracked through onto the CT. I know he's had a couple of heats, one at Pipeline where he really sent it, didn't get through, but yeah, showed what he was made of. Surf Sunset, I think, the same year, but no real results. But it's sort of trippy that we can have, you know, surfers the caliber of Jordan Lawler not even qualifying for the Challenger Series. So got a call up here, of course, representing the local beach, and it says a lot, doesn't it, that here he is in the quarterfinals against, you know, all of those surfers who have come back from the CT, who have elevated themselves from the regional QS. And it just says how talented he is. And he's got the perfect platform here to show what he's made of too on his home break.
Another surfer who's actually been on the CT, qualified and fell off, was Alehu Muniz, who took out that last heat. He's with Jesse Starling, but let's see if Eli wants to tee off on this. He does, so a little inside wave, couple of turns there. 3-turn combo, 4 turns, just 4 to the beach on that one. You'd expect that one to come in around the mid to lower range, just repetition there. Let's go catch up with Jesse, who's got Alejo there.
Alejo, you started off your year with a 9th at Snapper, now moving on here to at least a 3rd. Is this a dream run for you?
Yeah, it is. Last year I came here very early to Australia to get used to the waves, and I lost first round both Snapper and Narrabeen. But I was, you know, I was really sad, you know, with my performance last year, but I was really happy to come back this year and try to make way different than last year. So it's already an amazing result. To surf against Samuel, I think he's the most complete surfer in Brazil now. He's good on everything, and I just wanted to push really hard on that heat. So I'm stoked that I made it.
We touched on it yesterday. It was an all-Brazilian top half of the quarterfinals. Now you're going into an all-Brazilian semi-final. We're definitely going to have a Brazilian in the final. Coming up against Miggy, how are you feeling?
It's an amazing feeling, you know. I'm really, really happy. We've been surfing together for a very long time. We've been competing together since we were like 10, 11. And I used to travel a lot with Miggy on the World Tour, and then I dropped from the from the World Tour, and it was hard to see him again, you know, because he was traveling so much and I was doing the Challenger Series, but it will be good to have a hit against him again.
And the goal is obviously to get back to the CT. Is it more results like this that are going to get you there?
Yeah, it's still a long way ahead, you know. I've been through so many different stages of my life. I got surgery on my both knees. Some years I've been on the top 10 in the last event and didn't make it, so I just want to put my foot on the ground and just think about this next heat.
Awesome, congratulations. We'll let you go get ready for your semi-final and we'll see you competing again soon. Well done. Thanks, guys.
Wow, very humble and very pensive Alejo there. He's bringing something different to the Challenger Series this year. He used to be so fired up and really, you know, active in his body language and his and just his language in general, but you can sense that he's so grateful to be here.
Yeah, he looks super excited to surf that next heat against Miguel, his old sparring partner. They would have surfed so many heats, same generation from Brazil, right on that leading edge of the Brazilian storm, and yeah, fantastic result there for Alejo as he looks to re-qualify, but a few waves went down during that interview, and the first one of Geordie Lawler was, I believe it was a 6. And I had the peg on the nose for that one. I thought, oh, he sort of missed his first turn. Yeah, it was all right. It was not by his standards anything special. He still managed to get a score out of it. But then, you know, I feel like he knew that he kind of didn't connect with that as well as he would have hoped. So he really let fly on the wave after this one.
Yeah, so that's that 6-point ride. I think there was that moment of connection where he went into that first layback and he held the rail into that second one. Did get caught up a little bit, but the flow element, perhaps, and a variety of turns going to the 6.
It's a fair score. I just thought that even he could feel it. So on this wave, he just goes bang, launches into the flats, pulls the tail around, and this one clicked. So he hits this section. All the heads of his friends and family and local board riders club and community put the arms up as he rides out, and he'll take a lot of energy out of that move. Sensational stuff. Eli Hanneman's just been super busy on the inside. He's almost taken a bit of a leaf out of Alejo's book from that last quarter, where he was just sort of getting busy on anything that moves. It worked for him, but now that Geordie has sort of found a bit of momentum and rhythm here, he's going to be careful to not just go the tiny little ones on the inside that offer nothing really.
So 4.5 for the 4 hits of Eli. It was repetitive. The wave just didn't really dish up anything for him to throw any variety. So the scale is set high in this heat. You can't make comparisons to another heat. It's irrelevant. Our heat, 4 hits on a waist-high wave is going to get you a 4.5.
Yep.
You're going to get the variety in your forehand, that's the 6. So when we're basing it off that, I feel like that is an even spread. And then we can look, well, we'll see where Geordie's air comes in. It was the ride out. I mean, he rode it, he made it. But did he ride through the whitewash? That's not our call.
Oh, yeah, that's a make every day of the week. He greased it, really. Little bit of a kind of a little stall in there, but here he goes again. And these guys are really opting to go the insiders right now. Take us through it, John.
How's this thing? Front-loading the speed. Goes up. Goes the air again.
Oh, I thought he was going to get that one.
And if anyone is qualified to talk about making airs, you've probably not just yourself. No, I'm talking about your local comrades when you some of your playmates.
Yeah.
Aussie Right, you've watched and seen some of the most radical airs through the 90s and 2000s. You've filmed them, you've edited them, and what was it like to be a fly on the wall during that period of Aussie's dominance? Just down here at South Narrabeen, as we just see Geordie locking in a 7-point ride for that wave before last.
Yeah, that was a great air, and he gets the completion. Judges saying, yep, we'll doff the cap to you, Geordie, but that last one would have been even higher if he got that. It was a much more inverted and full rotated air rev. But yeah, mate, it was amazing. Aussie grew up, as you say, on South Narrabeen Beach. Aussie Wright, the great free surfer. He did a few years on the QS, actually, but it was waves just like this that sort of like bred that style. Yep. Really fast down the line. It doesn't even taper this much down at South Narrabeen. Wow, that would have been such a big score if he greased it. Perfect technique there from Geordie Lawler. But yeah, man, there was really only a couple of options. Get barreled, hit the lip, or go above it. And so, yeah, when you're surfing, 6 hours a day on the same little closeout, you're eventually going to start busting the fins, and that's what he did. It was a pretty remarkable time. just up here at Narrabeen, there was plenty of surfers doing the same stuff. Chris Davo was really explosive, had an air game as well. And then on the back of those guys, you know, the Cooley kids came. Joel Parkinson was doing some of the biggest airs ever seen in my early years at Waves magazine. And from there, yeah, things just went on. But I think it was all sort of inspired, that first Aussie push to get into the air from the momentum generation. It had been a little while. Nathan Webster, another guy who did really good airs from North Narrabeen. And yeah, it was just kind of like, all right, well, there was this argument when the momentum generation came through, like the tricks weren't really pure enough, but eventually, you know, the Groms were going, no, we want to start doing this stuff. It all sort of seeped back into a more well-rounded game for everyone, and that's where we...
Well, it evolved. It was surfing.
Awesome.
Yeah,
it was sick. It was actually fantastic, and big doff to Aussie. He was such an influential surfer, and you know, so many free surfers will clearly state that he was a massive impact on their lives.
And he was on Geordie as well, as he's up and riding now. And that, oh, geez, nearly copping the board to the head on that one as he kicks out. And we're just waiting to see if anyone pulls the trigger on this one. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back shortly for the remainder of Heat 3.
Velhos tempos aqui. Acho que a última foi no Pro Júnior que a gente já estamos legends, velho.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back. Heat 3 of the quarterfinals. Men are out in the water. Local boy Geordie Lawler in the lead from Eli Hanneman, the surfer from Maui, in the booth. Vaughn Blakey and Matt Chinosky taking you through this. We had some great history chat beforehand, and we're catching up with Eli Hanneman, one of the most explosive and well-rounded surfers to come out of the island of Maui. 21-year-old paddling for this one now. Ooh, that one's not going to be that 8.5 that's required right now. A 6 and a 7. Dropped in from Geordie. If you're just joining us right now, a big forehand, full rotation there for Geordie Lawler, and a series of 3 turns is enough to get him up into the lead. Took us through just this little attempt here. Vaughn?
Well,
wow,
we missed that one. Huge backside finner from Eli Hanneman, who does have an insane air game. My first encounter with this guy was actually on the Red Bull Air Series throughout sort of Europe and a few other areas. Bali, I believe there was one, and he was so good. He got third in one of those. But, you know, his whole career was really launched on the back of free surfing clips when he was just a little Grom, and everyone knew that he was going to be on that world tour someday. He hasn't had a whole lot of success at CT level, but that will come with a bit more experience. You can tell from his performances during this event that he is not scared to go really big.
For sure.
His wave selection so far in this quarter has been pretty... I mean, I guess what he's been doing is staying really busy. So it hasn't been the best, but at the same time, there hasn't been a whole lot of opportunities. Both Geordie scores came on sort of mid-sized waves. But that was a really cool air, wasn't it? He hit that section, got plenty of pop through that tail, and really got the landing. Just wonder how it'll compare to Geordie's wave so far. Set waves coming in.
Still locking in, and sort of a little bit on the straighter side. You can see it sort of refracting inwards, not outwards, and it looks like Geordie is going to use his priority. He's up and riding now and going down the line straight into the air, and his board gets away from him there. The wind blowing it away, and thankfully he's okay. And a 5.7 for Eli Hanneman, so that lessens his requirement to a 7.3 as he aims for this wave. This wave's an imminent closeout. It doesn't bother Eli. And
wow, stomps it.
He stomps it again. He's calling for a 10. That's very similar to what he did to get that excellent range score, the 9 2 days ago, to end up in this round.
It's into the flats. It's a really critical maneuver off a steep dumping section, a 10. It's a big call. But he's feeling charged up. 5.7 puts him back in the mix. It's definitely the best wave he's caught, or maybe the tallest wave he's caught in this heat so far. Let's have a look at this thing. So he gets the takeoff, starts loading up, hits it into the flats. Definitely a little bit of hang time there. It's a really clean landing. And this will be the angle. This will show us if there's how much projection there is. Far out. I mean, that is hypercritical. And no bobble.
Yeah.
He's feeling charged here, Eli Hanneman. And Geordie Lawler, you know, on his wave, he had an opportunity to pull a similar sort of turn, just a big move. But the board disconnected. So let's see where the judges take this one.
Early reports looking good, and along with Ian Gouveia and Jet Schilling, Eli Hanneman has pulled off some of the best airs of the year so far at this event. An 8.5, it puts the surfer from Maui out in the lead. Geordie Lawler now needing the 7.21. We know he's already dropped a 7, and that's the recipe. It's been written. Ronnie called it earlier. This is going to turn into an air show, and that is what we've got on our hands here. Light sou'wester blowing into these easterly peaks that are rolling in at Northie. And it's not the tapering walls that we're so used to seeing. It's a full-on bowl out there.
It is, mate. Yeah, the ramps, they're just setting up nicely. Both these guys are just so accomplished in the air. And it's just going to keep on going that way. I mean, we might see, if a set wave comes, more traditional approach. But here he goes again. Oh!
And he shrugs his shoulders. He's like, puts that one back up there to the judges. Let's go catch up with Jessie Starling and see the reactions on the beach.
Guys, I'm down here with a Bonsoy Locals report, and if you couldn't tell with the big flag behind me, I'm with the North Narrabeen crew. Basically a big family all down here supporting our local boy, Geordie Lawler. Eli's just stomped 2 pretty big airs, but I think with the support on the beach here, Geordie definitely be feeling the love. Groms have taken the days off school, work's been cancelled. Come on, Geordie, we want to see a local boy get through.
Yeah, thanks, Jessie. I feel like if we'd have gone to that hit after Geordie's 7, it might have been a very different scene, because I think Eli's going to lock in another healthy score. Talk us through this one, Vaughn.
Well, this is amazing. Inside wave, not a whole lot to it. Fully rotates. I mean, this is helicopter stuff. Far out. The pop, the timing, the click, and the landing were all perfect. Execution just on point there for Eli Hanneman. And you'd have to say that that's going to be another good score for the young Hawaiian surfer.
We talked about Maui earlier in the contest period. Albi Leia, Matt Miola, Clay Marzo, these guys just absolute air freaks. The full rotation airs, you'd have to say, just popularised by those guys. Other guys can do them, of course.
Yeah.
But even more so than the Brazil, the Maui surfers had that unlocked.
So much wind.
Decade.
So much wind. The spin helps with that. And here he goes again. And he's really clicked into some good rhythm here.
7 minutes remaining. Geordie's needing a 7.21, but you can't help but feel that's going to be extended. But the local boy, he knows the recipe. He knows what's on offer, and expecting to come up against Eli, who has cited divine intervention. He's carrying God throughout this event. The first thing he says in his post-it interviews, he wants to say thanks to God. So he's feeling it. A 49th up there on the Gold Coast, and he's already onto his best result of the Challenger Series. 7.4, not quite the excellent score, but Geordie now needing an 8.9. He's out into a healthy lead at the moment. What do you think Geordie's feeling right now?
Hard to say. I don't think he'd be stressing too much. Geordie, you know, as we know, being a local, he's so in tune with this wave. He's surfed it on every type of condition. I'd say he loves days like this where there's a little bit of an air wind blowing up the face. Eli, his whole approach in this heat really just felt like he wanted to build momentum. He hasn't had a down moment. He didn't want to sit around out there waiting. And he's really used all that energy to his advantage. So many waves surfed, 9 waves already. And his best 2 scores coming in the last 3. So built beautifully throughout this heat, Eli Hanneman. Yeah, I think Geordie will be pretty relaxed, mate. I don't see him stressing for this one. He's got a big crowd on the beach. He's got a little bit of time on the clock, and if he gets the section, yeah, you can bet he'll go to the air as well.
I bet he'll shape Matt Biolis is somewhere around. I heard he's in town. He's riding an epic mayhem. I saw that blade on the beach as he was with the board caddy. And the round tail that these surfers are opting for, it's very unique. You traditionally see aerialists with just the swallow or the rounded square. And do you think that's because of that well-rounded approach that we're seeing, full cycle from what you grew up with?
Yeah. I mean, everyone has sort of their own little intricacies that they like with their boards, for sure. Yeah, I noticed even Noah Dean's board model that he does with Luke Short, the Noah, that started off as a swallow, and that's just turned back to a round tail. So yeah, they're definitely, I think the surfers are looking for different sensations and different feels. They don't feel like they're really sacrificing any pop or give in the airs by changing up that tail. Yeah, it's an interesting one, that.
And then some action out here. Geordie with priority. He comes off the bottom. A nice turn to get things started. All eyes for the air. He loads up. He goes to the air. And he sticks it to go. And he rides out. He loved it. The crowd love it. They're calling it. He's signaling to him. They're asking for a 10. He's asking for a 10. And Eli not to be left out of the conversation. Current heat leader. He goes to the air again. And can't stick that one in front of Geordie. 4 minutes to go. This is just heating up, Vaughan.
Far out. We knew that Geordie was going to bring fireworks. That was one of the bigger waves of this heat as well. Gets the bonus of a first check turn in. And it threw a bit of spray. Loads up onto the inside. The cleanest, biggest ramp we've seen. He fully sends it. This is unreal. Brings the crowd back into it too. They were very quiet there, the NN crew, and now they are at full voice as Geordie stomps a big one. Let's take a look at this on the replay. Uses priority as well. Flies into this first turn. Speedy check. Loads up onto the inside. Hucks it into the flats. And rides out of that. Arms in the air. And this is just a beautiful answer back. Look at this. Straight over the head. The big bobble, and he emerges from the whitewash. And this is great scenes from the NN crew as well. Listen to that cheer. Far out.
Show. The event wildcard. Not on the Challenger Series. Got a replacement spot here up at North Narrabeen. And how good is it to have professional surfing on the Northern Beaches? The 50th year of a World Tour contest being here. It is a Challenger Series. We've had iterations, the QS and the CT here over the years, but this is like Sydney's US Open at Huntington. It's the equivalent.
Oh yeah, well it's got such a long history, this event. Pro surfing in Sydney in particular, and I've been down on the beach for some pretty amazing heats. Saw Brad Gerlach win down here. Saw Kelly Slater surf here for the first time. Even the Pro Juniors way back in the day, you know, it was our first chance to really see a lot of the stars of the future come out here and perform on this famous sandbank at North Narrabeen. And some big scores coming in for this last wave of Geordie Lawler. He's looking for an 8.9. Score's about to drop. Get ready for the big cheer on the beach. One more judge waiting to lock in, but it's definitely going to get there. And so Eli Hanneman is going to be looking for a 7.94, a 9.43 for Geordie Lawler, and the beach erupts.
There's Matty Paddle there with the North Narrabeen faithful.
You asked me, mate. You said, you know, how's Geordie going to be feeling? I thought, probably not too bad. I just had that sense that if the wave came, he'd back himself to get the job done. He does it beautifully.
This is a great battle between these two. It's not over yet. Eli He's done it before in this event twice already, and he's had excellent scores in those clutch moments. He's got the priority. He just is willing a wave to come right now. Geordie sitting on him, putting some pressure. I'm sure the goosebumps along the shoreline there for the locals, but Eli's been the form surfer in this event so far. He's pulled out some incredible turns, but it's been his aerial antics that have got him to where he is right now. This is a guaranteed 5th place finish. And after a poor start on the Gold Coast, which you don't blame him after that, a tiring few months doing the championship tour and Bells, Margaret River, and then to the Goldie, he's found his form here at Narrabeen. With 40 seconds remaining, there's some waves coming in, Vaughan.
Yeah, he's turned his ear around beautifully, and I think he'll still be feeling like he's in with a chance here. Well, I know he will be, actually, because he's been the guy pulling off the clutch wins in this event so far, and it looks like he'll have a shot.
He's sold it to Geordie. Geordie under priority. He just paddles for that one. He's going to leave this wave to Eli, and it's a ramp. And don't forget, he got that 8.5 on a closeout before. That's not going to be it. Wow. That one reeling off, 15 seconds remaining. Didn't look like it kind of had that closeout section for him to go to the air, which is what he's looking for, and it's counting down now. That could be it. And he knows it as well, Eli. Yeah, they're embracing. That was a sick heat of performance surfing there. The local boy, Geordie Lawler from North Narrabeen, takes the win from the in-form Eli Hanneman. We'll be seeing Geordie coming up in the semis.
Yeah, pure fireworks from both surfers. Congratulations, Eli Hanneman. Thank you so much for your performance at this event. Far out, yeah, there was a few big hammers on big days. Closeout sections getting clobbered. Big airs, a great performance, but it's all about North Narrabeen and Geordie Lawler after that heat.
Yeah, we'll watch those scenes he comes in, but we're going to go to a break. And up next, Heat 4 of the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere, the action just starting here at North Narrabeen.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Stoked. Geordie Lawler and the locals forming the tunnel as he makes his way up after an excellent heat total, taking out Eli Hanneman. You can see his local sponsors there, Mexicano, getting behind him. There'll be some sort of a celebration regardless of where he ends up in this comp, Vaughan.
He's done so well. That was just a clutch performance. He was had his back against the wall because Eli really clicked into gear in that heat, threw down the kind of sensational air game that we've come to expect from him. But Geordie was up to the task, riding on the energy of the North Narrabeen crew. And they'll be back down here you watch that crowd swell as he moves into the semi-finals. This is an amazing heat we've got now, though. Taro Watanabe and Gaston Delahaye from France, by way of the Caribbean, I believe. And, yeah, these two, I mean, expect more fireworks. They're both really good at getting into the air, really nice, stylish surfers. And, yeah, this should be another fantastic heat.
Yeah, both on their backside. These surfers showing a real clinic of power surfing, not really going to the air for both of them, just keeping the rail engaged. So whoever can progress through this heat is going to have their hands full with Geordie Lawler, because we know what he's capable of. It's going to be a great matchup of technical surfing, and Gassion made his way through the regional qualifying tour. He's had some good results over there, and some tough conditions. Especially on where he competes on a lot of their events on the Atlantic coast.
Such a big opportunity for him here, mate. He isn't like a name that a lot of crew would be familiar with, but he's such a talented surfer. I watched a few of his free surfing clips, and he's just got such an exciting air game. Really well-rounded, loves the barrel, has a great carve as well, and he has a chance here to get one of the biggest results of his entire career. He might already have it, actually, by making the quarterfinals here. Challenger Series. And yeah, I was speaking to his coach Alain Rioux last night up at Shorty's. Went up to the par 3 which featured on the WSL during the week, and Alain was saying that Gaston will be really comfortable out here. This is the kind of conditions that he will really, you know, think he has an advantage in. He doesn't mind sharking around the lineup. He's got a good tactical game, and don't be surprised if he goes further than this quarterfinal. That was from the coach. A little shout out to
Shorties,
Higgsy and Bees, who almost took out.
No way.
Yeah, oh mate, they were swinging like Frank Sinatra last night. Incredible.
Yeah, Shorty's par 3 up there.
Nice
One of
work,
the
boys.
supporters here of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And you have it there, the coach chat over some golf, which has happened before. And Taro, talk about how hard it is to get clinical. Golf brings out that clinical mind. Taro, as far as the surfing goes, this is his career best result.
Yeah, well, it also brings out the incredible Hulk if you're whacking them into the bushes or into the car park like I usually do. So, yeah.
Well, and I don't think
the clinical talk goes out the window.
I think these two would be terrific at golf. But the technician, Taro, we know with his surfing, if you check out Zipper, Chippy Wilson's new movie, Taro features in it with almost exclusively rail turns. He does get the fins free, of course, but this is his career best result. He's not a seasoned veteran yet. He's a youngster, and this is his. I think it's his first full year on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, Taro is a surfer. You know, the word that comes to mind when you hear his name is style. It just always gets brought up. Some surfers have that. You know, Joel Parkinson had it. Steph Gilmore has it. Taro's in that conversation, and I think a big part of that is Brad Gerlach. You know, he works with one of the all-time great style masters in the Wave Key program, so let's see what he can bring.
And we know what Geordie can bring. He's on the glass with Jesse Starling.
Guys, we didn't even make it to the glass. Geordie's just such a big fan down here. Geordie, a win at home in front of our North Narrabeen family. So clutch like that as well. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I can't really believe it, but yeah, still some work to do, and just try and stay calm. Hey, it's pretty hectic what goes on around the events and stuff, so just trying to stay calm.
When you landed that air, the beach erupted. How did it feel knowing that your hometown was here screaming and cheering for you?
Yeah, I had a similar situation in Manly like a couple of years ago, and I did something similar and just fell short. So, yeah, to hear the cheers, and it's just crazy. Like, you can actually feel the energy from everyone, and it's like, I can't even describe it.
Do you draw the energy off everyone? Is that something that helps you, kind of motivate you to get airs and land turns like that?
Yeah, definitely. It always helps. Just trust in the lineup and the land, and having everyone here and the energy from them, and yeah, sort of just work from that.
Well, Geordie, you got the whole beach behind you. You're looking like you're kind of in a bit of shock right now, but we're so excited for you. We're going to see you in the semi-finals. Anyone you want to say thanks to who might not be here?
Yeah, I'm sure my Nan and Pop are watching at home. Yeah, just want to say hello to them and my auntie. They'll be watching, my uncle. Yeah, just bring it home.
What do you think, Grums? Loving it? Yeah! Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jesse, and a reserve Geordie there, just soaking it all in. And you can see just how humble he is, and he's just dripping in that North Narrabeen
I don't know,
spirit.
man. I felt like he was simmering under all that. He was trying so hard to keep a handle on his emotions. It was there to see. But, I mean, I wonder what he does. He's a really good musician. He actually scored his entire last clip that he released, Cadence. Maybe he'll go home and play a bit of Cat Stevens or something on his guitar, just wind down a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's going to be an interesting scenario. I haven't seen him hanging in the competitors' area. Home's just down the road, so he might be going home, making his own breakfast and getting ready for his semi-final coming up soon. But in this heat, 10 minutes has passed, no wave of significance, just a 0.7 for Gassion. And some waves coming right on cue. These surfers a little bit chilly down there this morning, but certainly the sun's out, and I think it's going to be a fantastic morning of conditions. A lot of people around the area starting to pack in here at North Narrabeen. It's Tuesday here today. Everyone back at work, but you see the tradie utes there with the Bailey ladders stacked on top. And North Narrabeen is just one of the classic tradie surf spots. It's common to see. I don't think a lot of work get done around here on an east-northeast cyclone spell.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, there are a lot of tradies who come down here to surf, but I wonder what they get up to, because there's always a crew out on this lineup. So far out. Takes a long time for things to get built around here, I reckon.
Absolutely. And I mean, there's a lot of people listening in. It's the same on the North Shore of Hawaii. You choose those jobs, and they can facilitate some surf time, and that's just a classic part of Australian surf culture. You see the beautiful landscape, Coleroy Plateau in the background, that North Narrabeen, the longest beach all the way down to Coleroy here on the stretch between Manly to Palm Beach. There's 21 of them. What's your favourite of the pick?
Oh, you asked me this yesterday, but I've lived at a few of them, so I can't say it out loud without getting, a few stink noses from some old mates. But this is where I grew up, on this very stretch of sand. Ronnie and I, one of our first houses was just to the right of those big, tall, white buildings that you can see. And then, yeah, we've spent our whole lives down there at South Narrabeen, and then driving up and down the peninsula to surf, everywhere from the very north, Palmy and Whaley and Avalon, right through all the way down to Manly Beach and Deadman's, the big old spot around the corner from the bow there, which is just, far out. Hasn't that place dished up some big wave specials? What about that wave of you? Where's that? Is that at the Bommy here? Or is it a top secret? You're not sharing the...
some reef out there, yeah.
Yeah, that's an amazing clip in the ad there for the region. But yeah, there's something for everyone here, mate. Every type of wave imaginable. Really fun little rollers to start on at Coleroy and places like that, right up to big throaty orbs of consequence on some of the big slabs.
Yeah, and these guys being very patient, which is what we have to do when the waves are big here. We don't get long period swell very often, but for today we've got to transition from the wind swell to that long period. And it's been almost 10 minutes with a significant set. And here goes Taro on the inside. Having a look at this one. It's forming up nicely. Big hit to get things started, and just good for the one turn. You can feel his frustration. And Gassion behind him. He gets things started. The little turn there, and this one, a bit more significance. And a bit of venom in that one. And that's going to be the best wave of the exchange so far, Vaughn.
Yeah, really nice. He made sure that Taro saw him coming too. Put that turn right on top of his mate. And definitely got the better of that exchange. And the first turn, kind of just a checky, but the finishing turn had plenty of sting.
Talk us through this here. So he lines up this end section. And how hard is it to ride out when it's that shallow and condensed? You saw them just jump. Look how shallow the shore is there. There's a lot of water moving there, Vaughn.
That's right, and it packs a punch in North Narrabeen. It's the reason why it is such a great high-performance wave is because there's lots of power. It loads up beautifully on this sandbank. That's why so many accomplished surfers have come from here. They can take this, seemingly easy-going beachy and apply what they learn here to so many other waves around the world. We've seen Pipeline Masters come from this beach. World champions have come from this beach. Some of the great originals have come from this beach. You think of Terry Fitzgerald, his sons Kai and Joel, free thinkers. It allows individuality to really blossom in your surf in this wave. You can take any sort of approach to it. But that power you're talking about, that's a big part of it, because it doesn't look like it would, but it can flog you, this thing, especially on a good day.
And Wayne Lynch, one of the original goofy footers who brought that vertical approach. But yeah, Ronnie talked about Cole Smith here, and it was that end section.
Oh, yeah, Cole Smith, Hall of Famer.
It was that end section that really allowed such a dynamic power game. And if you didn't have it, you just get detonated. Simon Anderson coming from here as well. Sultan of speed, Terry Fitz. A lot of forehand and backside surfers putting in world-class performances. And this wave really tailor-made performance power surfing in Australia.
That's right. Then at the same time, you've got these, beautiful rail surfers like Damien Hardman, two-time world champion, just so clinical, really underrated for just how he could dismember waves. Had one of the best backside vertical attacks ever, obviously inspired by Cole Smith, but also just a searing frontside rail game, one of the best figure-8 cutties I've ever seen. So, yeah, it really does breed all sorts, this wave. It's fantastic, and I'm really interested to see these guys get a couple of sections and hopefully open up.
And Taro paddling for this one. He starts off with a nice fan of spray. Good pace on this wave. 2-turn combo. And just good for the 3 turns, and he rides out of that one. But Gussion, you'd have to say both of these surfers, we said before, career best results and flying under the radar. Taro with his performance, but not so much in the competition spectrum. We haven't really had any highlights of him. We know he's good for those massive finners, and his technique's perfect. And talk us through this mid-sized waveform.
Really like it. First turn was in the spot, set him up for this second one, put him in the steep section. He flares that tail out the back. Points in this for sure. And this is a bit more like it from Taro. So the first turn was just beautifully positioned, and he just gets down so low, attacks the lip, adds that bit of flair by squirting the tail out the back, and gets a finishing turn as a little bonus. So when I look at that wave, I think it's just put together beautifully, and judges will love that.
We'll wait for those scores to be locked in. Let's go to a Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere. The remainder of quarterfinal Heat 4 coming up next.
All right, guys, welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. It's a beautiful day down here at Narrabeen. I found myself at the Bailey Ladders leaderboard. We've had an amazing morning of men's quarterfinals, but now I'm having a look at the women's semifinals. We've got Nadia coming up against Erin. That is a major heat. Erin's trying to go for a three-peat here at Narrabeen, which is huge. And then we have an all-Australian affair. Sally Fitzgibbons, Isabella Nichols, a rematch. These two ladies have been looking on point all event. I'm not really sure who's going to win, but I'm really excited to see. It's a good couple of matchups coming up.
Thanks, Jess. Yeah, can't wait for those semis coming up. And Taro, he's gone to the lead, and his last wave was a 6.27. So we're back up here. The stylish Californian pokes the nose on the last turn. We know Brad Gerlach's just slapped the table watching it.
I wonder if Ger was able to impart some wisdom from his years of competing here at Narrabeen. He did win this comp, or not this comp. Was it this comp?
This
probably
comp.
Was this comp.
It was.
Well, it was called the Coke Classic back in the day, and yeah, it was a huge win. And it was conditions that, I wouldn't say it was exactly like this, but it was probably around the same size. Some pretty fun little runners off the bank, maybe a little more perfect.
Yep.
I used to run the comps in summer back then, John.
Yeah, January. I remember the Pro Juniors being run here as well. And but this typically, May on the northern beaches, you're getting west winds, and you do get east swell and more with a bit more period in it. So if you're going to get a perfect Narrabeen day, it's generally this time of year, but maybe find some more better waves up and down the beach, because it's pretty hard to get one with the local crew.
Yeah, it can be tricky. Actually, funnily enough, one of the best waves I ever had out here, Joel Fitz just gave to me. I couldn't believe it. It was full drainer.
Shout out to Joel Fitz, Kai Fitz, Terry Fitz. 3 absolute legends. That Fitzgerald name carries a lot of weight here at North Narrabeen, and as it should, and with surfboard design as well. Joel making his own boards up the coast.
Oh, they're beautiful boards.
Terry still doing the Marty Worthington and hot buttered tribute boards.
Wing pins.
Oh,
beautiful.
Gosh. And
mate, this is interesting, isn't it now? It's starting to wind into some pretty tense territory. A 6.27, and you did get the feeling that Taro's wave was going to go a little further north than Gassion's, but here he is, big upside down hack out of the lip.
Single turn for Gassion. That's exactly what got him that 6.17 beforehand. That's a great turn at 10 minutes remaining. That's going to put him straight up in the lead. And Taro, he's got the P next to his name, looking to only drop a 2.83, but he's going to need a score of significance, because the Frenchman, he's feeling good, and he hasn't made a mistake yet in this heat, although it did take a little bit for them to tee off at the beginning.
Yeah, well, it was pure fireworks in the quarterfinal before this one. This one's been a little slower, and it's just a one-turn wave. It's critical, it's in the lip. And Gassion here, this will be a nice angle of it. And just beautiful technique, rides through that really thumping closeout section. It is shallow, it's hard to negotiate. It's probably not going to be a huge score, but it will definitely put him in a position where he takes the lead.
Tide-wise, we're off the low tide, which was this morning. Now we're coming up to about a mid, but 2 o'clock high tide. It's not a huge jump. It's only about a 2 feet difference between the low to the high. But the sand here, it's unique. Usually it's out another 50 or 100 meters, but these, at the moment, with all that rain we've had, it's condensed. And we're lucky the banks are here, because it could just as well, as anyone knows, when you've got a river mouth break, it could be a very different scene. Things change radically. And a 4.67, Gatian Delahaye goes to the lead. I should say Gassion. We nailed that pronunciation yesterday. He didn't really care, but we want to get it right.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, nice little score there to bump himself back up into the lead. 4.67 for the one turn. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Sometimes you go from a heat where there's just non-stop action, so many opportunities. You paddle out, you're all fired up, and then you just got to sit there and be patient. And you just got to sort of reset yourself, I think. But these guys have done a pretty good job of just keeping cool. The waves that have offered any scoring opportunity, they've been able to get something out of so far.
That's what makes surfing as a sport so interesting, because it's the elements that we can't control. These are waves that are coming from quite literally thousands of kilometres away. They've been generated coming in between New Zealand, and some of the swell's going to cloud break. The rest of it's coming down on the other side. And for them to come here, it's a unique sport in that aspect, and full credit to these surfers to be able to try and find these little waves to perform in their canvas. And that's... I mean, Kelly Slater's lost more events than he's won, and he's won more than anyone in the world. And he'll be the first to tell you that. It's how you navigate that half an hour. And these guys doing a great job. But searching for the 4.57, so evenly matched. Both surfers with their Taro just a slight jump on Gassion, 6.27 to 6.17. So their backup scores are going to need to be similar. And here he goes. Searching for the 4.57. Nice first turn. Second turn hits the lip, and he rides out. perhaps not as much venom as that single turn of Gussion. He fires back. He goes to the air, and he rides out cleanly right next to his competitor. And that one, you feel like it's going to go higher than the 4.67.
That was really well greased, wasn't it? Gussion there, just sending it.
Ooh,
always feels good to do it in front of your competitor. Yeah, Taro just want to keep an eye over his left shoulder here as the Frenchman makes a move on him, but he'll get out there. But yeah, it's one thing to make a turn like that. It's another to do it right in front of your competitor. Just put the foot down a little bit. Let's check this replay. So Taro's wave, first of all, another insider, gets that first turn and a combination. Yeah, not as steep as the last of Gussion, but the combination was there. Then flies down the line, big rotator. And that really is a perfect landing. Hucks it out to the flats. And does not even get caught in the whitewash for a second, so feels it.
And the judges today, first aspect, apart from the speed, power and flow, they did mention degree of difficulty on the combination of manoeuvres. That one not overly critical for Taro, but he got the combo. And then the next dot point down, massive airs and single powerful and progressive manoeuvres. So judges are going at both ends of the spectrum, appreciating the progressive element, but also the traditional combinations of manoeuvres and the power surfing element, which we love to see. But yeah, dropping a 4.57, Taro, I'm not sure if that last wave was even going to be it, but Gussion keeping busy. Just wasn't a big wave for Taro. You compare it back to the 6.17 of Gussion, that was a big single turn. It's not enough. A 4.43 for Taro. Waiting for that score to drop in for Gussion as we approach those final 5 minutes. A beautiful day here on Sydney's northern beaches. We're here at North Narrabeen, the 50th iteration of contest surfing here at Narrabeen for the Challenger Series. And it's the stop 2. The guys will be off and the girls will be off to Bolito the beginning of July for the stop number 3. Some crucial points on their road to the championship tour, the Dream Tour. Some great stops coming up for that as well, Vaughn.
There is, but I absolutely love this Challenger Series. It brings something completely different to what we're used to seeing on the CT. There's a lot more scuffle, a lot more mongrel, a lot more competitive fire that gets brought out in these events as everyone tries to make their dreams come true. Flying down the line again, and he gets on the tail and makes it. So Gussion started to hit a bit of form and rhythm in this heat. Taro will want to be careful here. 4.5 minutes to go.
He's not even going to wait for the update on his last score. That other air hasn't been locked in yet, so just keep it really busy. And this heat starting to get a flurry of waves towards the end. The Geordie heat and Eli, they had a lot of opportunities. So you've got to feel for these guys kicking off at the beginning, just a reset. And talk us through this wave, Vaughn.
Well, I just love that Alan, his coach, said, you know, he's going to like these conditions. He can adapt really quickly to what's going on. And this was a beautiful air again. Nice little pop. Good ollie. Probably not as good as the first one, but, you know, it just says to me that he's finding rhythm.
That
That's
first
dangerous.
One was a 6.83, that first air. So now looking to drop a 6.17. But Taro, he's in a bit of a predicament now. 6.74 required. With a score still to drop from Gussion, and be listening to those requirements. Maybe it'll be his turn to go to the air. It seems to be what's getting the points to get above that mid-range mark. He's already got the 6.27 on the combos, and there's no rights that have come into play so far. So it's evenly matched. Both surfers on the backside, and you can hear Gussion waving his arm for that requirement. A lot of these surfers opting not to wear watches as well, waiting on the beach announcer. It's always a bit odd in a heat when you've got that watch on, and it can act as a bit of a distraction as well. Vaughn.
Been a long time since I surfed a heat, but I'm sure you're right there. It's funny, isn't it, the things that can get into your head. I mean, just to keep your wits about you, to just stay completely focused and in the moment. You know, it's not just about your surfing, it's about not making mistakes, it's about wave selection. There's so much to think about. And you're absolutely right there. I reckon, you know, watching that clock tick down, or not tick down if you're holding down a big lead. Sometimes it can look like it's just not moving at all. So yeah, it's a pretty it can be a good tactic to just leave that out of it. But huge backside attempt here. Doesn't get the rotation happening as much, so lands on the tail and won't complete. And now Taro is looking, well, he is on the watch. He's keeping a very close eye on things. 2 minutes 15. This score is not by any means out of reach. A 6.74. It's right there. It's just will the wave come that gives it to him.
A 5.7 on the wave before last of Gassion, so didn't drop that 6.17. The door is still open for Taro. He's needing a high 6. He knows what he's capable of. He's just got to locate that wave, as you said. We talked earlier about the different swell directions and how these surfers navigate that, and he's got a minute 45 to do his best reading of this lineup and just will a wave to come, but then he's got to perform for us. And that's what surfing is so different to just getting up in the morning, going for your morning surf. These guys are under the pump. This is their job and the aim to jump on that championship tour. So the pressure is on for Taro.
Well, it's also, you know, the biggest result either of these guys is going to get. So they've had a whole night to think about that. They're out in the water now. There's a minute 17 on the clock, and one of them is going to go further, and the other one will have their run come to an end. But, you know, I'm sure both of them were thinking about it last night, going, I want to win this thing. And right now, Gassion.
He goes to the air again. Grant gets a grab, pokes the nose. So you'd have to say that's going to be his last attempt. Checking the equipment over that one. Went pretty hard down.
That was so cool. That was so much pop off just a nothing section. And he's got plenty of weapons in his artillery.
And he pulled out one air reverse in the comp so far, but this heat he's just going crazy.
That is so cool. Wow, he really got the perfect technique there. He's bummed at himself as he's actually fallen off there.
I think Jet had that crazy full rotation, but an Ingouveia went for a big straight air earlier. I think if Gassion was able to ride out of that, would have been the best air of the event. 20 seconds remaining.
Big straighty.
The ocean's gone quiet for Taro. He let that one go before, hoping for the turn. Didn't see the scoring potential on it. And it looks like this one's going to click out, and Gassion is going to move into his first semi-final.
Far out. What a massive result for Gassion, the Frenchman, getting it done over Taro, who, well, he'll be stoked. You know, a quarterfinal in a Challenger Series event. He's done so much great surfing to get to this point. That'll fill him full of confidence as he moves throughout the year. But congrats here to Gassion Delahaye. A huge performance and some really good signs as he moves into the semi-2, throwing some big turns and some huge airs. I think his best is yet to come.
As we look at our semi-finals, this is the Bailey Ladders final bracket. We have Miggy Pupo up against Alejo Muniz and Geordie Lawler and Gassion Delahaye, the regular footers up against the goofy footers. It's going to be a fantastic semi-finals coming up, and we will get one Brazilian, either the local boy or the Frenchman, into the final. We're going to go to a break, but don't go anywhere. Semi-final, Heat 1, coming up next with Laura Andabar, Felicity Palmatier, and Ronnie Blakey for the call.
Welcome back to finals day here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Stop 2 on the Challenger Series. And with every heat, we're getting closer to crowning our champions. Great semi-finals we have established for the men and for the women. We're going to dive into those semis now. Ronnie Blakey joined by Felicity Parmentier and Laura Enova. This is going to be a lot of fun. We've got a couple of different semi-final clashes. We've got rising stars on one side, and then on the other side, we've got some real CT experience.
Oh, and a couple of great matchups, like rematches from, last year, a rematch from up on the Gold Coast. So we've got a lot to digest here, and it's going to be super exciting. Got a battle of the goofy footers coming up in semi-final number 1, this first one here. Obviously, absolute phenom, Erin Brooks taking on Nadia, who's been on a tear, continuing that momentum from the Gold Coast all the way through to Sydney here. And then, semi-final number 2, what a rematch of last year.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, that one. Sally Fitzgibbons has looked so on, but we know Isabella's just dying to go back-to-back, and, both those surfers are really looking to maintain pace with Erin Brooks here. And Erin and Nadia, finished very close to each other on the rankings last year. Nadia 8th position, Erin Brooks with a victory in the final event of the season last year, getting herself to 9th position. So they're 2 of those surfers knocking on the door of a CT spot and well positioned at the moment, Laura, at the top end of the Challenger Series ranks.
Absolutely, it's so impressive. I mean, all 4 of these ladies in the semi-finals have been putting on, year after year, huge, strong performances, and I love this matchup. Like you said, Flick, it's the goofy footer matchup in semi-1, the regular footer matchup in semi-2, and both of these ladies have been putting up amazing scores throughout the event and just surfing really, really awesome heats, getting the job done yesterday in some tricky conditions here at Northie. But just very impressed with both of their surfing. So let's see who rolls the dice first.
It's going to be Erin Brooks, who's made a habit of dropping big numbers on the opening ride of each of her heats, except for in the quarterfinals. But she did grind her way to the victory there, and she's going to get off to a quick, flashy start there against Nadia. It's a replay of a quarterfinal heat. These 2 surf against each other in the finals up there at Snapper Rocks, meeting a heat later this time. And with a whole lot on the line for Nadia, she wants to, break into a final and give herself a good chance at chasing Erin down on those rankings.
Yeah, love this little late takeoff for Erin. Just getting into the lip there. So fast, so whippy, and then finishes off here. A bit of a lump in the wave, but rides out, and that'll be nice to just kick off her heat here. And I just, like you said, the speed of Erin Brooks, it feels unmatched, and she's had this as one of her her power plays since she was, she's still so young, but since she was,
Since she was a grom.
Since we saw her in the wave pools, just flying along those little wave pools and hitting those end sections and doing crazy airs. But now she's got that power to her. She's turning into a young lady, and she's got some strong little legs on her.
Oh, man, she trains the house down. This is an interesting little heat for us, because Nadia Aristabe has been on a roll too through 3 events. There's only one surfer that's beaten her. Erin Brooks.
Wow.
3 events in a row that these 2 have now met. So semi-finals, they met at Sakarema. Erin got the jump on Nadia there. Quarterfinals at Snapper Rocks. Erin got the jump on Nadia. This is a huge one. And Nadia also hasn't been past the semi-finals in a Challenger Series event. So she's on a mission here. Erin's been a bit of a handful for her, and Erin's going to kick off with the first number. But how intense is that?
Oh, it's super intense. And if you think back to Sakarema, I think Nadia was only 1 heat away from actually qualifying, and Isabella Nichols was sitting there. She'd already been knocked out of the event. She was waiting to see what happened with Nadia. So Erin basically put a stop to Nadia qualifying, not beating her at Sakarema, right? So this is just, there's so much on the line here, and I understand how that feels. It absolutely sucks. You're 1 heat away basically from qualifying. That's like, it's a handful of points. It's everything. So, and they're going to know this. And Nadia's going to know it. She's going to want to win so badly.
Oh, no wonder Isabella Nichols was the first one down there to cheer Erin up the beach at Snapper Rock. She's the reason that Isabella was able to stay on tour, for God's sakes.
It still just absolutely baffles me that Nadia was so close to qualifying without even competing the Australian leg. She she didn't get into those first 2 events because she actually didn't qualify for the Challenger Series, and then some spots opened up for her in the back end of the tour, and she just jumped in. She would have been such a low seed, and she just blitzed through those last events and jumped up the ladder so quickly.
Yeah, she's been on a special run, and the run's going to continue this year. She is Tahiti bound, Nadia, and that is one of the big goals that Erin Brooks had in mind she wasn't able to achieve. So Nadia's getting a couple of little wins over Erin as well, or at least just maintaining her role, getting just above Erin on the Challenger Series ranks last season. But what a massive moment that's going to be for Nadia, surfing over there in Tahiti, chasing Olympic glory. That's going to be huge. As we see the scores start to roll through for the first wave of Erin, and again, she's going to start strong.
Oh, and every time she's started strong, she's just been able to continue this momentum, and she's had a real stranglehold on the heat. She makes great decisions once she gets in this mindset. The last heat we saw yesterday with her, she had to really work for it. It was really tricky, and then in the end, she needed that score. She got the work done. That was the first heat she's really had to work for it here. I mean, but every other heat, she's just taken off, and as we see sets starting to roll through the lineup now.
Whoa, Erin just spotted that thing, and look, the outboard motor started kicking into gear, just scrambling to potentially get into position. She's too deep. Nadia swings down the line. Big section standing up. Goes for the huge float. Was late to the section, though. Never really got on top of it.
Yeah, that's the surfing that she's going to need to do, though. You know, good thinking there from Nadia to say, you know, big set wave. If you can get one big turn in, one lip line, you get the right precision and timing up to that section, she could have been in with a chance of a huge score. But like you said, Ron was never able to really get the weight forward on her board. A bit too late to that section, and ouch.
It's been amazing. You know, you're looking at high level, you know, on the verge of CT sort of capable surfers struggling to stick kind of basic floaters and whatnot. But we also saw our legends go out there and take some heavy hits too, Laura, in the Bonsoy Legends heat. Damien Harbin, I swear it's the first time I've ever seen him fall off his board.
Oh my gosh, you know, this lineup this week at Narrabeen has been really tricky. You know, the south swell that we saw a big east swell coming, but the south swell just had such a long period in it that it meant it was pushing so much south energy up and just causing it to be pretty straight for Narrabeen. Honestly, I was out there going, I don't know if I'd actually surf here on a normal day, but it is exciting, and it was so tricky. And so to see the surfing that these Challenger Series crew, women and men, are doing, it's just been unbelievable, because it's been a tricky lineup this week.
No one's gotten out unscathed, or without at least taking a couple of good old honest beatings. And Nadia's maybe had the heaviest hit of them all, copping her board in the back of the neck.
Oh, I mean, and she's still, I don't know if she still is wearing that bandage. You can see it. The tapes on the back of her neck there. And I mean, Laura, you interviewed her, post-heat interview. She had blood on the back of her neck,
yeah,
right?
She had a good chunk out of her neck, which was pretty gnarly, and she still managed to get an 8-point right after.
Oh, well positioned on a good looking wall here. Erin Brooks already has a 7, only has room for one turn, but she is so fast up into the lip.
That was so whippy. It was super impressive. It's crazy. I mean, she comes off the bottom, but something happens. She just coils up beautifully, and it's like she comes out of the lip 20 times faster than when she was doing this bottom turn. Watch this. Loads up and just snaps on out. It's just super impressive.
It's exactly that. She coils up, hits the lip, kinks the knee, and kicks the tail out. And it reminds her snaps that she does in the pocket remind me a bit of Coco Ho's snaps. Just really tight. She can get so fast and get this low center of gravity.
Yeah, that's
it's
a really good call.
It's really special and fun to watch.
And it's so fast you almost have to see it in slow-mo to see the vertical approach there.
Totally.
The drive up into the pocket. It's an impressive line, and if you blink, you'll miss it. The score's coming through for Erin Brooks. The backup's going to be pretty decent here. Just over 17.5 minutes to go, and Jess Starling's found another of our semi-finalists on the men's side.
Gathian, quarterfinals, you've made that barrier into the semi-finals here at Narrabeen. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. Super thankful to make this one, actually. Yeah, we had a day off yesterday, so I had the whole day to think about this one heat with Taro. Yeah, for sure. We all want to win. We all want to make it and go as far as we can. So yeah, it feels good to make that one into the semifinal. It's gonna be a good one today. I feel like it.
Taro, he had a really cool approach to his heats. He was kind of surfing like a free surfer. How did you approach this heat with him, knowing that he's been in pretty good form?
Well, I wanted to take that free surf off him. I knew that's what he wanted to do. I saw his post-interview at the beginning of the contest saying that he likes to catch a lot of waves to get in the rhythm and stuff. So that's what I wanted to take off him. I wanted to do that and be on the priority to be able to catch everything I wanted and try and do those airs. I haven't done one and landed one in the previous heat. So felt good to finally stomp one, and hopefully there's going to be some more in the next few heats.
And I've got to know, you're coming off an injury of last year. You started off the year at Snapper, probably not the way you wanted to. Now you've moved into at least a third place here at Narrabeen. How are you keeping your mindset so positive to make sure you're getting good results?
Yeah, started really bad at Snapper, but I was still watching Charlie doing really good, making heats. He showed us that everything was capable over there. So yeah, just looking at him got me fired up. This time it's my turn, and yeah, just trying to stay super chill, super relaxed, and make the right decisions. That's it.
All right, we'll let you get ready for your semi-final. Anything you want to say in French back home?
Tout le monde à la maison, merci d'être là, merci de me supporter, et des bisous à tout le monde. Ciao.
Awesome, good luck in the semis. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Gassia is on an absolute tear. He's cracked the final of a Challenger Series event, and he's just one heat away from repeating that after the title here. And yeah, just with the highlights Taro had earlier on, that was a difficult heat, and he's come out on top. Smart tactical game plan. Cool to hear him identify from the post-heat interview that Taro likes to, you know, free himself up and free surf, and he just took it away.
Yeah, that is super impressive to me. Like, obviously we know, we'll get back to that, Nadia.
Yeah, loading up, trying to get herself in this heat. It's more of the same, that tricky float, and a couple of times now just sort of come out of that more on a toe side rail than on a balanced flat section, and hasn't been able to make one of those stick just yet. Erin dropped a 6.33 on a second wave.
Yeah.
Wow. Got a little paddle battle here, but yeah, unfortunately, you know, Nadia has once again the right idea to try to do something on a one-turn section. However, just not being able to really project through those lip lines, which is what you need to do out here. You need to project through it. You can't just go up there and sort of hit it. It's just, it's unforgiving.
I just wanted to give you the opportunity to finish your point, because so often we hear competitors say, I'm just out there focusing on what I can do and focusing on my own surfing. But that was one of those rare ones where Gassiana is actually saying, I was paying attention to what my competitor was saying even post-heat.
Yeah, I was going to touch on that. I thought that was really impressive because, and lots of people don't admit that sort of thing, and it's great to hear some actual honesty. And, you know, you just don't hear it every day. It's really cool because obviously he surfed really well in that last heat to get the win, but obviously he's taken notes and he's watching post-heat interviews. He's, you know, and someone who, I think that's the difference as well between, I listen to people that have been on the, you know, even Molly Picklum, other women that have made that jump from the Challenger Series up to the Championship Tour, and they speak about what's the, you know, one of the biggest differences, and it's you learn how your opponent competes, right? As opposed to just matching up against people on the Challenger Series, you really start to have a good understanding of what makes them tick and how they like to compete. And I feel like, I mean, Gassion is already like sort of leaning into that, which is really cool and a great perspective.
Well, good luck reading Geordie Lawler. Yeah. It gives you nothing. So it's a blank wall. Good luck. But 13 minutes.
A new age Iceman.
Yeah, he reminds me of Jack Robinson. Just so hard to get a read on. But just over 12 and a half minutes remaining here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Erin Brooks out in front with surfing like this.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. We have the ladies semi-final out there in the water. I have a Bond University athlete health check. Nadia, one of our competitors in the water, she actually got a board to the back of the ear, just about here in the round of 16. But the ladies and gentlemen at Bond University looked her over, deemed she didn't need stitches, but she does have a pretty big bandage trying to cover that cut. We want to make sure it stays clean and healthy so that when she does finish this competition, she heals up nicely. But right now, I feel like she's going to need to pull something pretty magical out of the bag.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough because Erin Brooks has started with a couple of solid numbers. Just something she's been able to do through most of her heats down here at Sydney is apply pressure early on. Nadia is just struggling to put it together out here at the moment. A number of falls.
Oh, it feels like Erin is just getting the better of her, and that was an opportunity for her to get back in this heat, but unfortunately just once again couldn't really project out of that last floater and went down. Erin is just, I love, she's slowly just talking about how she's, wanting to get more aggressive in heats, and you can tell she is. She's, I asked her in her interview yesterday, I was like, what are you most proud of this year with your surfing and competing? And she was like, she was just actually admitting that it was hard for her to be aggressive because she doesn't really like doing that naturally, but, you got to do it. And she's proud that she's able to do it.
Well, it looks like she relishes to that fiery approach. She's just been so in the face of her rivals. It's worked out well for her.
I can't wait to see some feathers get ruffled when she progresses onto the tour.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it was really the impressive thing about Gabriel Medina when he came on. He was so young, he was so talented, but he was so unapologetic as a competitor that it upset people, and there was sort of like this little union that banded we don't like the way Gabriel competes union. And they almost were all unsettled, but he didn't care, and he just got on this roll winning CTs, and it was to their detriment. They bought into it, they got upset by it emotionally. It took them off their game, and yeah, it was a smart move from him.
Yeah, and I feel like, Erin out of the water is just such a respectful sweetheart. She's just a fan of surfing. She's a fan of all the women that have come before her. She's like just relishing and taking in all the experiences and knowledge from the likes of Isabella Nichols, Sally Fitz, and just so many of the women around the competitors area. And you can just tell she's like a little sponge, and she loves to chat with everyone, just get pics with everyone, and you just tell she's just a little grom still, but
it's really funny. It sort of depends on the personality as to, if you're really sociable and you mingle with every single person around the event site, you kind of get away with those aggressive approaches. Andy Irons was celebrated for being an aggressive competitor. He was ruthless, almost cruel to his opponents.
Like whereas the competition started before the heat. It's
exactly, and then sometimes it's when there's not that when there's that communication barrier, which sometimes there can be with someone so young and older competitors. I think their excuse for being outdone performance-wise and outdone competitively is to say someone is disrespectful. But if an elder does it to you, you respect the way they compete.
Yeah.
So I actually love that Erin gets in the face of her opponents.
Yeah, I do too. I absolutely love it, and I feel that sometimes you just got to walk to the beat of your own drum too. And back to the Gabrielle point, I think hats off to him for actually finding those little details and really pushing them, because now everyone will do anything to get a win, and it's celebrated. And I think it takes a lot of guts to actually back yourself and keep walking to the beat of your own drum. And yeah, I think it's great. I think it's really good. We're here to compete. We're here for sport. As long as you're respectful on land, and there's a certain level of respect that you've got to have in the water too. But as long as you're a good human on land,
what happens in the water stays in the water.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Gloves are off in there.
Adriana de Souza kind of set the pace for being aggressive. Yeah, doing the full Lance Burkhardt.
I've had a couple of those.
Leash pulls?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
We won't name and shame them.
Has Laura ever apologised?
Nah, I pulled Laura's leash at Jaws.
Good job. Sent her over the falls on a 60-footer.
Yeah, lost my board and everything.
Yeah, blew her leg off. 6 minutes to go here. Erin Brooks, as she has done on a road through to this point in the competition, takes control early And it's really on Nadia now to get herself back in this heat. Erin's in a position where, you know, if Nadia doesn't make a move, she'll just control this lineup with priority, take away the better scoring opportunities. And she sees one here. So doesn't want Nadia to get back into it. Loads up, has some space, goes to the reverse, hanging on for the finish.
Yes.
She sticks it. Gets out in front of that white water.
Wow.
And this is what this young superstar can do. She doesn't necessarily need to take to the air to drop good numbers on you, but give her some space, give her a section, and she will take flight.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. I knew that this was going to happen this heat. You know, she's got such a stranglehold on it. She's got a 7 and 6.33, and, you know, when she took that wave from Nadia, there was just one big section, and she's watched, you know, so many of the guys go to the air this morning, and, you know, Erin Brooks could literally just be a free surfer and not even have to compete, but she wants to compete and she wants to do these in her heat. So let's look at this. Coils up, and we've seen her do it in the wave pool, we've seen her do it in the ocean, but this is maybe the first time we've seen her bring it to the world stage of competition.
So sick. It's so amazing. I mean, she's had 2 hero moments in both these 2 first Australian events. Obviously, the crazy hero moment, the 10 up on the Gold Coast, backhand tube riding, and now she's taken to the air here. I mean, it's just the future of women's surfing is so bright.
It's going to be hard to know where the judges go with this because there was so much time in the whitewash, and she could literally turn around on the next wave and do the same thing and land cleanly because they know that she can.
I think they have to invite more of it, though, by giving this a good score.
Yeah,
it should be a second best number. If not her best. 4 minutes to go, too.
I think it has to go excellent.
Well, I believe that too, because you want to encourage this sort of performance from on the women's side of the surfing. I feel like it's got to be, you've got to say that that's deemed completed and properly and rode out, because we want this sort of progression in women's sport. So if you want to encourage it, the score has to be given.
But yeah,
credit to the judges on the Gold Coast. They encouraged the competitors to go behind the rock at snapper. They gave Macy a great score for getting barreled. Erin took off behind the rock, got an amazing tube. It's a part of competitive surfing history now. But, you know, they took all of about 3 seconds to drop that score. They just went, that's what we want to see more of. And they dropped that big number. Still waiting on the scores to come through here. But, yeah, Erin's going to owe me some lozenges or something. I've been screaming at her best rides, and she has let go of another near-perfect number, 9.57. We had a feeling it was going to go there, and we like it. If she does get up and land a better version of that same turn, which she's so capable of doing, for sure, give it a 10. We don't care. But we definitely want to see that encouraged.
Oh, we do. That is exactly where I wanted to see that score go. I'm so happy it is there, because it just encourages that sort of surfing. It's rewarding it. It was it was clutch. It was on the line. It was almost a full rotation. It was crazy.
It was technical. It was fast. It was controlled. You know, she's just got that in. She's got that in the bag, and she's going to be such a weapon in the future. Wow.
These are my favourite moments. These are the pure Grom moments for Erin, because she is so on point competitively, strategically, and then you see her in a heat and she drops a big score and she gets this cheeky grin on her face. This smile, she can't help it. You know, she can't hide the teeth. Look. She's just sitting out there, and she's just loving life at the moment.
And I don't think people understand how much time Erin has put into her skills and her surfing. I've been out some days at Off the Wall, and like Erin's out there shivering, and I'm like, how long have you been out for? She's like, about 6 hours. And I'm like, are you hungry? She's like, oh, pretty hungry. I'm like, no, she doesn't want to go in until she's done a certain air or got a barrel. She pushes and pushes, and you know, she's reaping the rewards of all of that hard work and sacrifice, and yeah, it's so incredible to see.
Yeah, at 16 years of age, she's probably logged more time in the water than the crustiest, saltiest locals here on the northern beaches.
Absolutely.
And there's a few of them, Law. You want to rattle off a couple of names for us? But let's while we're in this...
We've got yourself in trouble.
We've got a minute and a half remaining. It'll take too long.
Well, Nadia's having a look at one here. But, well, she needs 2 waves, a total of 16.57. This heat's in the bag for Erin Brooks. But you've got to give Nadia props. It's been a magic 3 events on the trot for her. Like we said earlier, Erin Brooks, the only thing standing between her and a massive finish in a Challenger Series event these last 3 contests.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nadia will be really frustrated that she wasn't actually able to find a wave to do the surfing that she's done in the early rounds. She's been dropping 7 and 8 point rides every heat. So this will just be pretty tough for her to go out like this. And but she can hold her head high knowing that she's put on just incredible performances the last 3 events. You know, the last 3 events, she's quarterfinals and above.
Well, I mean, she's already off to a better start than what she was last year. She's here in Australia. She's got 2 great results already. And if last year was anything to go by, and the last few years, she just keeps on improving. So good things to come for Nadia.
Yeah, she's going to be well situated at the very top end of the rankings, right in that top 5 picture at the completion of this event. What an amazing run. Semi-final, quarter-final, semi-final in 3 contests. It is really impressive. And really probably only one surfer more consistent, and that's Erin Brooks, who's gone 1, 1,
One
and
or
at
2.
worst, second or first again.
Wow, she might do the Challenger Series trifecta.
Yeah, she might get the turkey.
Holy.
Amazing stuff. An impressive heat score total. A beautiful air reverse laid down, and the 16-year-old is on her way to her 3rd straight Challenger Series final.
Wow.
Stick around. Sally Fitzgibbons takes on Isabella Nichols next. Welcome back. We are having a look at the final last year. Isabella Nichols in meaty conditions, getting the job done, claiming a win over Sally Fitzgibbons. And these two will now meet in the 2024 GWM Sydney Surf Pro semi-finals once again. Who's going to get the win, Felicity?
How good.
Who's going to get the win? Come on.
How good. I mean, you just know that this is going to be an incredible heat. Duel from a rematch from last year. I mean, so much experience on both sides, but Sal obviously getting the nod on the experience here. I feel like Sal's going to want to get one back on Bella, and I feel like Sal has been in great form as always.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Bella obviously looking so sharp. This is an all regular footer battle. Oh, I'm going to lean into Sal here.
Oh, yeah. I've felt Sally for the win since the start of the contest, just based on how strong her backhand is. But I thought the same thing going into the final last year. Isabella, you know, very strong forehand approach, but she was rock solid in that final heat.
I know, and even yesterday I was doing the interview with Erin, and we looked over our shoulders, and Sally was just, you know, absolutely tagging a really chunky left, and Erin looked at me and said she's going to be really hard to beat today, and she's just been finding these gems in these tricky conditions. Her backhand is looking so strong and just fast. I think she's matching Erin's speed as well right now. If anyone's going to match it, it's Sal.
Well, Isabella's going to be super inspired by Erin. They are very good friends. Had a surf this morning together. I saw them walking back from the beach. I'm sure they have grand plans at going 1 and 2, whichever way it works in the final here. But Sally is the most winning surfer on the Challenger Series, man or woman. She's an absolute force. 3 runner-ups to a world title, ISA World Championships up the wazoo. She's just won so many of those things, and she's so accomplished.
Yeah, she comes alive over at the ISA World Championship. She's a 4-time ISA World Champ, and she, you know, just knowing Sal for so many years, she's such a, like, she's always just been an athlete in whatever sport, you know, and she especially loves team sports, right? And so I think, like, when she goes into the ISAs and has that whole team Australia, you know, sort of feeling, she just comes alive even more. She just rises to the next level.
There's no Sal in team today, though. It's an individual pursuit. She's after the victory. She wants back onto the CT. Started the year fantastically, both these competitors, and they are, you know, not going to ascend to the top of the ranks with a victory in this contest, but they can move into that second position and lock it down if they haven't already.
One thing to note here is, I mean, Bella's definitely going to want to get this win. She's going to be super hungry. 1, she's obviously defending event champ, but 2, she's going to want a rematch against Erin, because Erin got her on the Goldie well and truly. As we see Sal just have a little look there, a little pullback, kind of a bit late into that one, and then out the back, looks like Bella might be having a look at this one that looks a little bit tapered. Sal maybe going to go on the inside. But yeah, I think, Bella's going to want to get a win over Erin. I mean, Erin absolutely converted in that semi-final. There was a big wave came through. Bella didn't even go it. She was on the inside, and Erin said, "Thank you very much, I'll go." And so Bella's going to want to get through this heat so she can get a rematch against Erin. And that, we know that they've become good friends. They're hanging out a lot. So that'll be a fun duel. Either one of these women to go through.
This is going to be so interesting to see what happens here. Sally was holding down the inside really strong at the start of this heat. She paddled for a wave, and even though you don't technically lose priority because there's no priority at the moment, you know, the heat's wide open, and she's kind of just, you know, just said forfeited it, really, and she's letting Bella have it.
Yeah, that surfer with that inside position, if they can get into a wave early or get that right of way in that opening exchange. Last heat, it was Erin Brooks getting off to a fantastic start, picking off that first wave of the exchange, but it is going to be Sally finding some space down the line and looking slick, very fast as she gets to work here. Whips through a few turns. Geez, this is good small wave surfing.
Yeah, so good.
So fit, always well and truly tuned up for a good run at any event, any time, any kind of competition. She's up for it, and she's going to start off pretty nicely here.
Yeah, you could kind of tell after she gave up that priority, she was like, I need to catch a wave sooner. I'm just going to stew on whether or not to paddle battle Isabella. A smaller wave for Sally, but she got those, was it 3 or 4 turns?
I think it was 4.
Oh.
So quick.
Won't go too high, but it'll be a nice way to start this heat off. And yeah, she's looking fast.
Laura, both these competitors chasing down competitive glory on the Northern Beaches like yourself. Let's have a look at the replay of Sal's ride. What'd you make of it?
Yeah, just a small wave, but just keeping so much speed down the line. First 2 turns kind of transition turns, but getting a bit more vertical here. This wave getting pretty tiny at the end, so it'll be a nice way to start the heat. Smaller wave, but looks like judges are locking it in a 4.83. So under priority, that's a win.
Yeah, Sally victorious in the Australian Open back in 2012. Just a few years before our mate Laura Anover here took it out, 2015. That was down at Manly.
First and last time I won anything.
You get a Guinness World Record about 3 weeks ago or something.
Yeah, can't forget that one.
What's the what did you get? Did you get a plaque? What did they give you for getting the world record?
Yeah, just like a piece of paper in a frame.
Oh, just a sweet. And
cool.
Where's it hanging?
That's a good question. I'm unlocated at the moment.
Oh, yeah, it was a good celebration.
No, it's somewhere special. I think it's in its box still.
All right, that sounds really special. 21 and a half minutes to go. Erin Brooks through to the final, chasing her third straight victory, Jess Starling. She must be feeling ecstatic.
Erin, we're busy talking about shoes. Erin, you've just made your third final straight on the Challenger Series. What is going on?
Yeah, I'm super stoked about that. The waves were really fun out there. That reminds me of like a sandbar, Rocky Point, and I just feel super comfortable. And I just want to thank God for letting me land that air, because that was like the first, well, I did like a miniature air the other day that was really gross and I wasn't stoked about it. So I really wanted to make a good one, and the ride out was like pretty tricky to like stand all the way up. So I'm really glad that he gave me that extra push.
You're definitely one of the leading female aerialists, if not just aerialists in the world. Who do you draw that inspiration off?
Well, even just before my heat, I was watching Gabriel Medina, and I've seen Sierra doing some airs in her heats in the beginning of the contest. But also Matt Miola, Alvi Lair, those guys are insane, and they live on Maui. And I really want to go meet them to practice some more, because they launch the heaviest things and they're people that I looked up to.
Is there a certain point in the heat where you go, okay, I'm going to start trying airs, or is it kind of just in the game plan all along?
Well, I really wanted to make sure that I had a strong lead against Nadia, because she's such a good surfer. And I had 2 good scores already. I knew I was either just gonna do like a finner or try an air, and at the last second I was like, okay, the wind's good, you better go for it. And I did, so I'm stoked.
Amazing. Finals time coming up. We'll let you go and get ready for that. Is there anything special we can expect in the final?
Well, I'm just really excited to be surfing against either Isabella or Sally. I look up to both of them so much, and Isabella's one of my really close friends, and we had a heat together at Snapper where I got the really good waves, so I'll know she'll want to beat me, but I also want to beat her too. And also Sally, I've looked up to her since I first started surfing, and like one of the first couple weeks that I started, I actually had her book Live Like Sally. So I've always been inspired by her. So just being with them in a final is crazy.
Well, I think either one of them would be stoked to surf against you in the final. Go get ready, go watch the waves, and yeah, we look forward to seeing what you can bring. Thanks, Erin.
Wow.
Thank you, Jess.
What a sweetheart.
Yeah.
Just love her.
Don't know if they'd be stoked to surf against her in the final with the form she's in.
Yeah.
It's scary.
Oh yeah, no, I'm thrilled to go up against Erin. Yeah, this is fantastic.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Just really, really good.
No, she's so impressive. You can tell she still fans out on those surfers who have been competing on the championship tour, who've had the CT victories, you know, and that's one of the cool things, you know, you come through those regional qualifiers or you get some good results on the Challenger Series to maintain a position at this level, you're going to get your opportunities to take on the world's best. And, you know, Isabella's had some great results, but Sally is definitely considered one of the greats of the game. And, yeah, either way, it's going to be a fantastic final. But this one really yet to come to life. Just a 4.83 on the board for Sally Fitzgibbons. Just finding some room, sacrificing, you know, that position on the inside to tap into a set wave and just saying, let's just get going. I'll take something smaller on the inside, see what I can do with it, give Isabella the shot at the first set wave, and see what happens. And Isabella using her priority now. Drives up into the section, misplaces that first turn and goes down. So, you know, it's worked out pretty nicely for Sal.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I mean, it was touch or go whether or not Bella was going to wait, and a big set with, you know, with a really nice tapered wall was going to come through. But I mean, Sal now, she's got that little P next to her name, and sort of the right decision, you know, just with so much experience that she's got. She's going to absolutely wait for a great wave, and because there hasn't been one yet, and it's been a little bit slow in the start of this heat, it makes me think that it's not going to be too far away until we see a nice tapered wall come through, and I just know that Sal's going to take it and capitalise.
Most definitely. Well, we've got two unbelievable talents out in the lineup. fighting to take on an absolute phenom. I'm sitting alongside two of the best big wave surfers in the world, trailblazers in their own right. But Laura, let's talk about greats from the Northern Beaches, great surfers in this local area that inspired you. Who are some of the North Narrabeen originals that gave you support out in this competitive lineup?
Oh, well, let's just bring out the big old book of heroes that I got to grow up against, grow up surfing with and against. So, I mean, when I first started surfing, I surfed in the Northie Board Riders. There was no girls division. We all surfed against the boys, which was really fun. So I got to surf against Davey Cathles, David Flugg. Then I don't think I got to surf against Geordie. I kind of, yeah, he was a bit younger than me, but, you know, Dill Moffat, amazing, you know, had an amazing showing in this event as well. But the greats that we got to grow up with, Nathan Hedge, Chris Davidson, Simon Anderson, Damien Hardman, and yeah, the list goes on.
Here goes Sally, finding space. This with priority, 4.83 on her first wave. And she pushes hard to make something of that second section, doesn't quite stick it. And that's going to give Isabella the opportunity here. Sal would have loved to have finished that one off, put another decent mid-range score up, which would have put a little bit of pressure on Isabella, but not converting on that final move is going to relieve some pressure.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, everything was looking really good. To be honest, this first turn, I mean, she absolutely powered through it. The style that she's got on her backhand, the whip she's getting, the power she's got on such a small wave, it looks so good. But, I mean, Bella right now, it's good news for her. The heat's still wide open. Sal's just handed over priority. And I've said it before, but we just haven't seen a good set wave yet. So whoever's sitting out the back with that priority, when that set comes through, I feel like there's some damage to be done and something to capitalise on here and really put a difference between these two couple of fours that Sal has at the moment.
14.5 minutes remaining. Fitzgibbons having a look on the inside. Lets this one go. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and we'll be back with more from Semi 2 in just a moment.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. I'm up here on Narrabeen Hill to bring you guys an Oakberry surf conditions update. We've got a shorter period east groundswell coming through today, which is why we're seeing these more beautiful traditional Narrabeen lefts. We also have a little bit of wind coming up from the southwest, which is perfect air wind for these lefts. We've seen Geordie go to the air, we've seen Erin go to the air. Pretty excited to see if Sal or Isabella takes to the air. We've got really fun conditions for the rest of the day. It's going to be super contestable for the men's and women's semi-finals and finals coming up.
Bring it on, Jess. Bring it right on. We've got a set waver approaching here at the moment. Isabella in position. Looks like one of the biggest waves so far. Easily the tallest set of this semi-final heat. Couple of decent turns. Has a nice rhythm going. Probably doesn't get the finish right the way she would have liked, but she did some great work before it. Didn't need a whole lot to achieve the best number of the heat so far and get herself right back in it here.
That was an absolute gem of a wave. You could almost feel the sort of nerves that Isabella knew that was by far the best lump of ocean that's popped through the last 20 minutes. And she just took off knowing, if I can just get this done, I'm on my way to an amazing score. Really nice, clean first turn, second hook in the pocket, and third one right in the pocket. Unfortunately, just didn't really get to, slam that, close the door as much as she'd like to, but just really strong, clean surfing here. Nothing too heavy, I feel like. We know what Isabella can do, but I feel like she just knew that at this point in the game, she has a 0.5 to her name right now, so she just had to complete that. I think if, she was able to get that wave again, I think we would have seen a different type of aggression to that surfing, but very smart from her.
Waiting on those numbers to roll through, and man, it's a good one, 7.5. And even though she's in second spot, she has somewhat taken control of this semi-final heat, only needing a 1.5 to jump up into the lead. We heard from Jess Starling before, her and her sister True, great surfers from this area. Who are some of the other women that you've enjoyed competing and surfing with out here, Laura?
Oh, yeah, no, all the ladies in Narrabeen love you guys and the whole local area. I mean, my earliest memories growing up with Elle Northey, who's been down there just taking over the barbecue, and Belle Hardwick. Absolutely love those ladies who have just, honestly, just like wrapped up all of the young girls coming through at Narrabeen and just guided us forever. Elle still to this day picks up all the young girls and takes them surfing, and she's just, such a role model. And then, outside of Narrabeen, obviously Lane Beachley, I remember just bumping into her at a shower one time at DY after a surf and just being it was just like starstruck. And then Pauline Mensah, Chelsea Georgeson Hedges up the road, and Pam Burridge, everyone. Oh, so many amazing women from this local area.
Another one of my favourites, Holly Warren.
Yes,
never really saw Holly in championship tour events, but always dropping amazing clips, and some really exciting emerging talent from the Northern Beaches. Young Miller, Coco Brown.
Yes.
She is one to watch out for. Just had a fourth at the ISAs, helping Team Australia to take the victory there. But she is amazing. So looking forward to watching her career play out.
Miller Coco Brown's highlights on social media are just unbelievable. Going to the air, and we can't forget about little Ruby True, who's an incredible skateboarder and surfer from North Narrabeen, and just so excited to see the talent come through the Northern Beaches.
Always has produced and will continue to produce amazing surfing talent out there in the lineup at the moment. Sally Fitzgibbons with priority. Opted for the start on the smaller waves, chipped away at some nice little left-handers, but as a result sort of took herself out of position for that priority and the big set wave, which Isabella, did pretty well with. She didn't overdo it. I think she probably wanted a different sort of finish on that wave to push up into the excellent range, but a 7.5 today is just such a win.
Oh, completely. I think we all knew it. There hadn't been a big set wave come through. There hadn't been one that had a beautiful taper on it. Whoever was going to get that when they had priority, whoever had priority when that wave came through, as long as they didn't fall, and we've said it already, but Bella knew she didn't want to fall on that wave. If she falls, that's a missed opportunity. I mean, that wave probably had excellence written all over it, but Bella had to surf that the way she did, just to really put the nail in the coffin here that I've got, a substantial score on the board. Put Sally on the back foot, give Sally something to think about, and I guess right now the goal is Bella to force her into a wave here and get that priority back.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sal will watch this heat back and just realise that 4.17 that she took off on, it was a small wave. I was kind of expecting her to sit with priority a bit longer, but, just wanting to keep busy, but it's going to be hard to watch that perfect wave come through and not long after Sally got that 4.
I feel like Sal could have a 6 though for that 4.17. She did fall at the end of that ride. That would not necessarily put her in a much safer position, but it'd definitely mean that Isabella isn't just taking off, basically doing a swerve and getting herself the number she needs to ascend into first position. Here goes Isabella now, going after that lead already. This wave, it doesn't have a lot in it, not a lot of flow, but that should be enough to see Isabella into the lead. And Sally opting out of her ride, not seeing a whole lot in it.
Yeah, that was a smart little move from Sal. Obviously, we didn't see the beginning, but she mustn't have got much work done. She just quickly got out of there, get that priority again, giving herself another opportunity.
She would know that Bella needed the 1.5 and probably just got it. So just jumping out there to maintain priority, and she's just going to want to wait for a nice wave here. She'd know as well that if she landed, like you said, Ronnie, that wave before, she can get up to 6.5 for not a massive wave.
Well, here she goes. She's got some speed to use here, Sally. Nice hit there. I mean, form-wise, the speed that she's demonstrating, it feels like form-wise she maybe has an edge on Isabella. Yeah. Isabella, though, holding the edge with her wave selection at this stage.
Absolutely.
And this is going to be interesting because Isabella, that last wave, even though it's going to get her the score she needs, we know it won't be a big number, and Sally might just be able to hang on to the #1 position with this one.
Yeah, you can see Sal's intention. She is surfing at a different speed. She's got a lot more power. And when I look at both of their intentions when they take off on the wave, for me, Sal's getting the jump in terms of intensity and the aggression and the way she's attacking this wave.
Totally.
I mean, Bella has had, that's great surfing that Bella's done, but I mean, I'm hoping on Bella's next wave that that intensity is just going to fire up a little bit now that she has got that one good score in the bank, because I mean, look out. If Sal gets a big wave now, you can see that she's on, she's firing. She looks powerful.
Yeah, she's really surfing her smaller waves up right now and hasn't really had a quality wave. And you can just see the difference in wave height, you know, compared to Sally's last wave and Isabella's. They were almost, Bella's wave was almost double the size. Yeah. And it was from that top peak and just tapered perfectly. And it'll be interesting to see where the judges go. You know, Isabella just has taken the lead, so she's looking for a 5.18, and I'm not sure if the judges will go there.
Is it Sally's best wave, do you feel?
I don't think so.
2.5 for Isabella. The requirement for Sally, very achievable, 5.18. She might already have it, but she's not going to take any chances, taking off again, giving herself another opportunity there without priority on the inside, waiting on the scores to come through. I think there might be a case for it to go there, just based on the speed. You know, it works against Isabella, the fact that she got a 2.5. Felt like Sally's was definitely a couple of points more than hers.
Easily.
I think it was just the way that wave went so foamy at the end.
Oh, she did get the number, though. Just 5.33 when she was after a 5.17. And she is up in the first. And Isabella, the requirement, still small, but something to think about for sure. 2.66. It's one decent turn, or you know, the combination of a couple of medium manoeuvres. We're just on 4 minutes to go here, but Sal is staying right in this heat and just above of Isabella with the speed and flow that she's displaying on those smaller rides.
It is. It's the speed, it's the flow, it's the aggression, and yeah, she's literally just surfing her waves up so heavily, and it's really, really cool to watch.
Matt Granger on screen there, from a strong surfing family here on the Northern Beaches. Brother Reg and Arnie, both great surfers, but Matt has owned the surf school, Manly Surf School, and got a couple of surf school posts on the Northern Beaches, but just almost of the Tom Carroll ilk, just a frother.
Absolutely, yeah. Matty Granger, sometimes I'll be surfing and he'll be like, this is my third surf of the day. I'm like, oh, Jesus, he's still such a grom. He's just absolutely loves it. He's chasing waves all around the Northern Beaches, and he's an absolute charger as well. Just if there's a swell, he's out there. He's got the jet ski towing in, and just...
His old mate, Captain Gribble. He'll pop up all over the place. You see him pushing kids into waves down at Manly one week, and then he's in Nazaré getting towed into 30-foot waves. Then he's on the North Shore. Then he's in Tahiti. Great surfer. Just an absolute tube pig. And he's been working with a couple of the competitors in recent times. And got a very keen interest on this heat. Just over 2 minutes to go. Isabella only needs a 2.66 to get the lead. Good looking wave. One hit, stands tall, throws her hands together. Matt Granger likes it. The benefit of getting yourself on those bigger set waves, if you execute a good turn, is you know, there's been a trend through this entire contest that you'll get a reasonable reward. There's some commitment on show there.
Oh, that was beautiful. That was one beautiful turn from Isabella, and you could see, like you said, the aggression. Sally Fitt's going to need something big now.
Oh, places her turn up over the section. Would have loved to have teed off a little bit more on that one.
Nah. You could just feel where Isabella took off in her wave. It was right on the edge of that rip bowl. So she just, and you could tell that, like you said, Flick, before, the aggression and the power, and you know, she didn't look nervous then. She attacked that lip line, and she's going to get a really good score for that one turn.
Yeah, 5-1-3. That's the benefit of finding those steeper sections and squaring up. And Sally Fitzgibbons, her ride, you could tell she got there a little late, and now Sal's under the pump. She needs a 7.3 as Isabella grabs rail, tucks in, opens the door for Fitzgibbons on the outside.
Oh, potential mistake. I mean, with a minute left, it leaves the door open for Sal. She's got an opportunity now. I mean, if she gets a big wave, I feel like big scores are on her way. It's just, is the ocean going to cooperate? She's just been surfing so good. Her form looks amazing, but that ocean right now is looking a bit grim.
Yeah, well, you know, the last wave just didn't give her enough time to get up there. She's capable of some big turns, but Isabella's wave was bigger. It was more tapered. It had a bit of room to draw off the bottom. And Sal's was more of a straight closeout, and she lost that priority, which has just chewed up time. I don't think there's been the right to turn the heat just yet, but this might be it. No, it isn't. This one stretches out. Sally Fitzgibbons, well, left chasing at 7.3. Isabella already knows that she's on her way to potentially defending her title here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. She'll take on her good friend, Erin Brooks, and hope that Erin doesn't drop a 10 on her first wave.
Oh, wow. You could just tell how much that meant to Bella. She totally wants the rematch. And you know what? How hard is that to back it up, to make another finalist appearance second year in a row? It's just so incredible that she's been able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'd see the heartbreak for Sally there. She's been in absolutely firing form this whole event. Hats off to you, Sal. We love you. All the Grums love you, and you'll get back there. You'll get back there to the win.
Oh yeah, and a couple of just healthy results for Sally Fitzgibbons, leaving Australia 2 semi-final finishes on the Challenger Series. That'll get you well situated up in that top 5 frame for potentially getting yourself back onto the championship tour. And Sally just showing some career best form through these first couple of events. But as we go to the Bailey Ladders bracket, you can see Isabella Nichols been on a difficult run through to the final. Erin Brooks just dominating that top half of the draw. It's going to be an epic showdown.
Oh, it's going to be so exciting. I just love that these two, you know, well, Erin the Grom and Bella, you know, they're such good friends. So I'm looking forward to seeing how hard they take it to each other, just knowing how much Bella is going to get one back over Erin. Erin's just want to, you know, take it to Bella. It's going to be super exciting.
It's going to be all time. It's not too far away, but up next we've got the men's semi-finals. Stay tuned. We're going to bring in the Waxhead, Vaughan Deadly and Rick Love for the call.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Vycobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to North Narrabeen. It's the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Semi-final action. The men are in the water and it is a clash of the Titans. Holy smokes. We've got a good one on our hands. Vaughan Blakey, Matt Chinoski and Richie Lovett in the booth to call the action. Lads, it's been a pretty wild comp, hasn't it? We've seen some big testing conditions, some thumping closeouts. Today, we've got a nice little canvas for some real high-performance action.
Yeah, Narrabeen's just starting to show us what it's really all about. It's been this, southern energy coming right up the coast here, and it's been a great platform. Big airs have been what's on display, and these guys are at the top of the list at the moment. Alejo Muniz up against Miguel Pupo. We knew it was going to be an all-Brazilian semi-finals because they dominated the top half of the draw in the quarters, and then the local favourite Jordi Lawler against Gatien Delahaye from France. So amazing semi-finals matchups here.
Yeah, that Bailey Ladders bracket looks pretty interesting. It's pretty funny though, the air show. We've seen it all morning, but Matty, far out, the old heads, they took it to the young guys, and even though Miggy did do a couple of really nice airs in his heat, it was just the rail surfing and the experience that won out. So who's going to take this one out of these two old war horses?
Well, I'll tell you what, Alejo, it's a new, refreshed Alejo than what we're seeing. We mentioned it earlier in the contest, really holding his rail at this event, and the byproduct of that is carrying more speed and more power into his turns. But it's a great matchup. It's fascinating, really. We've got the goofy footer, the regular footer, difficult to score both. And I think they've actually both improved a lot. Even though he's 34, I think we're seeing the best of Alejo.
So a little bit of movement here. Alejo, the signature of his run through this event really has just been the froth. He's moved all over this lineup. He's picked the eyes out of it. And here he goes. Nice big turn to get going. Just generates a lot of his own speed out of that one. A big vertical snap to finish. And he's taken straight off from where he ended his quarter. That was with plenty of waves surfed, with plenty of vigour, Rich.
Yeah, that was a great opening ride. Pretty much carbon copy of how he started his semi against younger brother, Samuel Pupo. And I sort of nicknamed him the Gladiator up at Snapper Rocks. Maximus, he looks like he's been putting a lot of work in, the fitness, and he has come back, like you said, Matt, with a lot more power. The cuts are deeper, the carves are harder, and as a result, he's throwing more spray, and his whole act looks fresh at 34 years old.
Yeah, exactly. And the mentality as these surfers are getting older, the appreciation of being on tour, and the role model aspect they take. And this is that replay of Miggy's wave. So a nice turn to get things started, carrying smooth, buttery momentum, eyes the lip line. He goes up and unable to stick that one. So that was the 183.
Wow, he gets that pop, beautiful pop from Miggy. And it looks like he won't be scared to take the air. Here's the replay. Alejo Rich.
Oh, just gets a lot of pivot off that final turn. Look at the power. This is live action. So again, just gives himself that little round of applause.
The torque in that final turn. How's his ability to just compress on the lip line and then just throw that tiny bit of tail out the back with power though?
Yeah, it's amazing. He's really front-footed, driving down the line. Stance, real stable, sturdy stance. And let's watch the replay here. So driving off that front foot, now pivots off the back. And again, just the torque. He actually got a lot of release out of that final turn. You could see, if we get a slow-mo of it, the tail actually busts free of the lip. And whenever that happens, there's a critical element that's layered onto the turn. There's a feeling as a surfer where you're a millisecond out of control and you're trying to reconnect with the wave, and he did it so smoothly.
Classic combo, wasn't it? Straight out of the fight game, just a whack, one after the other, big power moves and putting plenty of sting in it. Oh yeah, the intent is incredible. It's right there to see, isn't it?
And he's actually got one of the only rounded square boards left in the competition. Jordy's got one on his forehand, as we see live action Miggy Pupo.
Well, these guys are finding plenty of opportunities in the early stages of this heat. You'd expect nothing less. They're really good mates. A nice air reverse from Miguel Pupo. And they must be relishing the chance to be surfing against each other. They've had such sort of contrasting careers, both these guys. They got on tour around the same time. I think it was Aleo first in 2011, Miggy in 2012. They both have 5 QS victories to their names. On the CT, Miguel has the only win, so he got that famous win at Chopes. But Alejo, in his early years, he got a couple of semi-finals. Miguel got the final in the later stages of his. But let's hold that thought. We'll come back to it. Let's throw it down right now to Jess Starling, who is with our finalists. Izzy, she must be frothing.
Bella, are we calling Maddie Granger's house the lucky house? I mean, both you and Erin staying there, and now you guys are both in the final.
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, we've had the best time at Maddie's. Maddie and Shaz are like so welcoming and loving, and at the start of the week we had like 9 people there, and it was the best vibe. We've been playing Monopoly Deal, Bananagrams. Yeah, staying with her, she's become like a little sister to me, and we've spent a bit of time together over the past few years, and she's just one of the best groms I know, and I'm so excited to have this final with her, a rematch of the semis from Snapper, and yeah, just super stoked. Thankful for everyone coming down the beach. I've got my lucky charms, Jen, Graham, Maddie, Shaz, Kurt. Like, I feel like over the past couple of years coming down here, we've got like a little crew together, and they show up day in, day out, rain, hail or shine. All the groms and the girls coming down from North Ave too, like, yeah, so overwhelmed with love and support.
Let's talk about that heat with Sally. You guys have had plenty of matchups together. That was always going to be kind of a battle of competitive strategy. I feel like you guys know each other's competitive styles so well. How was it in that heat with Sal?
Oh man, I love that. Every time I surf against Sally, like, I learned something new, and as the heat started, I was out there just going, I love this. This is epic. Even after I fell on the first wave, and even after I needed like a 2.5 in the last 2 minutes, I was sitting out there just going, this is epic. I love this. This is like why we do it, for moments like this. And like, whether it does work out or doesn't, like, being put in those situations more and more over the past few years, I felt like I've learnt to handle the stress, and I yeah, hopefully I'm becoming a bit more wise and mature through my years. And yeah, I mean, Fitzy's such a great competitor. It's always a pleasure to surf against her. She's taught me so much over the years, and yeah, she's one of my absolute favourite humans of all time. So yeah, I love you, Sal.
And I've got to know, before I let you get ready for your final, what would it mean to go back-to-back here?
Yeah, I've never really done that before in my career, so it'd be pretty sick. I mean, I'm just stoked to make the final, and now anything else is a bonus. I get to surf against one of my good mates, and waves are firing. So yeah, I'm just happy to actually do well in a contest on my backhand. It feels really good to see all the hard work paying off, and yeah, let's go.
All right, well, let you get ready for your final, and yeah, best of luck out there. We can't wait. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Jess. Amazing insights there with Isabella Nichols, who'll be coming up against Erin Nichols. Oh, sorry, Erin Brooks, her roommate at the moment. I saw them crossing the road this morning after an early together, staying just across the road here. And yeah, I mean, it's weird, isn't it? She's not a veteran by any means, but she's coming up against this new wave, as a lot of the women who have been on tour for a little bit are. It was great to hear her say how much she's loving it too, especially after the disappointment of missing the cut, Rich. I mean, tell us, mate, at what point in your career do you feel like you're at that point where you're just loving every moment? Is it something that you have to build into? Do you feel like it's there when you very first start? I mean, Bella's had a couple of you know, tough years where she's around that cut mark. What is it that makes you sort of sink in and enjoy the process rather than the result?
It takes a while. There's a certain level of comfort that you start finding with more reps, more years on the tour. I distinctly remember a moment with Jake Patterson and myself. We're in France, and we just come off like a string of losses, and we're going, what's going on here? And we just kind of came up with it.
Let's get it.
We'll just get back to that, listening to the girls.
So sick. Hey, how crazy. We actually dreamt it like at the very start, because we were on the other side of the draw. We were like, imagine. Do you know what we're going to do to celebrate? Time zone. Oh, yeah. Time zone.
I'm obsessed with time zone.
Is that your pen?
Yeah, but just back to that point, you know, we realised we weren't having fun. There was too much weight. We were putting too much kind of emphasis on the result and not the process. And once we both kind of lent into that and committed to it and got the balance right, then we both started doing really well.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Matt, you know, with all your travel around and being in sort of all the different sort of subcultures that are within surfing, you get to see that you've got to enjoy all of it. You can't just be about the heats and the wins and trying to get the results, mate.
Well, we've seen at this tour, some of the surfers, they've barely ever been on surf trips that haven't related to a competition, and it's not surprising. They do the junior contest, they do the school comps, they end up in these pathway systems, and at some point in their career, they go back and they a few steps back to go a few steps forward, which is what we've seen with Alejo here. They come back with that fire, and if you can find that happy balance, like, for example, Katie Simmers at the moment, you end up doing really well the top end of the tour.
Yeah, this is a good point, isn't it? That both these guys have been journeymen now for a long time. To, what is that? That's like almost 10 or 11 years since they both first qualified. They've had the highs, but they've also had the lows, both now on the Challenger Series. You know, we are watching Alejo on the comeback, and we're watching Miguel trying to get back to where he knows he belongs. But we're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with plenty more action from the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, in just a moment.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back. North Narrabeen looking beautiful this morning as we move into the semi-finals of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And two absolute warriors out there at the moment. Miguel Pupo against his good friend Alejo Muniz. And a big chance for both these guys to get some really valuable Challenger Series points. Miguel not off to a flyer at all. A 49th up at Snapper. That would have rattled him. And especially on the back of not qualifying for the CT after Margaret River. But this is a great result. And Alejo, well, in contrast, they got a 9th up there at Snapper. So in some really good form. But both these guys, they're going to be walking away with, what, worst case result, 3rd place. Plenty to surf for to get in that final, but good points nonetheless, Rich. A good start to the year.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to leave Australia, you know, ideally 2 results, but 1 is better than none. And then, you know, if you're going with 1 throwaway, that's acceptable. But if you're leaving Australia with 2 throwaways, the pressure is on. You have to perform, or you can pretty much guarantee you'll be back chipping away again next year. But these guys are doing really well. And big result here for Miguel just to kind of climb back up those ratings.
And the good news for Alejo is Bolido has been a fantastic place for him. He's had 2 fifth-place finishes the last 2 years, and before that, he had a 5th in Portugal as well. So he's good for 5ths throughout his career. This is his best Challenger Series result so far. So carrying momentum to somewhere that he does really well at. This is off to a great start of the year, 9th, a minimum 3rd, and then moving on to a place that feels comfortable.
I think he might even be a former winner at Toledo as well. So, yeah, he's had a lot of good fortune there. Here's the Challenger Series schedule for 2024. Started off on the Gold Coast. Here we are at the Sydney Surf Pro in Narrabeen. Toledo up next, South Africa, the Lexus US Open of Surfing. What a spectacle, and holy smokes, I mean, a win there. It's like you turn into a global celebrity instantly. There's so many people, so much excitement. Ericera Pro will be in October, and then the Saquarema Pro in Brazil to finish things off. It's a strong tour, and what makes it, you know, not just the locations, but the energy that goes into it. It's a bit like college football or basketball, where it's all to gain. Like, you're not there to lose. You've got everything to gain by making that CT and solidifying your dream. So it brings a different kind of attitude and mindset to the competition, not to mention the 4-man heats.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you get a bit of a taste of both of it in the Challenger Series. You get the 4-man start and then into the man-on-man competition. So it really does groom you for that championship tour format. It's exciting, and especially that final event, as you know, careers are make or break. It all starts to happen.
I like the locations. I think a lot of them are fan favourite surf cities. You think of all the crowd on the beach, lining the beach. US Open, Portugal, they just absolutely love surfing over there, but live action.
Look at this, Miggy Pooper flying down the line now, slashes off the top. He's going to look for a section here, Will. He's got 2. Speedy snaps onto the inside, throws the fins. And it looked like he was hunting for a major turn that never really happened there, as we see Alejo now. He's staying busy. These 2 waves. Oh, Alejo must have done something good at the start of this one, because he's really starting to feed off it. What did you make of that exchange, Rich?
Yeah, this is really interesting. You know, it's a priority thing that we can talk about. Miguel taking that first wave. Alejo looks like he got the better of the exchange, a bigger wave outside. And I just actually want to talk about the matchup between these two. We'll get into that as we look at the replay. So Alejo starts with a ferocious snap and again backs it up and just hitting it down the line. So multiple turns, each one of them done with so much power and force. In contrast, Miggy's wave, he was always searching for something down the line, and you could actually see frustration at the end of his wave. You could see there he was almost lining up for the air, so he just goes for the slash, and again, it's all down the line work, and that's just a forced little air rev, and you could see he was disappointed in the result of that wave. But when you look at these two on paper, like, I've got to give the nod to Miggy for the amount of for the repertoire and what he has to draw to, but at the moment, Alejo's just outpowering him, and he's also on top of the wave choice, and that, at the moment, has been the difference.
That wave that Miggy just got, his reaction at the end of it, I've felt that a million times, racing down and kind of just mistiming sections and looking for stuff that isn't there, you know. I think he'll look to get something back here, some momentum, some rhythm. He goes huge, but it does feel like there's a bit of frustration creeping in. Alejo, yeah, he's outpowering him, he's out-muscling him, he's out-frothing him. He just looks so determined in this heat, Matt.
Wow, and he hasn't put a foot wrong yet. I really thought Miggy was going to really kick off here like he did against Ian Gouveia earlier. But he hasn't fired any shots of significance. 2 mid-range scores. But Alejo, you're right, those quads are primed and ready to go. And he looks so focused this morning. He was head down, ready to go. So he's possessed today, and he's got that eye on the prize.
I saw him doing a warm-up before this heat, and he was bouncing all over the place. It was like a full-on gym, athletic, aerobic workout. I was just tired watching him, and well, he's just carried it straight into this heat.
Rich, both these guys have won multiple QS events in their careers, a couple of big ones back in the old, you know, high-rated 6 and 10,000 rated days. But I would argue that they're both doing the best surfing of their career at the moment.
I think so, without a doubt. And that's a difficult thing to do, isn't it? You know, at this age, at this point in your career, you're kind of, I guess, having a look at the mirror and going, okay, do I still want this? Have I got unfinished business on this tour? And, well, they've done the work, so credit to them. And, wow, good score here for Alejo.
7.27. And this man is in fine form. And I'm just loving the energy that he's bringing to these Challenger Series events. Miguel Pupo, what's he going to do? He's going to look for something massive here. Big frontside rotator. And he gets a clean exit and he puts himself back in the frame. That's exactly what he needed with under 7 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I was going to say, really important wave at this moment in the heat. And Miguel, this is the difference I was talking about. So, you know, Miggy has this in his arsenal. He has this big frontside rotation. It's on lock, live action, Alejo, quick in and out. So at this point, Alejo wasting time if he takes up on anything other than a 7.27. But Miggy streaks down the line. All intention was to go to the air, gets the grab. Really good spin. Got a lot of rotation, got pop out of it, slightly inverted, and clean as you like for the landing.
Yeah, tail high air there, got the grab. Similar rotation to Aaron Brooks earlier too, and these waves are offering a safer, softer landing than what we've seen throughout the event, which is conducive. This is why he's able to do multiple maneuvers like that. I saw on the wave before previous where he went up, it was more of like a chop hop. He didn't quite exit out of the top of the lip. That one allowed him to, and it gave him the soft landing as well.
You won't see a lot of competitors do what Miggy just did, you know, start to feel the frustration get into their blood. They start making some bad choices, a Hail Mary that went pear-shaped. He just was able to rein it all in, focus on getting that one big hanger to get himself back in the heat. That is experience, you know, really coming to the surface there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just having that confidence to be able to convert like that, and he's going to look for another opportunity here.
Another big fall. Upside down on this one. And he'll be probably a bit bummed he didn't make that. That was a lot of pop. I remember when I first met Miggy, he was actually at an air show at Bondi, and he had braces and, you know, sort of that teenage Simpsons voice, and he was just a tiny little grime. He was hanging out with Gabby Medina, and the big weapon both those guys had was just a sublime air game. They really took it to pieces down there. And it's amazing, you know he's got it in his artillery, but it's not the thing that he'll always go to. You know, he'll back himself on the rail, he'll back himself through the lip, and he'll back himself in the barrel.
Well, he's actually renowned as being one of the most stylish, smooth, connected surfers when we talk about rail game and rail engagement and carving. You know, when you actually think about his entire package, he's got it all.
Well, Alejo mentioned that in his post-heat that Sammy Pupo's one that is one of the more well-rounded surfers in Brazil at the moment, and you'd have to say Miggy as well, leading that charge so smooth, and there's the score.
A 7.2 for Miguel Pupo, and he's right back in this. He'll need, I believe, are we waiting on scores? Yep, so I think he will need that 7.9, but far out, he has really pushed himself back into contention here. 3 minutes 50. And Alejo, who was feeling really juiced and energetic, maybe just a little bit of a pin in the balloon. He just has to rein it back in himself. And just keep an eye on this competitor who is wily.
Yeah, well, much like in the quarterfinals, just highlighting there's two ways to get a 7.2 done, you know, and Alejo did it with 4 turns down the line. Miggy's done it with one big air, so if Miggy can string together 1 or 2 turns before that air, it is, you know, really attainable, this 7.9.
Matty, you mentioned before the landings look a little softer, a little more forgiving. What are you seeing here in terms of the waves throughout this day?
The tide, we're just about on high tide. We're approaching that now, and if one sucks out and he can land into the flats and does that same air, you know he's going to go excellent like Geordie Lawler did earlier.
Alejo off the bottom, cracks it into the lip, that powerful backside snap in the pocket, and again, he is jamming it with pure force. A smaller wave. It'll be good to see this one from the front on angle. Looking down the beach, you don't really get a sense of the speed. You can feel the power, but with that front on angle, you get to really see how vertical he's putting the board, how hard he's pushing the tail through the back. It was a smaller inside wave. Looks like there's sets on the way here too. Rich, what did you like about this one?
Well, I like that first turn, really vertical, pivots so tight. Kind of lost the tail a little bit on that second one, but the wave sort of lets him down. So I don't know, I can't see it going up into that 7.
at this point, but the energy's still there, isn't it? He is just unloading.
Yeah, he's full pit bull spec. He's just chewing away at whatever comes near him. And even though that is a small insider that won't trouble his top two, he's still surfing with plenty of mongrel out here. This has been a great heat so far. And it's a real arm wrestle between two old mates, two veterans of the tour. On the cutting edge of that Brazilian storm, you know, they were right there when things started to change and the global superpower started to shift to South America. These guys were part of that.
Oh, look at
They're
this.
still heroes to so many crew from all over the world. Down the beach, Miggy Pupo, plenty of speed. Is he going to take back to the air? This was predicted, and oh, he doesn't. He gets stuck. So he just mistimes the launch pad, and that didn't give him the rotation that he wanted.
You could see his head go down towards the end of that replay. He knew what he was. He knew what he was doing. We knew what he was waiting for, but just getting stuck on top of the wave there, and that high tide for the first time in this event actually playing into the negative favour for these airs. It's all been one turn.
Yep. Rich, what did you make of that? That kind of looked like the wave. I mean, there was definitely a section. It was a big bowly one, plenty of speed. A 7.9 was what he was looking for.
Yeah, he's left some points on this thing. So streaking down the line here, had plenty of speed. Let's have a look. Sort of just didn't get the pop. It's almost like he was a millisecond late to the lip. He just caught that edge as he was taking off, and that's all it takes. Just to, you know, just stifle that momentum as you're trying to get that air and trying to get all that pop off the lip. So in a very difficult position, 20 seconds to go.
And a little bit of a look-see, but not much happening as this thing begins to wind down. And it's looking every bit like Alejo is going to do it. So far, this is a great result. I was going to say far out, but I've said far out about 90 times, and Britt Merrick sent me a message saying, stop saying far out, dude. But it is a fantastic result here for Alejo Muniz, getting it done over Miggy Pupo. A great result for Miggy to turn his year around as well. And just a great heat between two titans of professional surfing. And that's it. We're going to have a quick break here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Semi-final number 2 of the men's up next.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to North Narrabeen. A huge semi-final about to take place between Geordie Lawler and Gathion Delahaye from France. North Narrabeen out in force as the local hero goes for a second win here at Sydney. Vaughan Blakey, Matt Chinosky and Richie Lovett in the commentary booth to call this one a huge heat, and the energy on the beach, boys, it's palpable.
Oh, absolutely. If Geordie gets a win in this semi and then goes on to win this thing, it's going to be raucous around town here this afternoon.
Well, any time Manly gets up, this entire peninsula goes berserk. I think it'll be even bigger than that. But a huge opportunity here for Geordie Lawler to win at home. His last win, Matt, at the Sydney Surf Pro was actually in Manly. This one's right here where he learned to surf, probably got pushed onto his first waves. He's had some of the all-time standout sessions here, and he's got a great chance to possibly get some big points and a few more invites to these Challenger Series events.
Yeah, exactly. And he had that. He had the same thing, the championship tour, missing the cut ever so shortly, and he ended up getting 2 event wildcards to Pipeline and to Sunset, where he didn't have great results, but he put in a good showing. And live action here with Gathion.
Gathion, he's a live wire. This guy pulls out some big airs and some futuristic moves. He goes for a bit of a tail throw there. And it looks to me like the statement is clear. I'm going to go new school in this heat. And that's a fair call, because what Geordie Lawler did to get past his last quarterfinal was really impressive, Rich. Couple of big rotators in that one.
Yeah, it was an amazing display up against Eli Hanneman, and Geordie just clean snap down the line here. He knows this break well, arguably better than anyone in the field. Surfs this wave every day of his life, and just, you know, a fairly pedestrian sort of wave in his, because we know he's just capable of so much more. The air that he showed, prowess that he showed in that quarterfinal was just amazing under pressure.
It was. North Narrabeen board riders turning 60 this year. Incredible. I think this event is, we're sort of counting it as its 50th year, so some landmark stuff going on. Get back to that in just a moment as we see live action. Geordie Lawler, crack off the lip. Some nice surfing here, a bit of animal. And he'll hit that section, drift the tail and complete, and the crowd starting to play a factor.
Yeah, you could definitely, you could feel his stoke. He's, after that post-heat interview, you could sort of see him containing that froth. You said he was just about to release it all, but it was really important that he just maintained his emotions. But this is a measured wave here, good backup. So nice finding that first lip line, and another one here. Nice safe turn there, leans back into it. That'll be a good backup though to the 4. And this second turn, you can see he's done this hundreds of times, just wanted to get the completion and put some pressure on the Frenchman. And he flares the tail a bit out there, and he did get the ride out.
It's like another big attempt going down here from Gathion.
Well, this is a different day. You think about what the surf was doing an hour ago, and this looks like a totally different day. You know, we've got this slight wind texture that's come up. There's more bump on the face. You talk about sort of adaptation, and I feel like Geordie's going to have an edge here.
Okay, well, a little break in the action. We're going to throw it down to Jesse, who is with Alejo Muniz, our first finalist here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Yeah, Alejo, at the start of the day, we knew that we were going to have one Brazilian make the final, but you had to compete against your 3 pretty cool best mates, pretty much, to get here. How does it feel to be the guy that did it?
It feels amazing, you know. I've been waiting for this moment so long. Just patient, training in silence, you know, and dealing with all my stuff, like getting so close to qualify so many times, and through my surgeries, and I've been waiting for this moment a long time. I'm happy I'm the one making the final. Ian, Miguel, and Samuel are surfing amazing. So to surf against them, my friends, my brothers, and to make the final, it's a dream come true.
You and I were just talking. We were saying you've made a final here, but it was at Manly, and it gives up against Davey Cathles. You have potential to come up against the final against another local boy, Geordie Lawler. Do you feel like it's kind of a rematch to maybe try and get a jump on a local boy?
Yeah, actually the final was against David Silva, my Brazilian friend, and he beat me there. I got second, so I will try my best. I know it's still one heat to go. I'm ready. I feel confident. After you surf against Miguel, Samuel, you get a lot of confidence, you know. So, yeah, I'm just happy to be in this final, and I will try my best.
And we're just talking as well, Brazil, there's obviously a lot going over there right now. Anything you want to say back home?
Yeah, I'm gonna say in Portuguese. Mais uma vez queria desejar tudo de melhor, que Deus possa estar confortando todos aí no Rio Grande do Sul. Mais uma vez, parabéns pro meu irmão e todos meus amigos de Bombinhas Quadrilhas que estão lá na linha de frente. Tintim, mamãe, amo vocês. Estamos na final. Obrigado a todos que estão na torcida.
Awesome. Sending love to everyone back at Brazil. Thanks, guys. Best of luck in the final.
Thanks so much, Jess, and congratulations to Leon Muniz, our first finalist, and a fantastic performance throughout this event. And some big points. A 9th at the Gold Coast. He's going to, at worst, finish with a 2nd here. It's a fantastic start to the year, and you heard him say there, you know, the injuries, the surgeries, the amount of work he's had to do just in quiet to get back to this place. The results are starting to land. He looks so stoked.
Yeah, I remember that in that season 2018, it was up against Ivitsua who took that win, and that was back when it was a QS, a long grind to get on the championship tour, and he'd been on that championship tour before, and all those guys were on that cusp. Now the Challenger Series, it's so nice to see these guys refreshed, and Geordie is part of that too. 29 years of age, he's towards the later end of his career, and they turn that page where they really start enjoying the time on tour. They enjoy the travel. You've seen all of these surfers who are going up and down the coast and actually going, hey, this is not a bad job. If we're not going away with money or points, at least we can enjoy the surf community as well. But 7.5 for Geordie, he's looking good so far.
Mentioned before, North Narrabeen board riders turning 60 this year. It's a massive achievement. So many clubs and the club culture here in Australia, you know, is starting to head into this turf of being around a long time. They've contributed so many champions, but North Narrabeen in particular, Rich, it's such a powerful club. So many epic names have come through that system.
Yeah, the depth of talent in the North Narrabeen club has been phenomenal over the years. A real dominant club. They are always right up there, you know, challenging for finals at the Australian Board Riders Battle. They've won it a couple of times, and, you know, we could sit here for half an hour just listing off the names. Live action.
Gassion here, and this is the first wave where he hasn't looked for an air section. Never really offered one anyway, but just going to some standard surfing, it really looks to me like he has come out and gone, I'm just going to send it. I have really no other strategy. It wasn't like he was going, I'm just going to do a couple of big backside Rios and try and take Geordie on here. He has been properly going to the air on every wave. And speaking of going to the air, no complete, you'd have to think. A big rotator, almost upside down. And yeah, he splashes the water, a little frustration. But what do you think of that strategy, Rich, of Gassion to get out here and every wave he's caught so far, first 3 at least,
yeah, he's
big air attempts.
Yeah, you know what, it's sort of been his theme throughout this entire event. He's really been just putting everything into his waves. This one here just offered a couple of turns, but you can see he's got so much leverage and height, and he actually looks really stylish the way he does his manoeuvres. Gets it done with a lot of power. Let's see what happened with Geordie here. So gets this quick hit down the line, pumps for speed, gets the spin, pretty much did the full rotation. Looked like the job was done. And then just that wave just exploded behind him and knocked him off. Wow, that was what could have been.
It's funny, Toby Martin was saying earlier in the VIP area, big shout out to Merds there who's tuning in, that this wave is interesting. There's no push to it. Once you land, there's no momentum. And Geordie, in that case, the wave's a little smaller, a little softer, a little less push than what we had earlier. Ironically, that little bump that can actually either knock you off or save you is sometimes what you need to propel forward. And Geordie just didn't have any of that momentum.
Gassion here, the French surfer, slices off the top. And building down the line speed, gets a hammer on the end section. This is more like it. So he's changed his tune. Couple of good solid re-entries and a really strong finishing turn. Oh, that was really nice. And yeah, you said that. Beautiful style. I like the drive. I don't mind that he's sort of put the airs in the back pocket just for a moment.
He's contained that full-on approach, but he's applied it now to just some fair dinkum rail surfing. As we watch the replay here, clean snap to start off and a second, more projecting down the line. And then the third hammer. Gets it up vertical. And that big finishing turn, the judges have been dining out on it all week long.
Really cool turn.
Still hungry.
And finishing with a bang, it really helps, doesn't it? You know, we've seen a lot of waves that sort of taper down, and that last turn can be a bit of a nothing thing on a nothing section, but that was two really good speed carves into a really explosive final move.
Yeah, so stylish as well, and that's the first thing I picked up on him in the quarterfinals and in the round of 16 was his ability with the composure between sections. He was setting it up there, and he was nailing those end turns, but it was that first turn that looks really crisp, and it's not a coincidence that when you do drop that back leg and your momentum's forward, it doesn't just look good, but it's practical as well, carrying speed into that next section. And that's the flow element that just earned him a 6.5.
Far out. Britt Merrick, I'm talking to you. It's a 6.5, a really good score. Solid surfing, and now he only needs a 5.01. I think he'll be stoked on that. Speaking to Alan Ryu last night, his coach, he really did like Gassion's chances here today. He thought that these conditions play to his strengths. Let's see what North Narrabeen can cheer about here with Geordie Lawler. Off the bottom, it's a cut down section. He hammers the end bit. Just a little out of rhythm here. It's two waves in a row that haven't panned out for Geordie Lawler.
You can see a little bit of frustration there from George, just letting out a little, some profanities perhaps. He knew that maybe the wave choice was not the best, and also coming unstuck on that end section. So an opportunity here as we watch Geordie. Nice quick snap down the line, and then comes to this section, does the blowtail, catches an edge and goes over the toe side rail. But look, he does have a point advantage when you look at their two highest scoring rides. So he has the 7.5. And Gassion with the 6.5, so he does have that advantage there. This really is going to come down to a battle of that backup score.
He's also got the advantage of having pulled something huge out in a bit of a clutch situation. So, you know, he didn't look stressed ever in that last quarterfinal against Eli, despite the fact that Eli caught fire for a moment there. And I think despite the fact he may be a little frustrated now, he's got plenty of time to pull it together. And that's what everyone on the beach is hoping for here at North Narrabeen as we move into a Bonsoy brew break. Back with plenty more action in just a moment. Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, New South Wales, the greatest state in Australia. I can say that with full confidence. Up the mighty Blues. And Sydney, an absolutely, globally recognised beautiful harbour city with some of the best and most magnificent beaches and headlands you'll ever find. Fellas, we're all from this region. It's a joy to be celebrating surfing again at the elite level at one of the homes, one of the real birthplaces of high-performance surfing. Growing up here, how special has it been for you guys to just marinate in the marvel that is this coast?
Yeah, it's when you're younger, I don't think you fully appreciate it, but as you grow older, you have your sort of career, you get involved with the community, and you really start to tap into everything else that it has to offer, and you actually broaden your horizon just outside of the surf and the waves. It's a really special place. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
And the Feel New Sydney flight cam showing us what we love about it. This is a beautiful autumn day, and Vaughn, for me, it's the history. I learned about it from a young age, and it really made sense when all the pieces came together of our rich surfing heritage, and events like this just make it so much better.
Famously, those first World Championships held at Manly Beach, recognised kind of as the kickstart of the professional era in some way. Oh, big backside snap from Gassion. He's starting to feel it. Geordie Lawler's just got to, he's got a beautiful looking wall here off the bottom, deep hack. And he flies down the line, gets a speedy tail drift. He'll get a bonus on the inside, almost tail pivots. And Narrabeen fired up. Well, he needed that. That was 3 waves in a row that delivered nothing. Finally, a wave that opens up, nice steep face, and he gets to work.
Yeah, there was a lot of jab work going on between these guys, but nothing was really landing. And this last set, it's produced a really interesting result here. Just a one big hit from Gassion. And Geordie got a couple of hits, but then that double up, it was a bit of an awkward moment towards the end. So it'll be really interesting to see where the judges go with this one. And Gassion obviously needing that 5. Geordie looking to bump that score requirement, just looking to replace that 4.
It was a beautiful wave. The moment he took off, that wide angle really showcased just how bowled out it was. And look at this bottom turn, so deep, hacks it out the lip. That was a really nice drawn-out turn. And he gets this little bonus. I thought for a second he might have overdone that bottom turn in that whitewash, lost his fins a bit.
Yeah, it's a full double up, like on the high tide spectrum, but got some work done. A little bit down the line, keeping the eyes forward, getting ready for an end section. Never quite came. This one again, see the eyes just facing forward again. He does get this completion, which is crucial. If he fell here, I'd have to say he's still going to keep that 4 in his scoreline, but I don't feel like it's going to go too high. It might just be enough to go to mid-range, and the crew love it anyway. Even if he did fall, they're going to be flying the flag. He's a proud North Narrabeen board rider. But Gassion's?
Yeah, didn't get the score, a 4.93. He's looking for a 5.01. Rich, the wave of Geordies, it's the first one we've seen in this heat with down-the-line speed, genuine down-the-line speed.
Yeah, when the depth, the angle of the bottom turn, he really powered through it, accelerated off the bottom. The second snap had that little bit of tail release. So if you just sort of exclude that double-up moment and the awkwardness of that final turn, that 2-turn combination was the best that we've seen in this heat so far.
He's been leading this heat, but for some reason it feels like he's been a bit frustrated. He hasn't been able to put it away. But Narrabeen surfers love fighting, mate. They love getting their backs against the wall and fight their way out of it. What was it like surfing against, some of those guys? I mean, you came through with one of the ultimate competitors. One of your great rivals was Nathan Webster, who was just a fierce competitor.
Yeah, Nathan and I, we sort of grew up, came through the whole junior series together, and we used to just surf down at Loftus Street, just down the road here, have mock heats. We'll get back to that. Here's Gassion.
Gassion, he's on the tail. That says to me he's going to look for the air. It's a big rotator, and he gets a clean landing. The Frenchman, don't write him off. He's well in touch here. It doesn't look like Geordie's last wave is going to be a huge one. It's a 6.1. It's a good score. The judges wanting to see a little bit more out of Geordie on that wave, I believe.
Yeah, but what it's done, it's made that requirement right up into the 7s for Gassion, and that gives a whole new layer of pressure. And it also means that he has to pick a different wave. A 5 to a 7, your wave choice is totally different.
Good point. I think that last little mistimed end section really took a point off that wave.
Yeah.
The first 2 turns were really nice. Let's have a look at this.
So pumping down the line, you know he's got eyes for the air, and he gets some pop there, and that's the best air we've seen of this heat, in fact, of both semi-finals. And watch this rotation here. Feet firmly glued, didn't shuffle them up and down, and a really smooth landing. So that'll be a solid score, but once again, a cushioned landing like we saw Miguel Pupo in that last heat. Not that extravagance that we've seen all week with landing into the flats where they look at, even Eli this morning, where it was just, there was no choice but to go excellent. But we'll see where this one goes. It was really sweet, and that one would have felt amazing.
Yeah, that would have felt pretty nice on the landing. A little bit of steeze there, just you know, no fist pump, but just by the stance alone, you could tell that he was into it. It's come in at a 6.7, so not quite enough. But he has shaved just a tiny little bit off that requirement. It's down to a 6.91.
Well, in the last couple of years, he's dropped a couple of wild free surfing edits, Lawaz, fishbone soup. So we know he has explosive firepower. He's put it on display at the moment. Geordie Lawler, just keep him at arm's length. You know, the jabs are coming thick and fast, but there's a good defensive game as well as a good attacking game going on here from Geordie. I'm sure that he is just looking for that one opportunity to bring his own firepower to this one. 6 minutes 20 to go in semi-final number 2. Who will be joining Leo Moniz in that final? The women's final is a cracker, as we see Erin Brooks and Isabella Nichols. This is a fantastic, it's going to be a blistering final. You'd imagine. Geordie Lawler takes off, slices out of the lip, deep bottom turn, throws the fins, big progressive turn. Crowd goes mad as he starts to really put the foot down.
That's the first time we've actually panned to the crowd after he's got a good wave. Every time we've managed to catch him, it's when he's fallen. So nice to see them in action, and that must feel so amazing, Rich, with your fans. You've had it before. You've had the local boys while you've competed there at North Stain, but live action here with Gussion.
Gussion off the top, a little slow to get started, and that wave peters out a little bit. This guy, he's been competing for 10 years, guys, on the QS. He's got 3 wins under his belt, so he knows how to get it done. But this would be by far the biggest result of his career, just making this semi-final. A 6.91 will put him into the final. But just getting back to Erin and Isabella. Oh, take us through this replay first of all, Rich.
Yeah, so Geordie, beautiful snap, opening turn, and then gets a bit of a flat spin, so put it under the microscope. There wasn't a lot of pop and height to it. There was drama. It got everyone excited. But again, we need to look at this with a logical head and compare it to the other waves and some of the other airs that we've seen.
He's looking to replace a 6.1 to increase his lead. It's looking like it might come in. Oh, well, he does it, a 6.4. It's meaningful. That little scaric of an extra point just widens the requirement, a 7.21 for Gussion as he goes. Hammers the first section. Good turn, he gets the combo, but the second one is a little off. Not quite as crispy as some of the finishing turns we've seen him do, Matt.
Yeah, he's had that one single turn that earned him the 6.5 earlier on in the heat, and I feel like that 2-turn combo still wasn't as crisp as that. A great surfing, though. He's got such a good style.
Plenty of waves being ridden here. Geordie Lawler starts to load up as he flies down the line. Will this one offer him a section? Starts to send it, throws the fins, and again, it's sort of making something out of nothing there. There would have been a great little fin throw photo at some point, but the wave just lets him down. Yeah, the women's final coming up next in just over 3 minutes 40. It's going to be a belter. We've got the defending champ, Isabella, looking to go back-to-back. And then Erin Brooks, the sensation. 3 Challenger Series wins in a row. Has it ever been done, men's or women's?
I don't think so, mate. I think she's staring down the barrel at a record here. And, yeah, the youthful energy of Erin Brooks up against the more experienced Isabella Nichols. Goofy versus natural. There's plenty to compare there.
Big crowd favourites. Isabella, you know, when you win at a spot, you kind of take that spot on as a personal favourite place. You start to connect with the locals. You connect with the crowd. They're all stoked to see you back the following year. So Isabella, you know, she's well embedded here with the culture, and you bet the hometown crowd will be frothing for her. But there's just something so magnetic about Erin Brooks, isn't it? Like all the young girls at the beach in particular who surf in, you know, the 11s, the 12s, the 14s for North Narrabeen and all the other clubs up and down the coast. They will be so excited to see her in action.
Oh, it's so good for surfing, and she's just genuinely loving her surfing. She seems to be embracing the travel, you know, traveling still with her dad, and she's just enjoying this point in her life, and so she should.
Gassion, it's got an insider, it's got plenty of bowls, Straighty. And he doesn't land it. He did a massive one of those in his quarterfinal just in the last seconds. It was beautiful. Method grab, and he didn't land that one either, but his pop is sensational.
Yeah, for such a tall guy, he gets a lot of height, and I love that air. The one that he did in the quarters, if he stuck that would have gone right up into the excellent range.
NRMA Parks and Resorts 2-minute warning. How do you see it playing out here, Richie? This is one of those heats. It could be a bit of a nail biter.
I think Geordie just with priority, minute and a half to go. He's going to play a sensible game here, play a bit of offense, and he will only attack if a decent wave comes through. He's going to have a great read on this lineup. He'll know what a 7.21 is, and that's what Gassion is after. So he'll stick really close to his competitor here. I kind of feel like the local lad's going to he's going to see this one through.
1 minute remaining. Geordie Lawler is going to give this hometown crowd plenty to cheer about. If he can hold on here, there's a lot of paddling going on as Gassion tries to create a bit of space. If he can somehow pinch something from under Geordie's watch, but Geordie is just stuck to him. And this is experience, the cool head. A guy who has experienced the joy of winning in front of a home crowd. There must be absolutely nothing like it. I can't even imagine the thrill, the buzz of doing it.
Well, New South Wales is good for him too. He's had those 3 QS wins. Manly, Port Stephens, and up the coast as well at the Tweed Coast Pro. And add another finals to that Challenge Series. This will be the biggest event of his life. And he's still not even a seasoned competitor this year on the Challenger Series, so this may just get him a few more starts.
Priority comes into play. Geordie Lawler, he blocks Gassion here, and will there be any more time for the Frenchman? There won't be. The crowd erupts as the hometown hero does it. He's into the final of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. He's rubbing his face. He cannot believe it. He got the start here, and a great result. You have to put your hands together for the Frenchman.
Is this our new favourite surfer?
He has put on such a great performance throughout this event, and he'll be a name that people start to really look at as the Challenger Series winds through the next few stops.
Yeah, he set himself up, both these guys have, and let's just hope, you know, Geordie can somehow wrangle his way into a couple more of these events. But, mate, he's done it. He's given himself a shot at winning this event again for the second time, and this time at his real local spot up at Narrabeen, through the tunnel.
Oh, he's going to have to somehow contain the energy. It's all just getting fed his way at the moment. He's like a big sponge just absorbing it. But here we go. It is the Bailey's Ladders bracket and the final. It's a beauty. Leo Muniz, the warrior, the gladiator, as Richie Lovett has christened him in this event against Geordie Lawler. So a couple of veterans will be going at it here. And whoever wins, it's going to be a really worthy victory. Fantastic stuff. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the women's final of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, in just a moment.
It's so
Welcome back to finals day, and we have reached that glorious part of the competition where we're going to find our champions, starting with the women's final. What a matchup it's going to be. Erin Brooks will take on Isabella Nichols. Ronnie Blakey, and joining me for the call will be Felicity Parmentier and Laura Enevar. We're so excited about this heat. Two mates, Flick, going at it.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be a really fiery heat. I feel like Bella is going to want to get one back on Erin the Grom, but Erin's just looking in amazing form again. I mean, look, let's just have a look at this bracket here. I mean, you can see the way that both of these women made their way to the final.
Yeah, such a hard-fought run to this final heat, Laura. Now, on the top side of the draw, we had a lot of rising talent on the Challenger Series. Plenty of experience down the bottom.
We actually had all goofy footers on the top of the draw as well. All four of those girls in the quarters were, all goofy footers in the first two heats. And so, same with the semis, Nadia and Erin, and then now we've got the battle of the goofy and the battle of the natural footer.
It's going to be an epic showdown. It is obviously priority neutral at this point in time. Let's get caught up with Geordie Lawler, our finalists, with Jess Starling.
Geordie, I feel like I'm a little bit lost for words right now. This is a really emotional and cool moment into the final at Narrabeen.
Yeah, I'm lost for words too. Yeah, to do it here is extra special. Yeah, still got one more heat to go. Just trying to stay calm and trying to keep quiet in my own head and just enjoy surfing. I love days like this at Northie. It's yeah, I've surfed this way so many times like this, so it's just kind of another day at the same time as all this is happening. So yeah, I feel like that's helping.
There's that old saying, it takes a village to raise a kid. This is your village, this is our family. How special would it mean to take a victory here?
Oh, this place is, Northern Beaches in general, it's just such a small community, and thing about this community is if you're doing well, they'll be sure to give you a pat on the back. And for myself, that means everything, because you get home from generally overseas and then your mates are there to give you a big hug, and yeah, that's what it's about.
Geordie, special moments. You got a final coming up. I'll keep this one nice and short. Best of luck, and yeah, hopefully see the local boy take it out.
Sweet.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jess. Not if Alejo Muniz has anything to do with it. He's been in red-hot form himself. But who's Geordie kidding? It's not just another heat, mate. You got a chance to win the contest. And all those competitors are fighting back those emotions, just trying to keep, as Geordie said, all that noise in their head quiet. What do you think these two are going through at the moment, Flick?
Oh, exactly that. I mean, you've got to keep a lid on it. The job's not done. You can't celebrate too early. I feel like these two right now, for me, it's just interesting. Bella's obviously being pretty dominant right now. She's trying to hold that inside position from Erin, and I feel like she's trying to interrupt some of that flow that Erin's had throughout the event, because we know that once Erin gets a good score straight off the bat, it's really hard to disrupt that. So right now, Bella's being pretty dominant. She's exerting that experience right now.
Authority right now. Yeah, the experience. She's like, sis, I've been around a lot longer than you. I'm going to take this inside. They're staying together, these two. They're working with Maddie Granger, and you know, they've just been a unit this week, just doing, you know, so much stuff together in and out of the water, and so cool to see them in a final. Erin's dad showed me a picture of them on the couch this morning, drinking some hot chocolates, and now they're in the final a few hours later.
Yeah, Erin's dad, Jeff, extremely happy, proud of his daughter taking flight. He almost, when she took to the air, he was kind of going, wow, you got the lead. You're clearly going to win this heat. Maybe just reserve your equipment. But the free surfer in Erin just had to take flight.
Totally, yeah. Jeff was saying, you know, don't do it, don't break that magic board, but she's intuitive, and you know, she's, like I said earlier in her semi-final, Erin could just be a free surfer and make a career out of it, but she wants to make the world stage, and wow, she's on her way to doing it. She's on her way to making the tour with these two strong results, and it's just, she's growing and getting better at competing day by day, and if she wins this,
3 in a row
Yeah.
Challenger Series events.
It'd be amazing. You compare these two and their approaches. I'm glad Erin has competitive aspirations, because I think the magic of her surfing is it is a free surfing approach in the jersey. Isabella, even though she's still very young, 26 years of age, is kind of out of the past generation mould, in that she sticks to more traditional lines, and what she does it extremely well. But as far as the progression goes, Erin's kind of got her covered there. So, like, if Erin can find room to take flight again, it's going to be really hard for Isabella in this heat. She'll have to really do her best version of that power surfing.
Yeah, I think if anyone was going to match up against Erin in the final and match, you know, the way that she goes off the bottom so deep and you know, hits the lip in the pocket, Isabella can do that. We've seen her, you know, last year in the final just doing some really tight, crisp surfing in the pocket. And so she can match that power and speed. Yeah, it's just going to be if the progression comes out with Erin.
I think Isabella beats her in power, just because of physically their bodies. I mean, Erin's still such a grom right now, and I just feel Bella, obviously physically that little bit bigger. If Bella can get a big wave and she can find that open face and square up, get really tight off the bottom, and especially on the backhand, get super critical. I love it.
Battle.
I love it.
Go.
Yeah, I feel like that's where Bella has maybe the edge over Erin, but I mean, this is really, I don't think Erin's going to take to the air just yet. I mean, she could totally prove me wrong, but I feel like, you know, in that post-heat interview after her last win in the quarter, it was kind of telling, the semi, you know, she wants to build that foundation first before she starts going for moves like that. She wants to feel like she has a solid lead.
Yeah, she's smart that way, for sure. And these two are really playing a bit of cat and mouse around the lineup at the moment. And Erin's been talking about tactically, you know, adding that sort of competitive fire to her heat approach. It's worked really well for her so far. She's definitely pushing Isabella being stubborn and not surrendering that inside position while priority is neutral. You know, really letting Erin know that she wants to hold down control at the apex of the takeoff zone here.
And this will be interesting for
Let's had a heat restart. Yeah. So we've got a fresh clock coming up. No one taking a wave in the opening stages here. And Hooter not sounding quick enough there for Erin to get into that one. That was a quick 10 minutes, though.
Yeah,
just like processing. Oh, yeah, well, there's so much to talk about with these two. Okay.
Let's go.
Oh, that's literally what she said. Okay, let's go.
Wow, yeah, no, I think, you know, if Bella was going to rattle Erin's feathers somehow, this is it. Just holding down priority. It'll be awesome to see her convert after, you know, making this stand for so long.
Well, you're not going to give it up now, are you?
Oh, hell no.
You've already put in this effort. You're really not going to give up that inside.
And she's going to get the first ride of the final here. Isabella Nichols, recently relegated from the championship tour, wants to get a good roll happening. Go back-to-back here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro with another victory, but that wave just did not work out for her at all. Caught behind for a moment, and priority now with Erin Brooks.
Oh, yeah, that was a tough one for Bella. You know, that wave looked like a really, really nice one, but unfortunately just getting a bit stuck behind the takeoff. Kind of a bit of a wobbly takeoff as well, just a bit of bump in the face. Couldn't really connect the way she wanted with that first turn there, and then unfortunately left her behind the rest of the wave.
Yeah, 2.67. And this is what's so gnarly about Erin. You know, for most of her heats, she has gotten control of the inside position and made a big statement on her opening rides. This time, Isabella gets the first wave, doesn't convert. Erin's got priority now. She's been so reliable for a big number at the start of her heats. And she's got the gift now of being able to pick off the best wave. The wind has really laid down a lot here now, Laura. It's really clean out there. Bit of bump on the face sometimes with the rip, but it looks pretty ideal.
Yeah, no, it's super nice. I mean, we've still got that south energy, so some of these waves can be a bit straight, but when the east
swell direction ones come in and hit the top of the peak there, that's when they're running along that northy bank. So, yeah, it's like a big rip bowl today, and like as we have seen it be all week. But, yeah, as you can see, these girls, they sort of keep repositioning, keep paddling up north and getting right on the tip of the peak.
I think Isabella too, just making her presence very felt there at the takeoff zone, just even without priority, wanting to get in the position of being able to sell.
Get up in her grill.
Erin
Yeah.
a wave here. Well, Jess Starling, she's out roaming and she's found a special guest.
Yeah, I have found a special guest, guys. Matt Violas. How are you going?
Pretty good.
Now,
Day in Australia.
oh, absolutely, especially when the sun's out. We're watching Erin. She's absolutely killing it right now. How's it been watching her in the last events? I mean, she's just been on fire.
She's pretty locked in. It's fun to watch. I mean, just see like new young girls coming up and just being confident and dominating. It's awesome.
I'm curious to know, just for myself actually, as a shaper and you come down here, you're watching Erin, what are you really looking for? Are you looking at her boards, or are you kind of just enjoying the comp and seeing her performance?
I think here her board looked really locked in. Looks like it fits her in the wave well. At Snapper, I was a little nitpicky, but things worked out pretty good in the end. But yeah, you're always watching. But really, we're here to, visit Australia, visit the retailers, get a little work done. I've been surfing and just kind of wrap my arms around the whole business here in Australia a bit.
And can I get a little bit of insight into her boards? I mean, is there any kind of special little things you gave her for Narrabeen?
Erin, she's small. She rides really small boards. They're about 5'3" to 5'4", and a little over 17 inches wide, and they're just really fast and sharp and precise and designed for what she does and what she needs. So she doesn't need a lot of surfboard to get a lot done.
And watching her win today, is it a couple maybe extra free boards in the system? Is there any kind of bonuses for her?
What she gets is my undivided attention, and whatever she needs, I'm there for her to make sure she gets it on time wherever she is in the world.
Something we would all want as surfers for sure. Thanks so much for coming down here and chatting, and we'll let you get back to watching Erin.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Matt Violas has been creating just event-winning crafts for a long time. Got a lot of surfers competing on the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour. Here goes Erin Brooks on that mayhem, getting up into that first section. Again, a nice, fast hit out of the top, but it's not going to be the big number that we've come to expect from her on her opening rides.
No, but I think you can just see exactly what Matt was talking about, to where her boards are fitting so... That just spoke to that perfectly, where her boards are fitting into the pocket of these waves so well. Where somewhere... This wave actually started to double up as it hit this inside section. It had a lot of scoop to it, and yeah, just perfectly fitting. I mean, throughout the week, we've seen so many surfers bauble on turns here, their nose kick, and just fall, and Erin, without fail, has just been so sharp. She's been able to pivot really tight in the pocket, and I feel like that was the perfect example of what Matt was speaking to. So boards are looking great.
It's so impressive the way that she projects through her turns, even on that section. It was just the one section, and just the push that she's able to give these intense sections, and the power for being so small. Like Matt said, she's riding little 5'3". I think I rode a board that big when I was like 7.
5'3", I'd need one for each foot.
So we had a restart, so we've still got a whole lot of time here. Erin puts up a 5.33, so wins that opening exchange, but Isabella Nichols up again, throwing it up into the pocket there. Just a desire for both these competitors, it feels early, to get some numbers on the board, maybe just to stay in check. No one's kind of locked in and dropped anchor out there and waited for that bomb set yet.
Yeah, they haven't at all, and I feel that really great opportunity might not have come through yet. I don't think it actually has come through. I think Erin's done a good job at just that one turn. It's slightly, maybe problematic's not the right word, but interesting, because at Bella just looks like something's quite not clicking right now. Like maybe just the flow, the rhythm just looks slightly disrupted. So I'm looking forward to seeing her clean that up on one of the next waves, as we see Erin having a look.
Oh, and there could be a section down the line here. Erin up into the first section, wanting to combo up a couple of moves here. That is such a tough section to read, even though it's a smaller wave. Just very difficult to ride out of that. So cupped out, Laura.
It's just so rare to see her fall as well. We're so used to seeing her land these turns, but that was a really tricky section. It was almost like she had to go up and either try hit that turn right before it went to the bowley end section, or try to lip line, and she kind of did an in-between turn, which made it a little bit trickier for her. So kind of did a snap here and wanted to replicate really that turn she did before, but unfortunately not working out on that occasion.
Love the style. Just when she's in a turn, technique-wise, she's so coiled. Always has I don't know, so much room to extend through her moves, but unable to on that occasion, which is why she doesn't get that release. It's such a tricky section because you've got to ride with the lip.
Yep.
And then the water's so flat and drawing off that bank so quickly that, you know, it's hard to find a nice transition to come down on.
Yeah, for sure. And if you go on her Instagram and look at the type of training she does, it's all really based on, you know, around surfing. You know, she's either on the trampoline, you know, doing these airs and putting herself in the position that she would hope to be in, and she's in her complete surf stance, you know, and then also, just everything she's doing is all about balance, jumping, pivoting, transition from left to right foot, which is, you know, trying to replicate surfing as much as you can out of the ocean.
Oh, it's very surf specific for sure, 100%. But yeah, she's so strong, even though she might be so small. Like at the moment, she's still obviously got a lot more growing to do. She's still a Grom. I mean, she is super strong. You could see it just all through this week, just powering through sections. So yeah, here we go. Oh, having another little look.
She's also just one of the most well-rounded female surfers, I think, of all time. Already. You know, she was throwing herself over 8-foot bombs at Pipe at the end of last year in one of the specialty events over there, and we just know that she was in cloud break. I'm waiting for some wild cloud break section to drop of her, because I know she just spent a few weeks over there and absolutely scored. And yeah, I saw a sneak peek of one of her waves and she was standing tall in an absolute cloud break cabin. So she might even be trying to push for a potential wild card into that event or something, I don't know. But she's from 1 foot to 10 foot. She's got it all.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if she sees some of those opportunities come under her chin, because she's just so, like you said, so well-rounded. A threat anywhere, really. Got a lot of guts in ways of consequence. 25 minutes to go here. Erin's got a slight lead over Isabella Nichols, who only needs a 3.51. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. More to come from the final in just a moment. Welcome back. This is the final of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Erin Brooks already well situated at the very top of the Challenger Series rankings, where she will be despite the result here leaving Australia. It's been an amazing run for the 16-year-old, but right now got her hands full. Isabella Nichols won this event last year with a strong backhand performance, and Isabella just dreams of getting back to that championship tour. She's done so well to rebound already to get herself back there.
Yeah, she has. I mean, she's done well on tour too. I mean, with a win over in Western Australia main break, she's had a maiden win. I mean, she also has fallen off tour. She's managed to get back on. She understands what this Challenger Series is all about. And yeah, I mean, we already spoke about it, but up on the Gold Coast, she was one of those women. It's like, okay, yeah, she didn't make the cut, but she's definitely, you know, you put a circle around her name, she's definitely going to be making it back on tour. And I'm impressed with her, even just to back up another final finish here, for the second year in a row. It's not an easy thing to do. I said the same thing about Sammy Pupo up on the Gold Coast. You know, that's a hard thing to do, to rock up all this expectation. People are like, oh, last year's winner. And every time you're surfing, it's sort of that, you know, whether you like it or not, there is that little added expectation and pressure. So super impressive by Bella to obviously click into gear here again and crack another final.
Yeah, just all the competitors too to survive those early rounds where we did have super challenging surf, and for the same group of women to, you know, again climb all the way into that semi-final picture is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like this event for Erin Brooks last year was kind of her breakout result in the Challenger Series before obviously getting that win in Saquarema last year. But all of her other events in her last season, she was struggling to make it through her first or second round. And so it's like she got to Saquarema, she got that taste of winning on the Challenger Series, and she's not letting that go.
No. Did break through for a number of impressive results as a Grom, a 14-year-old. But you can see the improvement in her tactical approach to surfing heats. But again, in her performance, another lift. Jess Starling out and about, and she's with Matt Granger.
Yeah, Matt, how about your house this week, hey? Both the ladies saying they're in the final.
Oh, it's been so fun having Isabella and Erin. Just they're best buddies, even though there's a bit of age difference, probably like 10 years, but they love shopping for shoes and watching girly shows on telly. So it's been real fun. We had the big dinners, and yeah, they're real supportive of each other, which is really cool. It's like Bella's like a big sister. She really looks up to Bella, Erin.
You've been hostess with the mostest, but you've also been coach. Tell me about your little coaching strategies with the green.
Oh, the lucky green ball. It's just been a really hectic event with the south swells and the south winds and the seaweed. So that rip's been running rampant the last 3 days. So it's just get her in that right spot, because they can all surf. And as you know, you grew up here surfing Narrabeen, you can really get lost out here on these south swells. So just getting on the best waves, and she's an amazing surfer. She won it last year, and she's just making the right decisions when she takes off.
But let's be honest, with both Isabella and Erin at your house, there's no losers today.
No, it's no losers. It's been such a fun week, having all the crew. We also had Luana Silva and Sol Aguera. So all girls in the house. So, and my dog Lulu, just loving the attention. Erin's just hanging on the lounge every day like that's a therapy dog. And Isabella.
Effie, we'll let you get back to coaching, but well done. And yeah, you'll probably have a full house next year too.
Get more rooms.
Thank you, Jess.
It might be time for a reno.
Yeah, big time. Time for a granny
Lucky
flat out the
house.
back. But pretty impressive stuff. Matt Granger, really great local surfer. Still ripping these days. Has a gym that he runs, surf-specific training. But yeah, great local knowledge that both these competitors have been leaning into. I actually used to rent a unit above his brother when I was about 19. Sorry, Arnie, for all the parties. It was a really good time living down there at South Narrabeen. But just over 18 minutes to go here, and making a move, Isabella Nichols. She's been the busiest surfer in the lineup. Looking to bank a solid score. Better start to this ride as she gets through her turns, bringing that board right back into the pocket and hits away at the end section.
Oh, that would have felt nice. So I think Maddie is actually coaching Isabella this event, but Erin is just just her and her dad just, you know, kind of, I think when I was speaking to Erin the other day, I was asking if she worked with coaches, and she kind of just works with mentors around places, but she likes to, you know, just work with her dad and when she's actually surfing heats. But I mean, she'd know Maddie's up there with the green ball and probably looking in a couple times.
Yeah. God, she's paying very close attention to it. This is a better wave for Isabella Nichols here.
This was really, really well done. And this is sort of the surfing I want to see from Bella. I feel like she registered, hey, this is a good wave. This is the final. I can't safety this. That first turn was perfectly timed. She really pushed harder there. Harder than what I saw her push in the semi, which is what I want to see. It's the final. You know, you've got nothing to lose here. It's either your first or your second loser. So let's go. And I feel like that was great surfing.
Yeah, that was, as well, one of the most quality waves that we've seen in this final. It came from that, you know, deep North Narrabeen peak. It just tapered off perfectly. It had that east direction in it, and like you said, Flick, it was really nice to see Bella just push off the top of that first section.
Now, I think at the semi-finals, Isabella would have, once she had the result, thought to herself, wow, you just beat Sally Fitzgibbons. You put yourself on better waves than Sal, but you actually have better surfing in you.
Yeah.
She had one quality turn in the semi-final heat with Sally that really helped stitch up the win there. But Erin's coming off a memorable semi-finals performance again. So, you know, coming from different places, it just felt like Isabella clicked, then found a good rhythm, was able to bring the board back into, a complete redirect with each of those turns. And as a result, she's banked by far the best number of this heat, 7.5. And we now get to see how Erin responds to that with 16 minutes.
This is so exciting. I mean, there's so many factors into this final that even make it more exciting for me. You know, obviously these two have a really great relationship. Isabella's like the older sister to Erin. They're staying together, and just the way Erin gave up the priority at the start of the heat and just wanted Isabella to have it and didn't want to take it to the big sister. Like, I think she's almost trying to surf her own heat without really having those tactics that we've seen from her.
I think there's
this week. Like she's kind of laid off the brake, pumped the brakes a bit compared to what we've seen this week in terms of the aggression in her heats.
I think that Erin is too crafty, though. I think she happily surrendered it, because on the Gold Coast, she took control early. She got a 10-point ride.
Well, she happily surrendered it on the Gold Coast too. Bella actually was on the inside. It was Bella that pulled back. So she actually surrendered it there too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. I wonder if she'd... we haven't seen her do too much of that throughout the rest of the contest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. These two have a relationship, and you can tell that, you know, she's like, you know, you're my big sis, and she's kind of stepping down a little bit.
Well, let's see if she can fire up here, because she's going to need to. Definitely has a bit of work to do now. 6.51 required as we take a trip around the lineup on the Phil New Sydney flight cam. This is an exciting prospect for spectators. Someone with so much firepower, holding priority, needing a score.
Oh, it's so exciting, and we just know what Erin's capable of. And I mean, I'll be surprised if she goes to the air or gets progressive on this next one. She could totally prove me wrong. However, I feel like just to listen to what she was saying, she just likes to build that foundation first before she does this. So, I mean, I struggle to think that she's going to do something like that unless the perfect section presents itself. But I feel that she's probably just going to want to lock in something similar, like a 7.5, around that 7 mark, just to keep it pace with Bella.
Yeah. Well, when you think about the 7.5 too, Laura, it's a good score. It was very good surfing, but there was nothing in there that, even when you try and think about what moves got laid down on that wave, there's nothing that really sticks out in your mind.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it was just a beautiful gem of a wave that was surfed really well, but Erin's going to have to just remember the surfing she's done throughout this event and how easily she's been able to get excellent scores. And the way she attacks her turns, if she can get 2 of them, she'll be up in the 7.5 range for sure. But, it's probably definitely hard hearing that score right now.
Just over 13 minutes to go. And it's, I've still got the mind of a 16-year-old, but it's hard to put yourself in her situation at the moment. But obviously she's closed out a couple of Challenger Series events already, so I think she'd back herself in this situation. But You know, there's been some greats of the sport in years gone by that, you know, were all talent, that had all the firepower in the world, but their success in events relied on getting momentum early in heats, and they'd build from there. Taj Burrow is a perfect example. He loved leading a heat, and once he had the lead, he was probably close to unbeatable. But when he found himself up against it, and he would say he had a hard time kind of fighting his way back from second place. But here we go, good looking wall, and Erin taps into the first section and again gets that board up there. Third turn's decent as she moves through to the inside, gets a good finish, everything done very swiftly. So a clean sequence of turns. But we said at the start of this heat, the comparisons are going to be made to the power output of Isabella Nichols and the speed of Erin Brooks.
Yeah, definitely. I also think Erin right there, this is a perfect example. She just left some in the tank here. I think you could see that she kind of, you know, hit these couple of first sections. It was great surfing. It was a really good wave. She needs to finish this here. If she put too much mayo on this first turn here and overcooks it, she falls. This is a total critical moment in the heat. She needed this score. She needed to manufacture this and make sure that she converts. And she puts something on the board just as strong as Bella's 7.5. I think from now on, things are gonna things are gonna be turned up. The heat's gonna be the heat's turned up.
Well, that was the first quality wave that we've seen Erin on. You know, all of her waves before that have been basically one or maybe two turns. So that was her first proper tapered wall that she's been able to really, you know, unleash on. But like you said, felt like she left a bit in the tank. Yep. She just wanted to finish that wave. She's going to get a 7.5 or maybe even go excellent just on the basis of that was 4 turns, but they were repetitive. So they were kind of 4 of the same turn. She didn't really get to kick the tail out on anything or just probably do, you know, that variety of surfing that we're used to seeing from her. So it'll be interesting to see where the judges go, but you'd think it'd have to match Bella's or be better.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. But I think she's just being so smart. I mean, she could have easily have gone so hard on that first section because it was almost begging for it, you know. But, yeah, just super smart from the Grom. Just knowing I need to convert.
She's going to swing again here on the inside and doesn't have a whole lot of face to work with, but drifts the tail, tries to shove another turn in there, but doesn't make it. And on the outside, Isabella finds a bit more space to get that vertical approach happening, unloads a big power turn and gets the finish, and she's probably going to get back out for priority too.
Yeah, well, that was probably the first mistake I think Erin's made in this heat, trying to better the 5.33 on such a small wave. That first turn was really, really awesome, but then obviously the wave just running into that really end small section. Isabella, that was the turn of the heat.
Yeah, I think the judges too are still having a good think about that first ride for Erin and making some comparisons to what Isabella Nichols did on her 7.5. But you're right, that turn was quality, the first turn, but the wave was very small and she didn't get the finish. But this move, that was strong.
That was a perfect demonstration of just the contrast we were talking about between the surfers. But just so much power from Bella there for that one single manoeuvre.
Yeah, well, 7.1 for Erin on her previous wave. So Isabella Nichols, you know, winning that exchange and certainly winning the next one. This next score is easily going to get Isabella back up into the lead.
Yeah, see, I was so interested at how that score was going to come in from the judges because, yeah, Erin surfed that wave amazing. It was 4 turns, but it was 4 of the same turn. And I think if she was just able to maybe do a carve or kick the tail out on one, she could have got that score excellent. Bella's going to make this hard now. That last single turn that she did, that's going to probably be up in the 6, maybe close to 7-point range.
Agreed. Yeah, when I watched Erin's wave, like as nice as the wave was, her timing has been so spot on. She arrived to the first 2 turns a little late and had to was forced down the line almost until she got to a third move where she could fully redirect, whereas Isabella found herself on her 7.5, a wave that allowed her to draw back into the bowl.
Yeah.
We'll get a comparison of those 2 rides for you in just a moment, but Erin Brooks appealing for a bit of an update here as we have a look at the replay, comparing those moves.
First turn of Bella's was just a lot stronger. like you said, Ronnie, Erin had 4 quality turns, but they were all sort of down the line turns, you know. Isabella's wave went really small at the end of hers, but all of the majority of Bella's points were just made off that first turn.
And you can see there, Erin's just trying to hear what the onside announcer is saying. She was like, am I hearing this right? 1 turn, 7.77. She is. And Erin Brooks now has quite a bit of work to do, needing an 8.17 as Nichols takes off again. Strong out of the pocket, really starting to build some confidence and momentum. And she looks staunch as she finishes off that wave, trying to better a 7.5.
Wow. Wow, this is exciting. I mean, I don't know what excites me more. I mean, Bella is just turning up the volume, but this is the first time I think Erin's needed an 8-point ride in a lot of months. So what is she going to do with this?
I know. It's actually, it's scary. It's exciting. I feel like you can just see that also Bella has clicked up into another gear. You could tell as soon as she stood up on that wave, she's obviously heard she's got the 7.7 for that one single turn. I mean, and that was a meaty turn. And here we go. Let's have a look at this wave. And you could just tell precision. Oh. She threw the fins out the back there. She's giving it more on these turns. And yeah, you can see it, the body language. She's feeling confident. Even before that, when the score got read out, she started tapping the water like, okay, let's get this good mojo going. Erin was sitting right next to her, so Erin's watching all this go down.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure if that last wave of Bella's is just locked in at 6 point. What is that?
6.0. So it doesn't go into the top 2. Really quality first move, but the wave did start to taper pretty quickly after that one. But yeah, Isabella, we saw it. Once that heat restart came, you know, she was facing the beach. You could read her lips. She said, okay, let's go. And she is so focused in. For good reason, there's a lot of hype around Erin Brooks. She just had a near-perfect ride for air rotation in the semi-finals. Her performances on the Gold Coast are legendary now. And, you know, I think just her performances through this event have us thinking that she's going to be hard to beat. Isabella's form's been kind of tepid here on finals day up until when it counts here in the final, starting to ramp up, starting to really click into gear, and that's just her experience shining through.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah, Isabella can be so proud of the heat she surfed already, you know, from the very first 15 minutes holding priority, you know, just taking control of the heat from the very beginning. And just building, you know, building throughout the heat. You can look at her scoreline here. It was a slow start, but then once she got on the roll, 7.5, 7.77, and a 6. And yeah, let's see what Erin can do to fight back into this.
How hard is it, Flick, when you're the surfer coming up against the one who is in form? Because this is the second time Isabella's faced that today, and somehow she's found her form when it counts.
She has found that form. She's definitely clicked into gear when it's mattered most. I think Laura touched on it before, but the most important part of this heat was before it had even begun, with Isabella establishing that inside position and just really stamping that authority and being like, nah, like, you might be my little sister, but I'm not giving you that inside position, and just really making Erin work for it. And it's paying right now, but you cannot count out Erin right now. And Bella is going to know that. Like, Bella saw what she did in the semi-final, but Bella knows what she's capable of, and I feel like obviously we touched on it before as well. That's Erin's point of difference against Bella right now. So I am excited that Erin does, from a commentator's perspective and just watching this, I'm excited that Erin has priority, so that maybe we will see something like that be thrown down. When she's under the pressure, she knows that, hey, okay, I've got to do something big here.
Laura, at the championship tour level, you surfed heats against your best mates.
Yeah,
what's going on? What's going on out there right now? Is there any banter between these two?
Nah, I mean, absolutely not at the moment. You can tell how much this means to Bella. She wants to go back to back, and, you know, you've got to leave it out in the water. But I have, you know, Erin, the way she's approached this, I'm sure she's going to look back and say, maybe I did pump the brakes a bit on my good mate. But she's so young, she's learning. This is her second year on the Challenger Series, and she just wants to let her surfing do the talking in this heat.
Well, she's going to make some noise right now with that surfing. As she takes to the air, can she stick it? Oh my gosh, she had it. The front foot has slipped off, and Isabella Nichols, she puts her head, her hands on her head, just in disbelief. Is she going to ride out of that? I mean, that that would have been a 10-point ride.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, speechless. And look, Isabella, she is just stroking into an absolute bomb right now.
Oh, this might be the wave of the day.
Oh.
Or it might not be.
Smart, right?
They won't close out. The paddle battle is on here. Erin Brooks gets the motor going. Isabella maybe a little further out, but we have seen in this situation before, the surfer who's ridden the last wave generally will fall into second priority if they arrive at the lineup at roughly the same time here. But Isabella looks like she's got a bit more of an edge. We're waiting for that priority, and it does fall in Isabella's favour. But have a look at this. This was huge.
Oh, this thing was massive. It was pretty much
rotation.
It was a full rotation. Oh my, Bella just absolutely.
It was like she went to clap and then she just
No,
they
no.
clawed.
Amazing. And Erin's right up against it now.
Wow, how exciting is this, surf fans and viewers, to know that this is what we have to look forward to.
Yeah.
Erin Brooks leading an 8-point ride and then going for Hail Mary 10s. They're not even Hail Marys because she makes them. So it's just, imagine what we're going to see in the future.
Well, she was so close then. The NRMA Parks and Resorts 2-minute warning has come and gone, and now we're in that situation where Erin's trying to turn this with a single ride, finding some space here on the inside. Isabella Nichols got to be careful giving her opportunities as she takes to the sky. There is a real commitment in each of these moves. Pressure building. Isabella did a great job to establish a lead, but she didn't have it going all her own way in the opening stages, Isabella. She had a couple of falls. She took some average waves before dumping a 7.5 and backing it with a 7.77. And she's really in control now. 1 minute remaining, and here she comes.
Yeah, and, you know, you got to feel for Isabella right now that with priority, with 50 seconds to go, she's doing something that she's never had to do before. Try to hold someone off from an air section.
Yeah, exactly.
It's, you know, Erin Brooks right now with 40 seconds could still take off on something and turn it into an 8-point ride, and it's going to be hard. Isabella's is just going to make sure she's on the next wave.
Oh, this is like the local, the stalwart local, trying to keep the Grom off a wave. Erin Brooks finds some room again. Even on a wave this size, Erin's capable of turning in an excellent score. But Isabella can't afford to give her a set wave to attempt that move. Otherwise, she's a very good chance at turning in the number she needs.
Completely. And I think just to touch on what you said, Laura, this hasn't really... Look, women are getting more and more progressive, but Erin is just a great show right now of, hey, you got to be so careful at what waves you give people because Erin's so progressive.
Look, Mac Granger's celebrating for Isabella, but it feels like Isabella's only finally now celebrating the Hooters sounded. She was looking over her shoulder just going, wow, what's Erin going to do?
She's just going to be in the air.
Amazing. Back-to-back victories for Isabella Nichols here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And she has done, well, ended the run, the incredible run of Erin Brooks through the past 3 Challenger Series events, but Erin's still banking a second-place finish, holding that #1 spot on the Challenger Series ratings. It's just been incredible to watch, but congratulations there to Isabella.
Oh, yeah. Bella, to back it up, go back to back, it's so hard to do, so impressive, and just completely using that experience and being super assertive at the beginning of that heat. I mean, for me, that's where it was won at that beginning. But, yeah, I mean, impressive by both women. And, yeah, Erin, hats off. I mean, such a great performance again throughout this event.
Oh, that was so fun to watch. Yeah, just in awe of these two. And
great moments here. Erin Brooks, is she considering carrying Isabella Nichols up the beach here? Isabella's feet will still be on the ground.
Oh, no, have you seen Erin lifts heavy?
Oh, I know she can lift, but... What an amazing final. Isabella Nichols did so well. You know, she was up against it. Even as a CT winner and a championship tour competitor, it really felt like Erin was on a special kind of run. But there she is, your champion, and moving one step closer to graduating back to the championship tour. is your back-to-back champion at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, Isabella Nichols. She'll be chaired to the stage, and hopefully we'll get to have a chat with her soon.
Bit of a lopsided chair, but
Love it.
what a moment. Back to back.
So good.
Huge crowd on hand to watch this all go down on finals day. I think this local community well aware that this is a great opportunity to see world-class surfing and the future of surfing. 16-year-old Erin Brooks, 3 finals in a row, 2 wins and a second, amazing. But the resilience of Isabella Nichols is worth celebrating today, because it is devastating to these competitors as championship tour surfers to be bumped back to the Challenger Series and then try and muster the confidence and a little bit of positivity to take to these first couple of events, and she's come away with the win.
Oh, it's so impressive. And I mean, it's a hard thing to just sort of pick yourself back up from you know, pretty upsetting and you know, devastating times in Margaret River. I mean, you haven't made the cut, and then you've got to pick yourself up, you've got to reframe, and she put in a great performance on the Gold Coast. She had that finished with a semi-final finish, backed it up with a win here. So, I mean, yeah, hats off to Bella. I mean, it's super impressive. But for me, it was just one in the before the heat even begun. Just her just being so assertive, so dominant, and yeah, not letting Erin have that inside position.
Well, there seems to be almost like a sibling rivalry between Erin Brooks and Isabella Nichols, but well, Isabella knows all about sibling rivalry. She's got a twin sister, Helena, would have been watching. Her parents, Ron and Elizabeth, would be tuned in as well. Just a massive moment. Looking forward to having a chat to Isabella Nichols on the other side of the break. But what a champion. We've still got the men's final around the corner with veteran Alejo Munez taking on the local boy, Geordie Lawler. Stick around. Just one more heat to come here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. It is the men's final, and it is going to be an absolutely spectacular showdown as we see the veteran Alejo Munez of Brazil take on North Narrabeen's Geordie Lawler and the North Narrabeen faithful. The Board Riders Club, they're here in force. Anyone who's not here is having their membership revoked, I'm told. But it is certainly a big hometown crowd that'll be behind him. But Alejo has proven in this event that you can't count him out. And let's have a look at the Bailey Ladders bracket. I got Matt Chinoski, Richie Lovett with me, and not an easy run to the final for either of these competitors, Matty.
No, if you look way down the draw, there's no way you would have come up with Alejo and Geordie in this final, given the quality of some of the surfers they've had to overcome. Incredible just to get here. It's going to be a great final.
Yeah, Geordie for me though has been a major threat, Rich. Obviously inspired to do well here at home. Great competitive results that he's collected on the Northern Beaches in the past, and he's just been flowing beautifully.
Yeah, looks right at home. You know, here, this is where he surfs every day. He's got that crowd support, which in his post-heat interview after the semis, he's really feeling that. You picked him, mate. We were having discussions earlier in the week, and you actually picked him for the win. So, well, it's Alejo Moniz on his first ride, and he has just picked up where he's left off. This power display, it's looking good.
In some ways, as we see the replay of Geordie's opening ride, let's see what kind of work he got done here, Matt.
Yeah, smooth surfing to start this time. Hits the lip line, carries momentum in this next section. Another whack for good measure. 3 turns. Looking like the veteran Damien Hardman out there on these lefts.
Doing it, love that. This is, in some ways, very similar, this matchup, to what we saw in the women's final. Geordie Lawler, he's got that progressive edge, is also very strong, very well-rounded, has those turns as well, and he's up against a more experienced competitor who's reliably been dropping great scores and has an extremely vertical backhand approach that he can use as a high percentage play against the, well, even though Geordie's got a great strike rate with the airs, you'd have to call it a more low percentage play with the airs.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the theme of today is actually favouring that foundation surfing, the power surfing, but let's see if Geordie can flip the script on it.
Loading up for the rotation. Goes for that slob grab, can't quite stick it. Just under 32 minutes remaining, and Alejo on the outside. Again, just driving beautifully. Seems to have a magic board under his feet, but maybe some nerves coming through for both these competitors in these opening exchanges here. Mid-range scores on the opening exchange. Alejo getting a slight edge over Geordie. Right now, though, we're going to hear from the winner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, not once, but twice. Let's hear from Jess Starling.
Bella, you're not only our 2023 champion here, but you are now our 2024 champion here. You've gone back-to-back at Narrabeen. What's going on?
There's a lot going through my mind right now, and like the first thing that I want to say is a big thank you to Maddie and Chaz for having us. They've been incredible. Like, he's obviously coaching me in this event, and his energy that he brings into every one of my heats, and even just being around him like all day, every day, has just been incredible. And that's why I wanted to work with him again, because after last year, like, obviously it worked really well, and I'm just so grateful to have like such good people. Also Jan and Graham, some of our really good friends, they come down every single heat. It's been 10 heats in a row now, they counted, through last year and this year. They don't miss a heat like any day, rain, hail or shine. So big thanks to them, and obviously Kurt Jacobs for everything he's done. Like, the support I have is incredible. Obviously all of these amazing groms here, like I've been saying in every post-heat interview, it means more to me than anyone can imagine. And yeah, I'm getting a bit emotional. This is a lot.
You've created your own little family down here, and I just think that is so incredible. You got the rematch that you needed against Erin then, and you got the jump. Things have come back to even. How are you going with it all?
Oh my gosh. And also I just wanted to say a big shout out to Erin Brooks, because she's inspired me so much as a surfer through the last few years, and especially now since I've gotten to know her a little bit more. The way she goes about everything, she's just so dedicated, so driven, so incredibly talented. As I was watching that air from behind, my heart kind of dropped, but I was also at the same time like, yeah, that was sick, because she's a really good friend of mine, and like I said, she's like a little sister to me, and I'm just so grateful to, have spent some time with her through this past 2 weeks, and yeah, it's just been such an incredible journey. I've come into this event in a way better headspace than last year. Falling off tour last year was hard for me, and I came into this event like super down, and that worked for me then, and now I've come into this event and I was feeling really happy and positive and grateful for life. And that also works. So I'm like, it goes to show that it doesn't really matter what kind of headspace you're in, as long as you like go through the routine, go through the process, trust, have a good support team around you. Like, yeah, anything's possible.
And you're coming out of Australia now with 2 keeper results, moving into the back end, well, I guess the middle part of the year now. You know, you've got to be feeling pretty comfortable in your own skin.
I'm feeling really comfortable. I didn't know how these 2 events were going to go. Last year was a bit tumultuous for me, and this year also. But I came into this year on tour and I felt really good and I felt really solid, and I didn't feel like it was my surfing that was out. It was just a few decisions that I made on tour, and you can't really make any bad decisions. But it's funny, I woke up this morning and I was like, I can't wait for this run of contests to be done, because we've been on the road for 5 months now and I just want to go camping. So I'm keen for a holiday, but also super grateful to be able to do this, and every heat I enjoyed so thoroughly out there. So yeah, so stoked.
And I've got to know, how are you going to soak up this win? How good is this celebration going to be for you?
It's going to be incredible. I actually just got a new James Baroud rooftop tent, and I'm going to take that up the coast as I travel back to the Goldie, and we're going to stop in at a few campsites on the way home and crack open a beer and just sit in a deck chair and have a sick time. Just relax.
You deserve a beer after that win. Congratulations, Bella. You're a back-to-back champion. We're so happy for you. Go and soak this all up.
Thank you so much. So stoked.
Thanks, guys. You're champ, Bella.
Well done, Isabella. Oh, that sounds so good. Hit the road, get in the camp chair and crack a tin. But it's been an amazing run. But during the interview, fireworks on the outside and a huge cheer going up on the beach because Geordie Lawler stomped a big air.
And you see him running down the line here. We saw him go up, around, and this time shuffles forward a bit. The foot nearly on the nose. He rides out of this one with complete control. You see him push forward, this one into the flats. Oh, so an even gnarlier landing than the one in the semi-final. And he gets that control. Look at that shot with the board rider boys on the shore. They loved it. And Alejo.
Yeah, so Alejo outside. He got a wave deep on the bank. Big floater to start things off. Jams that backhand hit. And a second. Really aggressive. Comes through to this inside. A little bit of side-to-side work, but some really powerful turns on the outside. And then Geordie again.
Yeah, nice, clean rail transition here. Goes up again for this turn. And he carries his momentum down the line, tries to free the fins up a little bit, and that one with a little more spice on it. So that'll be a great backup score.
Oh, Alejo, though, on a gem here, live action, but he falls. The 34-year-old, 6 years previously on the championship tour, 2011 through to 2016. You think he wants back on, Rich?
Oh,
so
bad. At bottom dollar he does. And have a look at this. Narrabeen is starting to produce the goods. This is more of what we're used to seeing here. This is Geordie.
Loading up. Geordie might only get one section. It might be all he needs. Goes to the stop. Sticks it. Gets out onto the open face. Whips through the carve. This guy is so well-rounded. He really is. First time I met Geordie Lawler, he was recognised by Mick Fanning and taken away with Caius King, Kalani Ball, an incredible list of young Groms to a high-performance camp that Mick put on up at Foster. And even then, you could just see Geordie, he had an old-school approach in his surfing with a real progressive edge. He's used it to great effect on his run through this contest, and here's some of that flair.
Yeah, and he's spent a lot of time working on these airs, super stylish through his rail transitions, but trying to spice things up. As he's grown through his career, he's really enjoyed the style aspect of his surfing, and airs like that show us just a little difference to your comp mentality that a lot of these surfs that have gone to those training camps, that have gone through the Pro Junior and QS, you just don't see this type of manoeuvre very often.
Yeah, Geordie just comes along every once in a while and just has a stunning performance in these events. He's won a major contest on the Northern Beaches before, missed out by qualifying by a spot or two. And he, I think, was one of those guys, Rich, that, you know, suffered from, you know, that almost getting there syndrome. He got some call-ups as a replacement surfer, but it kind of bashed him up a little bit mentally.
Yeah, it did. You know, Geordie's big Achilles heel is just consistency and maintaining that confidence level. He spikes. You know, you look at his, you know, win-loss graph, and it goes high, it goes real low. So that's what he really needs to work on. But perhaps this one, perhaps he's done the work now and he can start to really level off at 33,000 feet and keep that consistency going.
Well, since the Challenger Series was introduced, both these competitors have had great performances, but both of them counted a quarterfinal finish as their best result. Geordie, he'd had only just one quarterfinal in Irasira, but Alejo's managed to find a quarterfinal each year he's been campaigning. But this is a real return for both of these surfers to get to the top end of the Challenger Series ranks. Geordie not a full-time campaigner on the Challenger Series this year, though.
Yeah, and Alejo too. He didn't qualify through the region, so he's had a tumultuous battle on that QS, regional QS over there in South America. Super stacked as well, as we've seen a lot of those surfers that finally get here to the Challenger Series. It's a feat in itself, but then to put on the jersey, go up against former CTers like we saw Sammy and Miguel Pupo, incredible just to get here for Alejo. And with Geordie in the lead right now, he is looking strong. He's surfing some of the best we've ever seen him, especially in these beach break conditions. He's going to carry the momentum into Bolido, where he's done really well in the past.
Yeah, Alejo, the benefactor of a regional wildcard spot on the Challenger Series, though, so we will see him all season. Geordie, on the other hand, we're not sure, but a win often puts you in the frame for a call-up if some spaces become available.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, that's the ideal scenario for Geordie. But a couple of things I wanted to mention here. At this point in a final with 20 minutes to go, you need to stay right in that zone. Don't start getting ahead of yourself and start thinking about a win. You've still got work to do here, and it's a hard thing to do when you're in a final situation. You started to go, oh, I might actually win this thing. You need to stay so in the moment, and it seems like both surfers have done that really well.
Yeah, they've both been so cool in their post-team interviews. Alejo, it feels like just his memories of going on to win major events in this second tier of the WSL is really working in his favour. He's overcome some tough customers to earn this spot in the final, and Geordie's been much the same. Really cool, almost emotionless in his post-heat interviews. You could tell it dawned on him after the semi-final win that, you know, he was on the cusp of having a great moment here at home, but he was quick to quieten the noise.
Yeah, Vaughan actually said it looked like he had steam just boiling, ready to come out. But both him and Alejo have kept that composure, and they've been really slinking around the contest site, not super loud, not super visible, and just rolling actually with themselves. And it's been really unique to watch, and here they are in the final, and that's been the winning recipe.
Just, I'm loving this new drive and momentum and fire in Alejo's performances, Rich. There was glimpses of it in the Gold Coast, but here he's been in full-blown attack mode, hammering some of the bigger sections that were on offer early in the event.
Yeah, he's been full tilt right from the word go, and even in this final, I've actually got to give the power edge to Alejo Moniz on the manoeuvres and on the waves that we've seen so far. He is actually outturning Geordie. The reason why Geordie is ahead is because he's layered on that progressive element, that high-risk aerial manoeuvre that Alejo we haven't seen that from him yet, and that's why you know, he is finding himself in second place here.
Geordie started busting some airs here on finals day, but on his road through the contest, he did really stick with the more traditional lines. And that's just a little, I think, insight into how well-rounded he is. He doesn't always need to, you know, pull that ace out of the sleeve. And it just has meant that since he's reached this pointy end of the competition, he's given himself a real point of difference to his rivals.
Looking back in that women's final, I noticed I was down there on the sand trying to get the beach view of it, and the waves are looking like a typical North Narrabeen. That south swell's not coming back at the bowl. There's less turbulence. The bank's a little fuller, courtesy of the high tide. For Geordie to find that ramp into the flats, that's been missing for a few heats. Of all people who could find it, Erin Brooks couldn't, and that is what Bella was able to capitalise on. Geordie's found it in this heat, but if Leo can get one of those sets that does have just a remnant of that south swell, you could see him log in a pretty good score like Isabella.
Most definitely. Well, this is a huge moment for North Narrabeen. This place has just got so much competitive history. The board riders club meets alone are full of stunning performances and club legends. But the Pro Junior, which was really considered the World Junior title, was like a crystal ball to the CT competitor of the future back in the day, run by Terry Fitzgerald. Mick Mock was involved. It was just such a spectacle. It used to attract surfers from all over the world. All the greats were victorious in that event. There was a number of board riders events, meets, team meets that unfolded here, some QS events. But it has been great to have a major contest back on the schedule here on the Northern Beaches, but at North Narrabeen in particular, because it's a quality, reliable wave.
Yeah, it's the Sydney's Duranbar or Huntington Beach, and it is like this regularly. It covers a whole different swell range. You can surf it onshore, offshore, and there's just so much history here, Rich.
Yeah, no, it really is a great place for a competition, and I actually have surfed it out here in the Pro Junior days all the way through to Coke Classic. Geordie, live action.
A lot of speed as he hammers down the line, takes flight. Oh, big grab. Can't quite stick it though. It was a tricky section to ride out of, but he was throwing everything at it, looking to drive a nail into the coffin of Alejo Munez early in the heat. Unsuccessful. So Alejo's still in it, but Alejo at this point must be thinking, you know, of chipping away at the requirement by bettering that 6.17.
It's 2 waves.
Breaking it down in 2 waves for Alejo at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. I don't feel like Geordie's done yet, and that big 7.83, it's sticking out like a sore thumb at the moment. And Geordie, he's going to keep building, and Alejo, this is an important part of this heat right now. He needs to strike back. I feel like it's a certain type of wave that he wants to find now where he can really open up 2 big backhand hits, and then a final, maybe a 3-turn combination is what he needs if he wants to break that excellent part of the scoreline.
Just over 17 minutes to go. A lot more to enjoy here in the final of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. We're going to take a quick break. Back in a moment.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. I'm here to give you guys our final Bonsoy locals report. It's just good timing because Dill Moffat's on his lunch break. Dill, down here supporting Geordie. It's been a hell final so far.
Yeah, it's been unreal. Like today so far, just seeing the surfing that's been going down has been unreal, and it's like so surreal standing here with this crew and seeing how much like support there is for the local community here, and I'm just so glad we get to give Geordie a cheer on, and he has a big chance of winning.
You know what it feels like to surf a heat with the local community behind you. Do you really think Geordie's kind of drawing off the energy on the beach right now?
Oh yeah, of course. It'd be impossible for him not to hear us. Like we're screaming at the top of our lungs, and you know we want all the best for him. It was really unfortunate to see him miss out on qualifying for the Challenger Series by only a few spots, knowing how good he can surf and the talent that he has. So seeing him get this opportunity to surf in this event and be able to show everyone what he's capable of has been really good.
How badly do you want to do this in front of our local crowd too?
Oh my God, this would be the best feeling in the world right now. You know, like when I fell out the other day, I was bummed, but you know, I get just as much enjoyment of cheering on Geordie and being a part of the crowd as I do surfing as well.
Well, guys, we have an important final to finish, but yeah, Dill, giving us our little locals report. Back to you.
Thank you, Jess. As we see Geordie now using his priority, hammering down the line. That Timmy Patterson looking sharp underfoot as he hammers the section. Nice flow of manoeuvres here. Climbs up on top of that final section. Davey Cathles almost blows his teeth out of his mouth. Solid stuff. He's trying to get rid of a 6.83. The equipment looking sharp for both these surfers. Geordie making the jump to Timmy Patterson's Crafts not too long ago after a long relationship with Channel Islands. But it's been a solid move. Getting a fresh feel for him has worked well in this contest, that's for sure.
Yeah, that board's just looking so reliable for him. And the thing is, it carries so much natural momentum. The wide point forward there allows him for sweet transition turns like that, just without working too hard for the speed, carrying all that flow, momentum into that. So 3 really crisp turns, a great combination of maneuvers. And that wave didn't offer a lot, but he surfed it so smoothly.
Yeah, that's the most aggressive Geordie's been, getting some face work done here in the final. You can see getting the tail release off that first hit. And just a real precision approach here on this little wave. Starting to mix it up, gets nice and high on this one, almost vertical, throws the arms up. And then does a little bit of a disco dance through the inside, adding to the point score.
Waiting on the numbers to come through. Don't think you could call that final hit complete for Geordie, but he did a lot of work before it. Should be better than the 6.83. It just feels that way. Great variation on show. You can't talk about how good Geordie's boards are looking without talking about Alejo, who's riding an SRS surfboard shaped by Rodrigo Silva. And he, for me, is looking like he's moving at a different kind of speed, especially through flatter sections. Alejo. Big number here for Geordie, 7.27. Pushes the requirement up for Alejo, who's now after an 8.93. But yeah, that Rodrigo Silva board under his feet has looked amazing in all faces of North Narrabeen this week.
Yeah, it's looked just really connected to Alejo, that power approach, the wider stance, the low centre of gravity. It served him really well. And you can tell when a surfer has a reliable board that they're connected with. No hesitation. That basically the surfer is dominating, controlling where the surfboard goes on the wave.
Matty, it's so fun talking surfboards when we're here at the Sydney Surf Pro, because the Northern Beaches in particular, but Sydney, you know, it's had so many trailblazers in the shaping realm. So many big changes happen to surfboards right here on this peninsula.
Yeah, all the major surfboard inventions in the world throughout the 60s, 70s and 80s happened here in Sydney. The shortboard from 1967, Bob McTavish, the V-bottom stringerless boards, as we look out live action with Geordie.
Well, Geordie loading up again, finding space down the line, explodes out of the pocket with a tidy reverse and loads up for more and ditches the fins once again, really pushing it. Matty Cattle. He can barely believe his eyes here at the moment, as one of his students takes control of the final. 10.5 minutes to go, and it feels like Geordie might be improving his heat score total again here.
Yeah, I think so. He's really all over this lineup at the moment, and just showing us so much variety again. Just gets a ton of speed off the bottom, blasts through the lip, gets the spin, quick shuffle, gets right back into that power position on the wave. Comes down the line, pounds that oncoming section, gets a nice little tail flare.
Geordie, it feels like, it has had some attempts in this heat, Matt, where the confidence wasn't quite soaring. Since he stitched up the 2.7s, it just feels like he's settled in. He's getting towards that realm where he can kind of attempt anything he wants, and he's going to make it stick.
Yeah, he's so centered on his board. You can see, you actually see that same energy he's carrying in his post-heat interviews. You can see it on the wave as well. He's composed, and he's in that flow state.
We saw it when he was victorious down there at the Sydney Surf Pro years ago at Manly Beach. He was in a special kind of form, stomped a number of airs to get himself the victory down there. That was 2019. He brought the party from Manly back to Narrabeen. If he can hang on here, he won't have to travel too far. The score is in, 7.93, so still a little space left in the scale for more, as Alejo's requirement grows now to a near perfect 9.59.
Oh, he's just done so well under priority, hasn't he, just to keep building that scoreline. He's basically just starting to hammer those nails. And Alejo Moniz, he is really going to have to come up with a pretty magical comeback wave.
Doesn't this tell you a lot about the depth in each of the qualifying series regions, where you've got a Challenger Series regional wild card, not making his way through the regional QS for his spot on the Challenger Series here in the final. You've got Geordie Lawler, who's not full-time campaigning on the Challenger Series this year, not making the grade on the Australian QS. They're fighting it out for the win here at the second stop on the CS.
Joel Vaughan comes to mind for Australia, the new gen coming through in the regional QS. Onto the Challenger Series, Leo Casal from South America as well, the youngsters competing at the World Junior level, like these two were at once upon a time about a decade ago, but they're still there. Here they are in the final in conditions that are certainly doesn't lend themselves to veteran style. When you think of veteran style of surfing, I mean, these guys are surfing super powerful and really progressive.
Mate, I can see just the history and the facts just trying to spew out past your teeth in relation to board design here. And I want to get back there because there was a couple of really big hubs here on the northern beaches.
It's the influence. So you had that 60s influence. All your Simon Andersons, your Terry Fitzgeralds, your Cole Smiths, all of those, Mark Warren, these guys all worked for those legends. And it's a cyclical thing, and it was lineage that was passed through the generations as it was through the board riders. What we're seeing here with Geordie is a direct correlation to what occurred here 50 years ago. It's happened every decade, and it's still happening now. Surfing is in great hands in Australia, and we thank the Board Riding Club and we pay homage to our surfing evolution.
The Brookvale Six and the Shane gang. Big hubs for incredible designers, and there's some amazing ones here on the northern beaches. But right now, you're seeing the craftsmanship of a Brazilian, Rodrigo Silva, under the feet of Alejo Munez, who's trying to, fight his way out of a very tough situation here. Geordie with control, with priority, and in just dangerous touch at the moment.
Yeah, he looks on, doesn't he? And Alejo, he's just trying to muscle his way back into this final with some good, clean power surfing. Just got hung up a little bit on that third turn on that wave, so we'll check out the replay. Big deep bottom turn from the start, aggressive snap, keeps it going down the line. Gets a little better angle on the second turn, but hung up on the third. So it's straight back to the drawing board again, and he's running out of time.
Just over 6 minutes to go here. Waiting on that number to come through, but even Alejo's going to be aware that it's not going to take anything off that requirement. He needs a lot more. He needs to get himself up, match what Geordie's posted. Because I do feel too that he's going to have to do his very best version of some of the surfing he's done earlier on just to get to an 8. But I feel like there'll always be a little bit of restraint with the airs that Geordie's starting to pull out. Because one big move from Geordie might fetch a 10. And that's going to be hard for Alejo to match out there at the moment. Here he goes. Loading up. Nice swoop off the top. Comes through to the inside. I mean, still not over surfing, is he? He's in a nice little flow at the moment. That section wasn't calling for a big rotation. He got there a little late. So at this point in time, just still taking opportunities away from his rival, not getting too concerned about upping the requirement with that ride, it didn't feel like.
No, I feel like Alejo would have liked that wave on the backhand, maybe two big jams, a taller wall where he can really explode off the top.
I spoke to Gassian after his last heat. He said how consistent it is out there right now. And he goes, Geordie, this is that replay. Eyes this section off. And if he wasn't looking to drop a low of a 7.83, that'd be a keeper score, you'd have to say. But Delahaye said that it's a different type of break out there. It's so consistent, lots of opportunity, but it's just those ones with that meaty end section. They're not there, not as prevalent as they were the last few days.
Such a fun wave when you get a bit of that easterly direction in it. As we see Alejo, there's a better combination from the veteran, 34 years of age and not laying down, willing to put the fight up to Geordie Lawler here. And that'll be his best ride. I liked it. Really fast out of that first turn, Rich, threw it straight back into the bowl. Yeah, absolutely. And the second turn was a real memory moment. It resonates in the mind. It makes you think. It was powerful. It had impact. Quick snap there, blasts it, and then up and over the roof of that one. So that's the biggest wave of the final that Alejo's ridden so far. Jams that turn, cuts it down, gets right onto that hillside rail, up and over the roof of it.
So a great two-turn combination from Alejo Muniz. It's undeniable power surfing.
It's like MotoGP watching him lay that board over. He's getting so low. You know, he's really driving so hard off the rail of that board to get those moves put in. And, you know, somehow he's getting it done without cutting the turns short. He's still so committed through his moves.
Crazy with us. It's a wide stance, but he's able to continue that momentum through without even pumping at all. He's barely had to make speed in any of his surfing throughout this event. It's just continual. He's glued to his board. It's great surfing, and that's why he finds himself in the final.
He's had some of the cleanest rails through the first 2 stops of any of the competitors. No bogging, no catching, just in full flow. And we'll see where this number goes. Is it going to give him a shot here in the final stages?
For a bigger guy, his board's at 26 litres as well. That's a small board, and he's displacing so much water, so really connected to his equipment as well. And we talked earlier, that blade that SRS is looking phenomenal under his feet.
Carrying the hopes of the Brazilian pack on his shoulders, and they're nice broad shoulders, so he can handle that. But waiting for that score to drop for his last ride, and you know, he really wants to hear where this number falls, because I kind of feel like it's going to get him back in it here. 2 minutes to go as Geordie rolls through to the inside. Helicopter boy takes flight on the end section as Alejo on the outside has broken combination. His last wave is 7.13 after an 8.63 now. The final's back on. It was all one-way traffic for a good portion of this final heat, but that great combination from Alejo has given him a shot, a fighting chance here in the final minute and a half.
Yeah, Geordie is just powering out the back, so is Alejo. Geordie knows that if he ends this paddle battle with priority and is in the lead, that he is mere moments possibly from taking out this event, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, on his home beach.
It'll be his second Sydney Surf Pro title. He won it as a QS event a while back. Let's have another look at Alejo's last ride. I mean, it was a great surfing, but it just wasn't as high impact as his 7.13.
Yeah, it's actually a smaller wave, very almost identical type of turn as well. Look how hard he pushes on that one. So low. And he does get the completion right in front of Geordie, but maybe just not as much of a critical nature to that end turn as that 7.13, but an epic combo.
How fun has it been celebrating the vertical attack of the competitors throughout the event? And it's a timely place to celebrate that manoeuvre. Because Cole Smith was just one of the best originally, and there's been so many North Narrabeen competitors or surfers, I should say, that have had that amazing approach. But we're just 30 seconds left here. Alejo has a number on the way. It's going to be another decent score. Might even be better than his previous, but he still needs a huge number. And he's chosen this wave because he was running out of time. He's going to surf his guts out, as he has all event, but that wave not big enough. And Alejo knows it. It's in the body language here.
Well, that man there, Geordie Lawler, take a bow, mate. Congratulations, two-time winner.
I think both these competitors can take a bow. It's been a magic run for Alejo, but Geordie, he had a bit more to give. Showed the judges something different in the final. A number of airs, but showed some variation in those moves as well.
Yeah, I feel like that was the difference. When I think of Alejo's approach, it's aggression, it's strength, it's power. When I think of Geordie, it's precision, it's placement, it's progression, and that ended up being the difference of the day. He showed us variations of the air, different tail blows. The variety was just, everything was covered.
It's a big moment that he's soaking up here at the moment. He's bottled those emotions throughout the week, all his post-heat interviews, and I wouldn't be surprised if it leaks out of him now.
Oh, that was the first time
ranking. What's going to happen for the rest of this year. But often we've seen it. You know, you put together a magic performance in a contest at this level, and the commissioner's office, you know, that phone starts to ring. They start to call up and see if you're available to compete again.
Well, this is not just a flash in the pan moment. You know, Geordie has been around for a while. This is you know, another victory on that resume. It's the biggest one to date.
For sure.
So you know, this is well, give him the wild card in the next one.
We'll see. Definitely something for them to think about.
And it's career defining. Like, you look back on someone's career to win at home and a major event like this here. You can see what it means to all the boys, all the crew. His former sponsor there, congratulating him, all the photographers, all the groms. Heartwarming scenes.
Geordie Lawler, his first Challenger Series victory. Also a best ever result on the Challenger Series for Alejo Munez, runner-up this year, as he makes his way up the beach. And his feet have not touched the sand. They plucked him out of the lineup. They were halfway out to sea when they grabbed him and started the chair. We'll have a chat with him in a minute. But there he is, your champion at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. What a moment. And two repeat performers getting the job done here on finals day in front of a solid crowd. And 90% of that crowd from North Narrabeen.
So proud of you, mate. Fucking stoked. Oh my God.
Gets a lot of support from this community, and they'll celebrate with him tonight. What an effort. What an event. I mean, it has taken competitors the need to adapt to all different faces of North Narrabeen. It was stormy out there at times, Matty. It cleaned up, but it's Geordie Lawler's day and Isabella Nichols as well. Let's hear from the man now. We'll throw it down to Jess Starling.
Geordie, I can't even get to him. He's just been loved. Great sportsmanship. Geordie, this is an emotional win for the whole community right now. What is going through your head?
Oh, I don't even know, to be honest. I'm speechless, eh? Honestly, it's been the last few months, it's been a real roller coaster in my life, and not making the Challenger, I was actually thinking about calling it quits, so I'm just stoked I stuck with it. But yeah, I was pretty low there for a while. Haven't really got a good result for a while, and this has just given me a new life, so yeah.
Yeah, let's turn that energy around. 2 weeks ago, you weren't on the Challenger Series. You weren't even in this event. Now you are one of you're so high up on the rankings, one of the two people who've won a Challenger Series this year. That's a result for qualification, George. You got to take that in your stride right now.
100%. It's been my goal since I was so young, and like to win a 10,000s. I don't know, I feel like all my mates and stuff always say, oh, you're going to win, you can do this. But for me, it was sort of like seeing everyone ripping and stuff was just another task. But yeah, I can't believe it.
At home, you probably had a lot of your idols right there on the beach. Who were you drawing inspiration off out there?
Oh, my coach, Matty Cattle. And if it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't be up here. So he just pumps me up. I spoke to him in the semi. I'm like, and I was like, mate, I'm that tired. And he's like, no, you're not. Like, just toughen up, you'll be right. And then, yeah, so got a whole new energy just from chatting to him. And obviously, been speaking to Hoggy too a bunch. And he's been helping me out a lot and lifting me up. And yeah.
Anything you got to say to the whole community watching you right now?
Oh, it's incredible, eh? I feel like my mind's about to explode, but yeah, seeing all these familiar faces is just like, it's wild. It's a dream come true.
All right, Geordie, you are our 2024 GWM Sydney Surf Pro champion right here at home. Stick around, guys. We have more coming up after the break with the WSL post show.
Welcome to the WSL post show here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, and incredible scenes on the beach at Narrabeen here this afternoon. Elite level pro surfing, it lives here. This is the place that you think of really for high level action, elite moments in the history of pro surfing. We've just seen two more fantastic wins here. Vaughan Blakey, Felicity Parmentier, and Richie Lovett. How good was that, guys? I mean, two Australian winners in front of the home crowd. I mean, for Geordie Lawler, unbelievable result to get that win, and for Isabella Nichols, history made. Back-to-back wins.
Absolutely. Back-to-back for Bella. Incredible. Obviously feeling the vibes down here, feeling at home, getting embraced by the local community, and Geordie, well, the local community, to get that win on home turf and sort of reinvigorate his goal, his dreams of being an established professional surfer on the championship tour. Maybe it's just come a bit closer now.
Amazing to be part of that atmosphere of the local crowd. Whenever, it's one thing when there's a local hopeful in it. I mean, George just gets a chance out of nowhere to have a crack at this thing. Gets deeper and deeper into the draw. You could feel it starting to build. I mean, what did it feel like down there?
You just said high-level surfing, but I just say high-level passion down here. I mean,
always.
You come any beach in Australia, you've got to say that this is probably one of the beaches you come to. You know you're going to feel that support. You're going to feel the passion. North Narrabeen board riders really showing up for Geordie here, and it was amazing to see them just roll with him the whole way through the event. And as he became that sole surfer left, just more and more people kept coming down, and you could really feel that. And yeah, it's just something that's really special, and you just really get that community feel. So I feel obviously Geordie's already got one win under the belt. This is the second one that he's had here at Sydney Surf Pro. So this is super special for him.
Well, it was a great final. Alejo Muniz was absolutely on fire. Geordie Lawler meeting him in the final. Let's take a look at these guys here on the Bailey Ladders bracket. This was their pathway, and Alejo, he was just so strong, Rich, overcoming some big contenders here.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a tough road getting through Sammy Pupo, and then he had to get through his brother. Two of the most informed surfers coming out of Brazil in this event. Samuel has just been blowing our mind the last couple of events, Gold Coast obviously, and then also down here at Narrabeen. And then coming up against the local Geordie, it was always going to be a really, really tough ask.
Flick, this is Geordie's path through this morning. Kicked off things with a massive quarterfinal air show against Eli Hanneman, the young Hawaiian, bringing some fire as well.
Yeah, I mean, he had hard matchups. The quarter was hard against Eli, so was the semi. But for me, it was this quarter because Eli was one of the most informed surfers in the event. He was dropping big numbers, nines, buzzer beater moments, but Geordie just absolutely putting it all on the line with that massive air. And this is when you just could really start to see all that passion. I feel like he just ran with it completely and took it into the next heat as well. You could see he was just surfing with this, we were speaking about Sammy Pupo surfing with a different level and speed up on the Gold Coast, and I feel like Geordie does that here at Narrabeen. He just has this pizzazz and like excitement that you just don't know what he's going to throw next. He's just so good at releasing the fins out of the lip and giving us so much variation. And yeah, it was impressive to watch today.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Variety was the word that he delivered all the way up to the final, kept us guessing, kept us entertained, and it really was a great display of power surfing versus progression and precision.
Yeah, here's the final. It was pretty much fireworks right from the word go. We saw Alejo get a couple of early starters, but then it was just all Geordie Lawler. He hit this little run of momentum in the middle of this thing, started really cutting loose. And Flick, he was pretty much looking unstoppable right till the very end of this one.
Oh, he was. And with every wave, his confidence just grew. And you could see that just in his body language. Every time he stood up, it was just, yep, I'm more confident, I'm more confident. But right at the end here in the last sort of 6 to 8 minutes, I mean, Alejo fought back.
Yeah, he really did. Just showing us different variations of that backhand power attack. But it wasn't to beat. The local lad, he's done it. And he is engulfed by the cheers, the locals, and they will be partying well into the week.
Yeah, he's sponsored by a local restaurant, and that restaurant is going to be going absolutely bonkers later on. It's going to be a hard thing to get into. It's only a hole in the wall, but here's the final scores. The wrap-up, Lawler with a 7.93, a 7.83. Muni's clawing him back. I mean, it's quite tight there, isn't it? A 15.76 versus a 14.33 final.
Yeah, it's a good scoreline too. You know, if you make the final, you want to win it convincingly. You want to put some good numbers, and that's what we got. And finally, thank you, Narrabeen, for producing some, you know, shades of what it can be. I mean, this is one of the best, most consistent waves on the northern beaches, on the New South Wales coast, and we started to see little shades of it today, which is really cool.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the variety of conditions we saw from those heavy, big dumpers that required a lot of skill right through to today's little open-face canvases where the airs and some nice power surfing got underway. All right, well, let's throw it down to the presentation where Ronnie Blakey is going to crown our champions.
How are you, North Narrabeen? Make some noise for our finalists. What a performance. Welcome to the awards presentation for the 2024 GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, the second stop on what has been a very entertaining Challenger Series so far. It's going to be an epic run to see who can make the grade and get themselves onto that championship tour. So good to be back here in Narrabeen. This place has created legends. It's created amazing history competitively in the sport of surfing, and this year was no different. So we want to send a big shout out to the North Narrabeen faithful, the North Narrabeen board riders. Congratulations on 60 years of dominance. Looking forward to getting this party started. Amazing performance from all the competitors. I think you can agree this week it's been really difficult. There was that bit of south in the swell, which meant chunderous end sections that required full commitment and full props to everyone. I think all the competitors deserve a big round of applause. Now, before we start handing out these incredible trophies, the WSL would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians and the country and waters on which we gather here today. By these words, we show our respect to all Aboriginal people. We acknowledge elders past, present and emerging, and the spirits and ancestors of the clans that lived in this area. This is a special place. But we've been enjoying the coast, obviously, but we're really lucky here on the northern beaches to be able to just step a little bit away from the coast and immerse ourselves in beautiful national parks. We don't take it for granted, so thank you once again. Thank you. We've got some amazing event partners that have really been backing this Australian leg. The 2 Championship Tour contests, which were unbelievable, and then our 2 Challenger Series contests. So we want to send a big shout out to our title partner for the Sydney Surf Pro. Put your hands together for GWM. Also recognising Bonsoy as the presenting partner, who not only back our events but also give a lot of support to emerging stars, emerging talents here in Australia, so thank you. Other partners that we'd like to thank: Destination New South Wales, Northern Beaches Council, Boost Mobile, Apple Watch, Coopers, very important, Oakberry, BioGland, Bailey Ladders, NRMA Parks and Resorts, who've been putting us up over the road at the caravan park. It's been incredible. Bond University, Weatherguard and Vycobi, a local business. Put your hands together for all of them. Like I said before, you know, this is a special place, and it's not lost on our competitors how lucky they are to enjoy this lineup. So thanks again to the North Narrabeen locals for giving us this stage for the week. It's all yours tomorrow and this afternoon. If you're not going to the party, I don't think anyone's going to be out there. We also want to thank Surfing New South Wales for all their hard work. They've got a dedicated team that works through horrible conditions, to be honest, this week. There was a bit of rain, a bit of weather to deal with. Also, I want to send a special shout out to our broadcast team and those cameramen that stand there and wear the elements all day. Thank you very much. All right, amazing trophies that we've got here, and to help me hand them out, we do have from WSL the tour manager, Will Hayden-Smith. Great job this week, Will. And also Northern Beaches Mayor, Sue Haynes. Thank you so much for having us. Okay, we're going to start with the men, and it is so fantastic to see this guy. He's a championship tour veteran of 6 years, campaigning hard. He spent a lot of time away from his family, inspired to do well for his country back home, who's been really going through some hardships at the moment. Put your hands together for the runner-up, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, Alejo Muniz. Mate, it is so good to see you back. You have looked so good, so sharp this year. 2 stops, putting some great performances together. I know how bad you wanted the win, but you must be thrilled. You're going up those Challenger Series rankings.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, thanks all the locals that let us surf for a week. They wave. I'm really happy to be here in this podium. As you said, I've been working so hard for so long, and I've been through 2 different surgeries, almost qualified a few years, and so yeah, it means a lot to me to be here. I promised my son that I would take a trophy for one of the contests, so that is promise. It's done.
Job done, mate. I know your family's going to be extremely proud of you. All of your compatriots really came together for this event, and you guys owned one side of the draw, and you were the one that rose up and made that final. Congratulations. It's a huge result. I mentioned the hardships back home in Brazil. I'm going to give you the opportunity to send a shout out to all your friends and family and mates, countrymen and women back home doing it tough.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to do it in Portuguese so people at home understand. Sorry. Obrigado a todos que torceram. Rio Grande do Sul, boa sorte. Galera do Brasil que tá aí. Ianzinho, Samuca, Miguel que ficaram até o final. Tamo junto. Essa vai pro Brasa.
Thank you, Alejo. Congratulations. He's a favourite everywhere he goes. Such a gentleman. A great result. And heading up those Challenger Series rankings. All right, next up. This is an exceptional talent doing amazing things. She was chasing her 3rd straight Challenger Series victory here today. It wasn't she is your #1 on the Challenger Series ranking, 16 years of age and dropping unbelievable moments at the first 2 stops. Put your hands together for Erin Brooks. Congratulations, Erin. You're making a habit of getting up here on stage and talking with us. We love it, but we also love the performances. The air in the semi-finals was amazing. You almost stuck that one in the final too. Obviously, everyone wants the win, but to get 2 wins and a second in 3 events, you must be over the moon. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels really good. First, I want to thank God for letting me have such good results, and I want to thank my family and friends and sponsors for all the support, and Bella for giving me a run for my money. I got her in Snapper, but she had to get me back here, but it's all good.
Mate, that's the way it should go. It's like a sibling rivalry. You are like sisters, and Isabella spoke about that. For you, the big goals this year obviously are just to carry this momentum, but what are your plans at the end of the season? I have to ask. Are you going to take up that spot if you do graduate?
Yeah, Making the CT is definitely my goal, but there is so many more contests left with so many amazing girls, so we'll see what happens, but I'm definitely striving for that, and I would definitely take up the opportunity.
You've got a bit of a break now. What's the plan? We know that you've been in Fiji just chasing swell. What are you going to do from here?
I'm going to go home for a couple days and then go on a fun surf trip to Mexico, so hopefully I can improve my backside for Bolito.
Awesome. Is everyone looking forward to seeing those clips drop? We all are. Congratulations, Erin, on an amazing run here in Australia. A win and a second place finish and sitting well on top of the Challenger Series rankings. All right. This guy had a lot of support down here on the beach. I think it's pretty fair to say. It's been a tough run for Geordie Lawler, who's come so close to qualifying for the Championship Tour in the past. He saved his best for finals day and he lit the place up. Put your hands together for Jordan Lawler, your champion of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. What a run. An amazing showing. Yeah, please. Put that Timmy Patterson on show. Go on, mate. Hoist it up there for them. There it is. Amazing, Geordie. This Challenger Series, it is so stacked. The Australian Regional QS is so difficult to break through. You got your opportunity here at home. You made it count. The win at Manly was huge a couple of years back, but this has to be on a whole nother level. How are you feeling?
Oh, I don't know what to say, eh? It's a full dream come true. Seeing all these familiar faces is, I'm speechless.
Okay. Well, let me pick up where you left off. Made an amazing run through the contest. There's no easy way to the top of the podium on the Challenger Series. You've got to overcome really tough opponents, and you came up against some surfers that you really respect, including a CT surfer of note in Alejo in that final, but you seem to save your best to last. Was that always the plan?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, coming up, some of these guys, just crazy. I look up to them so much. Grew up watching some of them, and yeah, here I am competing against them. It's amazing. So
beautiful, mate. You got to talk to me about this Timmy Patterson design. I know you've recently changed to these boards. They look fantastic under feet. I notice there's also a bit of blank space there. Any room for some new sponsors, mate?
Oh yeah, I'm open. Yeah, whatever.
He'd represent you beautifully. But, mate, congratulations. It's a huge win, and obviously you're going to go charging up those Challenger Series rankings. Make sure you keep that phone next to your head at all times because it could be ringing. You ready to take up that call?
100%. Yeah, it'd be a full dream come true. I've worked so hard to get that call, so, yeah, I'm keen to get it done this year.
And just one more thing, mate. Growing up in this area, so many greats, legends of the sport. You share the lineup with these people. They're all down on the beach here for you today, cheering you on for this big result. How's it feel to be part of this community?
It's second to none, really. Even my coach, Matty Cattle, like, I grew up watching him surf, and then he's in my corner now, helping me out, and it's surreal, so surreal. Like, I've grown up watching all these guys surf this wave, and yeah, to have their support, it's just, yeah, it's crazy.
Awesome, mate. Congratulations, Geordie Lawler. You're champion. What a run. And he really did it with a very well-rounded approach, beautiful rail turns, and when he needed to, he pushed it and pushed the progression levels to a whole new place. A memorable win. All right, speaking of memorable wins, backing it up and getting a second victory in as many years and really fighting hard to get herself back onto that championship tour is the queen of the Sunshine Coast, now living at Kingscliff. We know that. Put your hands together for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro champion in the women's division, Isabella Nichols. Congratulations, mate. What a win. I mean, really, I can't believe the resilience. We were here on stage last year. You were talking about how hard it is just to rally your emotions and get out there and keep a clear head when you're competing. But this year, you just powered through the draw. How are you feeling?
I'm just firstly stoked that this trophy's a little bit smaller than last year's one. I could actually probably hold it above my head. But yeah, I'm over the moon, honestly. Like, I don't really know what to say except for like a massive thank you to obviously a bunch of people. Kurt Jacobs, firstly, for being there for me through thick and thin. And it's been a pretty crazy 2-3 years on tour and off tour. And a lot of emotional support goes a long way. Obviously, Maddie Granger and Shaz for putting us up. 100% strike rate. It's pretty sick. So, yeah, it's been so incredible staying with them. And they're just the absolute biggest frothers. And that's exactly like the kind of energy that I needed coming into this after the cut. And staying with Ez too, a little shredder. She's just been pushing the limits. And she's been really inspiring me through the whole Challenger series and since I've really known her. But yeah, thanks to Narrabeen as well and all the locals for having us. It's been such an incredible time. I absolutely love it here. The people are friendly, the waves are sick, the food's great. Geordie, for your win, so special, so stoked for you. Alejo, amazing surfing all event. Like, it's been incredible to watch. I don't really know what to say as well. Like, Geordie, I'm like so speechless.
Mate, you've jumped up into second position on the Challenger Series ranks, and it is so stacked. This is such a hard field to overcome. We know there's limited places. Just 5 surfers will make the jump onto the CT at the end of the season, and you've locked yourself into a pretty good spot up there, but it's not going to be over yet, is it?
No, it's not over. I mean, the talent on the Challenger Series for the women is just so like world class. And with only 5 spots, it's really tough. You know, you got to get a win and you got to back it up. And I'm pretty stoked that I've had 2 keepers already. So now I can kind of go in and open up and really like surf hard with nothing to lose. And but mostly I'm just excited for these 5 weeks off now. I'm going to go travel up the coast, have some time off. It's been a long 5 months. But yeah, I'm just really feeling the love here. So stoked. And yeah, so grateful. All the groms that came down too. Thank you so much. It's been so incredible, like day in, day out, rain, hail or shine, to have them down here cheering me on no matter what and wearing my jerseys. Like, it's just so sick, so special. Thank you.
Awesome. I love it. You spend your life living on the road and you wrap up the Aussie leg by jumping in the car and going camping for a couple of weeks. Good on you. Enjoy it. You deserve it. Please put your hands together for our champions of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We're going to keep the celebration going here, but we'll throw it back to Vaughan for the WSL post show.
Thanks very much, Ronnie. A really cool prezzo. Some awesome takeaways there. First of all, Erin Brooks saying, yep, if she qualifies at the end of the year, she will take that spot. That's a huge call. We weren't really sure what was going to happen there. We've seen a few crew knock that back in the past, and so Erin is well and truly invested in getting the results. She's sitting pretty right at the very top there.
Yeah, you have to think that she's odds on to make the tour, and that is a really exciting prospect that if she does qualify, which she's going to, she'll take up that spot, and it's going to send ripples through the women's draw on the championship tour.
That was said with conviction too.
It was.
And a little bit of sting and a little bit of fire, and I absolutely love it. I feel like she's going to want more after this. I feel like she's not done. She probably wasn't satisfied with the second, so yeah, bring on the rest of the Challenger Series.
And Isabella there saying, she's just getting started as well. There's a long way to go. Just 5 coveted spots there to get onto the CT. But let's check out the action on the women's side of the draw. Here's the road to the finals. This is the Bailey Ladder bracket. And it was a tough going. I mean, Erin Brooks has been a tsunami throughout this Australian leg. Like, trying to stop her, it was frightening. And Isabella Nichols getting it done, and she got it done by overcoming some big obstacles as well, Rich.
Yeah, she sure did. Namely, that semi-final was a matchup of last year's final here at Narrabeen. Sally has just been in such good form as well, and it was always going to be a real tough matchup against Erin Brooks, and she got it done.
Yeah,
Felicity, this heat, Sally was really the form surfer. There were 2 form surfers. There was Erin and Sally, but Isabella, as the defending champ, you could never write her off.
No, you could never write Bella off at all. But I mean, personally in this heat, once I saw that Sally's like just the way she was attacking the waves, I was like, wow, okay, Bella's got her work cut out for her. She's going to need to, you know, really, really bring it. And she did. She leveled up. She found the best wave in that heat and ended up getting the win. But for me, obviously, this final was incredible. I mean, she came up against Erin. It was the rematch of the semi-final on the Gold Coast. Erin got the win there and obviously got that 10, so Bella was like, nah. But for me, it started before the heat even begun, and Bella was just so assertive and dominant and kept that inside position from Erin. And, I mean, Erin surfed great, but I feel like Bella got into this final and realised that, hey, no, this is the moment, like, it's now or never. I've really got to push hard here, because I feel like in the semi, she sort of left a little bit in the tank, whereas in the final, I mean, she just went, you know, all for broke and was like, I'm pushing hard, this is it, I want this win, and she took it. But, I mean, Erin... If Erin made that, I mean, and Bella knew it right there. You could see. If Erin made that, wow, I think that could have been a major turning point.
Yeah, for sure. You could see Bella really leaning into her strength in the final, tapping right into that power display. And Erin was, well, she was valiant in trying that big spinner. And who knows what would have happened there. But, yeah, great effort. 2 times champion, back-to-back.
Fearless, really, little Erin Brooks. I say that with utmost respect because she surfs huge, but Isabella really did, as you say, Rich, just bring the power in the final. A 15.27 scoreline. Could have been very different if that air rev got nailed by Erin Brooks. 12.43, but she is heading home for a little break and then down to Mexico, as she said, but she's heading there at #1 on the Challenger Series ratings, and she must just be on cloud 9. I mean, it's really worked out pretty well for her, this Aussie leg so far.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's she was one place off just having a perfect run and 3 challenges off the trot, you know, because she won the last Challenger Series event from last year. So she's gone first, second. It's a pretty good run. Oh.
So much incredible action today. We really got to see the fireworks with this canvas settling down, giving us a few more walls. The ramps were right there, and we're going to head into our Boost Mobile heat of the day, and this was a cracker. 2 of the big performers. No one has been more impressive this week than Eli Hanneman. He has been throwing some of the big turns, and Geordie Lawler just knew that he was going to have to pull out the big gear, and he kicked off like this.
Yeah, it was really turned into an air show, this one. And this was where Geordie really stood up and said, I want this contest. This was looking like a really formidable draw, because Eli Hanneman, he's been sticking these all week long. You know, he's been just leaning into that. He's one of the most consistent with the air game.
For me, I mean, obviously Geordie had tough opponents in every, you know, matchup on the way to the final, but for me it was against Eli here. I mean, he really needed to pull all the stops out here. This wave in particular, this final manoeuvre was absolutely insane. He put it all on the line, major rotation, rides out. It was beautifully done. The whole crowd erupted, and from this moment onwards, it's kind of like he just started to feel this special juju, and he's like, whoa, okay, let's go with this. Let's go with the passion, the community, the whole of Narrabeen getting behind him, and things started to click.
It did, yeah, and that was almost like out Eli with that area. The rotation was just left so late, and he just pulls it around at the last second. Spectacular manoeuvre. So that was an incredible heat for the Boost Mobile heat of the event.
Oh, well and truly worthy. You know, finals day action, it didn't disappoint. There was so many highlights, and it's just been an amazing day of competition. Amazing way to wrap up the whole Aussie leg of the tour, really.
It is, and because we have wrapped up, it's a really good time to check out these Challenger Series rankings. We're going to have a look at the men's first of all. There's been a little bit of movement as Sammy Pupo goes to the lead. Alejo Muniz on the back of an incredible Aussie leg moves up into second. Mike McDonough, after the big win up there at Snapper, slides down to third, but still a good spot for him to be. And whoa, look out, number 4, Geordie Lawler.
How incredible. With one event win, it's taken him all the way to number 4th on the rankings. It's absolutely amazing, and I love what Ron said. I mean, keep that phone close to your ear, Geordie, because you might be getting a call up. But yeah, there's been some movement.
5 XCT Championship Tour surfers in that draw. 5 newcomers who haven't made the Championship Tour before. This, I love the look at this ratings at the second stop, but no doubt it's going to get all mixed up in the coming months when we see more events. But you know, some really good positions there for our ex-Championship Tour surfers to strike back.
Yeah, a lot of mixed names there. Let's have a look at the Women's Challenger Series rankings now, because it's really been 4 women in particular who have just come out and dominated this Aussie leg.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Erin just shooting forward and already on 17,000 points. I mean, that's major. I think last year already to considerably make that top 5, it was like 23,000 and above. So she's not that far from actually getting that job done already, which is absolutely insane. But it's just, once, like you said, it's heavily dominated by this CT experience underneath Erin. We've also got Nadia in there, which, super impressive. Every year she's just gone from strength to strength, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of her campaign, because last year she didn't even do these 2 Australian events. So now this is setting up the rest of her year really nicely.
Yeah, 60-40 split in favour of the Championship Tour surfers here on the women's side. And Bronte McCauley, they're down there at the bottom, but she's poised. You get the feeling she's found some new form. Isabella and Sally looking incredibly good, and Luana as well.
Well, you want to get into that top 5 or top 10 on the men's because you want to make the CT. That's what it's all about, the WSL World Championship Tour. And we're just about to fire up into probably the most anticipated event of the year. It is the Tahiti Pro, presented by Outer Known. And it is the event that's up next. And I mean, we're chomping at the bit for this one. The defending champs will be Titans out here. The world champ, Carolyn Marks, really began her momentum into those WSL finals with a big win here.
Yeah, she absolutely did. She looked so on point out here, and she came up against some hard opponents. And I mean, I think though she's going to have her work cut out for her moving forward into this event, this next World Tour event, because I mean, I think of people like, Molly Picklum, who's just, up to her level on her backhand. We've got, Katie Simmers, and I mean, I'm looking forward to this. Also going to be a good prelude to the Olympics as well, to see who's in form. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough coming up against the Goof. Obviously, she's got all those positive experiences, the positive memories from last year.
Carolyn Marks in the mix here, but speaking of Titans at this wave, they don't get much bigger than Jack Robbo. What are you expecting to see from this guy this year?
Yeah, mate. Oh, well, the Shaman, we know he's... he's in the top 3 barrel riders in the world, without a doubt. And, he is just so capable, so comfortable in these sort of conditions. Where other competitors tend to sit back and be a little tentative at this wave, you've got to go at it with guts and courage. And that's exactly what Jack Robbo does. He's got such an amazing read with the barrel ride. He's got incredible ocean knowledge. So he is just going to be one of the big threats coming into this event.
May 22, the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outer Known. Lock it in your calendar. Do not miss that one. It's going to be one of the events of the year. I mean, we haven't even seen Robbo in his element out there yet in a CT heat. So bring it on. That's going to be incredible. Righto. BioGlan, we're getting stuck into the big moments of the day. Here they are. And let's have a look at this daily dose. And we're going to kick things off with the Legends Heat. This was spectacular. Great to see some of these famous names back in the lineup at Narrabeen.
Yeah, it was so fun to watch all the local legends here, the world champions, and Laura out there. And Nathan Hedge got a couple, showed how he's still in fine form, still very competitive these days. But Tommy Carroll stole the moment, locked into that beast of a tube. And, gave us a real something to cheer about that afternoon.
Number 4, Sally Fitzgibbons. She has put on such a great performance yet again here at Narrabeen. She loves Sydney. It's just up the road from her hometown, and Sydney loves her. Some big lip snaps and some great waves. Excellent scores here.
Oh, for sure. And fan favourite. I mean, she has time for everyone. It's so beautiful. And, yeah, she took a long time to get up that beach.
Let's talk about the airs again. So many fantastic aerials. Big scores, Rich, and big full rotators into the flats.
Yeah, this is what we expect when we come to Narrabeen. And a critical part of winning this event has been taken to the air. And these guys on show, no one better doing it than Eli Hanneman, Geordie Lawler, and of course, how can we forget young Erin Brooks, who also showed on the women's side that she is just so capable in the air, pushing the boundaries of where women's surfing is going. She got the spin and rode out all of these airs right up in the 9-point range. And, this is where the future of surfing belongs.
9.57, in fact, for Erin Brooks, who has just been dropping scores like crazy throughout this Aussie leg. Number 2, it is back-to-back wins here at the Sydney Surf Pro for this incredible surfer who really does deserve to be back on the elite level, Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, this was super impressive. It's a hard thing to do going into an event being the past champion, but Bella took it in her stride, and I think she peaked at the right time too, exactly in this final when she needed it, because she came up against Erin, obviously phenom in great form, but yeah, she's absolutely stoked. She's, 2 great results now in Australia, and yeah, the rest of the year, I mean, it was exciting to hear her say, hey, look out, the gloves are off a bit, like, let's go.
And number one, we can't go past this. The local favourite, the big hope, Geordie Lawler, and he gets a huge and famous win here at his home break at Narrabeen. Crowd goes absolutely wild, and the celebrations have well and truly kicked in because you can hear them already just fueling this car park. But what a performance, Rich.
Yeah, just amazing stuff. A real fairy tale finish to this event. The local lad, Geordie Lawler, he's been at it for so long. He's had the wins, ups and downs. The consistency hasn't been there, but perhaps this is the start of something new. This is a new Geordie Lawler that we're seeing here, and hopefully he can continue on. The mob goes crazy. They're going to be going wild here all week long.
Oh, this has just been such great scenes, and we've really enjoyed the wins. We've really enjoyed some of the heartache. I mean, it's hard to say you enjoy it, but it does make for riveting viewing. Yeah. The Wazzle Australian leg has been outstanding. I mean, there's just been so many great stories, so many great victories, and yeah, incredible things going down in the water. Final thoughts on the Aussie leg and on the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, guys?
I've thoroughly enjoyed the event here at Narrabeen. Coming home on the northern beaches is always a great way to finish the leg off. I'm ready for a sleep, ready to recharge the batteries, but I'm going to miss it. I kind of feel a bit sad that it's all over, but let's go and enjoy a margarita.
Similar thoughts to Rich. You took the words out of my mouth. I am a little bit exhausted. It took it out of me, but it was just so exciting. For me, I can't go past Erin. I feel like she's just raised the bar for women surfing and surfing in general. The performance, it was so exciting for me. A 10 up on the Gold Coast, that 9.57 for the air. I can't go past Erin. Hats off to Erin for me.
Yeah, I just will say, professional surfing is in a really good place at the moment, and I cannot wait for these next events to roll around, both on the Championship Tour and the Challenger Series. Looking forward to it.
So much to look forward to as we move and look towards Tahiti, May 22. Lock it in your diary. For now, big thanks to the team. Big thanks to GWM and Bonsoy. That's it from us. Enjoy the highlights.
Surfers from around the world doing battle here at North Narrabeen.
There's no easy heats. This is the game.
Wow. Goes for a massive alley-oop.
Oh, massive punt. Oh, Alistair.
Jet Shelley takes the win.
That was a battle.
You can see what it means to the competitors. Such anxious moments. To make the jump.
And it's not enough. He's claiming it. He loves it. That one would have felt insane.
Oh, we've got a busted board.
Oh, just gets punny.
It's a good beach break. If I had that back at home, I would be psyched.
Oh, love that. Oh, no.
Just started absolutely howling down here.
Wild and windy day down here in North Narrabeen.
The surfers battling the elements here today, and they're going to put on a show for us.
Yeah, right. In a second.
Eli Hanneman, he converted and he rides out. He gets clear of the whitewash.
Those surfers who've been relegated have just turned their mindset around. beautiful morning. We've been waiting for this. It's the perfect day to crown our champions. The Brazilians have powered their way into the quarterfinals.
Stand by for this end section. Big air reverse, and he lands it!
Goes to the reverse, hanging on to the finish. Yeah, she sticks it.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.